Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. It was daytime. The young man stood by the window and thought that this was not his world. He looked down and realized that this was a virtual world of a game in which magic, science, superpowers, and fantasy were mixed, and that is why he now had to be inside the game, the end of the world. Then he turned around and looked at the status screen, thinking that this was the place where the game itself began. And on the screen were his name, characteristics, and information that Hanseong had not logged out, and the young man had been here for about 7 days. Then he grabbed his head and thought that he seemed to be stuck in this game. If you remember his broadcasts, you can wonder how the main character knows this game so well. The fact is that he is a person who has extensive experience in broadcasting and has completed this entire game. He also remembered all the monsters and thought that as far as he remembers, significant events should happen in the future. A wave of monsters will come during this year, and these monsters will attack everything around. A revolution will happen within 3 years. There will be a war, and within 5 years this war will turn into a world war. Then the young man said that at one time he even participated in the competition of the best users of only one as a ranker, so he is confident in his abilities, because then he was very successful. Now the guy grabbed his head and thought that now everything is completely different. His characteristics dropped again, and at the same time they were too low to begin with. And there were many events ahead. In the wave of monsters it is still somehow possible to hold out, but in a revolution and a world war he will definitely not survive. This news depressed him. Then the guy thought, if death in the game will mean death in reality, what to do? Then he leaned back and thought, is there any way? But then a camera appeared above him. It was a drone for filming. It immediately dawned on him that he could use something. So he reached for the status window and thought that he had experience in passing the game video recordings. The connection with reality was interrupted, but it is possible to look at the materials that he downloaded. And his channel had quite a lot of subscribers, more than 3 million people. It was necessary to use all means and stay alive. The video recording began immediately. The guy raised his head and said that he would like this drone to be able to collect information. Then he clenched his fist and said that there was still something left. He immediately rolled the dice and thought that he needed to work on the characteristics. The dice fell to the floor. Then the main character looked at the status window and thought that judging by his past experience, luck points are very important. This time he only got 8 points. The boy rolled again and thought that he would have to roll the dice until luck points came up. This was repeated over and over again. A whole month passed. Finally, the guy got tired and said that there was no end to the edge. Then he pulled himself together well, and he saw that his luck was as much as 99. This information was written on his status window. Immediately his whole body began to shake. Then he grabbed his head and began to laugh. It was hysterical laughter, but nevertheless, the young man was pleased that his luck was now as much as 99 points. This is the maximum indicator. Of course, he has indicators and single-digit numbers, but now he can start training. Therefore, when he saw the question about starting training, he agreed to start it. And he pressed the button on his watch. Information immediately appeared that now the young man received a basic qualification, successfully passed the document check at the Korean Academy of Heroes. Luck was on his side. To enter the academy he needs to score the highest score tomorrow at the practical test. In case of successful passing he will be able to open one random chest of low-level weapons. In case of failure, it is impossible to enter the Korean Academy of Heroes. And also information that he passed the first round of hero candidates. He got a chance to create an exam at the Korean Academy of Heroes, which is among the 3 best in the world. Thereby the plot of the game was repeated. The guy raised his head and thought that maybe he should first check his luck and open the inventory. At the very beginning they give a standard set of items for 10 million won, a random set to get a unique skill, a regular skill and a feature. Information on them was in front of his eyes. The young man decided to immediately activate the cube and thought to try his luck, he should open a random chest. A bright light immediately appeared there, and information fell out that the reward is activated abnormal luck. This jackpot received literally a unique enlightenment skill, a special skill for viewing information, and receives a feature of magical superiority. Then the guy smiled. Then he raised his hand to his face, after which he made a strange movement and said that luck just broke out. It looked strange, but the drone flew around and filmed everything. Then the main character realized this and thought that he would also put an effect here and it would be a good video for the tube. Then he waved his hand at this camera and smiled, after which he said that he had already tried his luck. Then he looked at the information about training and said that now he needed to do it. The next day came. He came to the Korean Academy of Heroes. There were applicants standing on the street. Young men had to go to the Korean Academy of Heroes where geniuses from all over the world had gathered. Actually, what did he do? He smiled and thought that he definitely needed to prove himself in such a place. Passing the game with the highest scores was very important for studying at the academy. Then he got a little embarrassed and thought that now with such scores he would lose to anyone, and this was a problem, in a word, just a newbie. Then he entered the waiting room and thought that he needed to be careful so that he would not be expelled immediately after entering. When he looked around, he saw many different students there. Then he went upstairs and thought that he should check what heroes had gathered here, because there were many important characters in the academy. If they became his enemies, they would only get in the way. Different guys were sitting there. In order to survive and pass the game, you need to make friends. Finally, the guy sat down and thought about survival. Something suddenly made him sad. Almost cried and thought why he should worry about this. But then his thoughts were interrupted because the teacher entered the office. He stood in front of them and said that he was glad to see everyone. After which he added that today he would be giving instructions on the exam. And the main thing is that the hero thought that this was not an NPC, so a completely different mood could be felt. A man stood in front of him and said that his name was Han Do-sok, an S-rank hero, and added that he was glad to meet him. And the boy at that moment could barely hold back his tears. Then the teacher began to give a lecture and said that therefore heroes do not just represent their country, but protect their land from attacks by monsters. The brunette then sat and thought only about the fact that his speech was never ending. Then he looked to the side and thought that he was giving a lecture, at the same time telling me about the structure of the world. He looked at the teacher and thought that when you hear for the first time, it is quite interesting, but for such an experienced player like him, it is boring. Finally, the man clapped his hands. He spread his hands and said that now it is necessary to go to the field for the practical exam, and hopes that they will pass it and see them again. The guy stood up and thought that finally the beginning had come. A room with a bright light appeared in front, and inside there were different portals. They said that the entrance exam to the Korean family of heroes was declared open. The main character looked around and said that this would be admission and a bright debut, after which he straightened his tie and was it time to start. After which he looked around, thought that before it was a game, but now it was reality, and heard that he was told that after choosing a weapon, the exam would begin. Then the boy looked at the options and thought that he needed to take the choice of weapon seriously. This is the same as choosing a class. He imagined 2 players and thought that if he chooses a sword, he will become a swordsman. If a bow, then an archer. The main weapon determines the direction of growth. Therefore, he took something and thought that in the past, when he was a player, he chose a staff and his main power was magic. Now he had a sword in his hands. This time he decided to stop at it. But he also activated his magic and thought that he would have 2 weapons. After which he looked at the status window and added that his physical stats were too low for one sword. With luck he could make up for the lack of points for wielding a sword, and magical superiority would help him use magic. Then he frowned and thought that for now these were just plans, they don't know if it will work out or not. And when he approached the telepath, he heard that the exam was starting. He decided that he had to cope in order to stay alive. After some time, he found himself inside and saw a notification that the entrance exam to the Korean Hero Academy was continuing. The time spent was 3 minutes 32 seconds. The level of the monsters that appeared was only E rank. The number of monsters destroyed was 3. So the guy kept fighting and thought that this exam was assessed by the number of monsters destroyed and the survival time. He frowned about this and thought that F rank monsters were still good, but it was hard to deal with the rank. Then he turned around and saw something behind him. There was a monster that was trying to hit him in the back. But the young man managed to put his sword out in time and thought that his indicators, which depended only on luck, would not get him far. Therefore, it was decided to get a potion. When he broke it, he thought that if he used it, it might work. It was a low-level potion. Muscle strength indicators temporarily increased. And at the same moment, the monsters club began to slowly crumble. Literally, with one blow, the applicant was able to cut the enemy's weapon. And then he killed the enemy himself and said that he dealt with him quite easily. It's good that he prepared the items. If we go back a little, before the exam he worked hard, because this is a world where luck rules, and decided to go to a place where despair is replaced by joy and vice versa. This is an underground world casino. There he was met by a worker who said that he wished him luck. And the guy was walking down the corridor and thought that he needed to check if everything was in order with the hidden fragment, earn money before the exam and buy the necessary items. After that he looked and thought what was going on there. A man was sitting there and shouting what is number 13 doing. But he had a strange bracelet on his hand while he was shouting that he had bet so much on it, and the guy thought that this must be the hidden fragment. He turned around and decided that he was bald and without a little finger on his left hand. No doubt, this is the same person, Vale Craymond. This man was partly a gambler, and he had a barbarian bracelet. This is a very important item that can replenish the physical indicators of the main character. Therefore, now the guy passed by and thought that when inclinations are not very developed, a person becomes a loser. Then he went to one of the machines and thought that he would come here when he analyzed how to make money on the machines. Then he pressed the button and decided that today he needed to find out if he could buy items for luck. The machine immediately started working. The numbers began to repeat little by little, and to his surprise, the boy hit the jackpot, collecting 3 identical rows. Metal chips immediately began to rain down on him, and this fact made him very happy. Then the main character again grabbed his head in a strange way and said that this is fate. The luck indicator is 99 points. And now, during the exam, he took out the next potion and broke it again, and bought the items. This was already a low-level speed potion, and the speed indicators temporarily increased. Thanks to this, the guy was able to kill his opponents faster. The monsters died one after another, and he exhaled and said that thanks to the items, he barely coped with the E-rank monster, but spent everything he had. Then he saw something to the side. There was a summoning of a D-rank monster. It was necessary to prepare for the next stage. Here the young man was seriously scared, because someone big appeared in front of him. It was a ghost of enormous size. The guy grouped himself and thought, what kind of bad luck. Then he looked at the new opponent and asked how a ghost monster, which only magic effects regardless of physical skills, could appear at this exam. Then he took a step to the side and said that he was a little confused. He swung and added that it was real luck that a monster appeared that suited his feature, and he swung, prepared for battle. His sword literally burned with energy, and the thought was that if only magic affects it, then he could use his ability magical superiority. And then he began to fight. With one blow he managed to wound his opponent, smile and say that it works. But nevertheless, the monster continued to attack. It was quite sharp. The brunette barely managed to dodge the blow. Then he swung again, and he dealt another blow to his opponent. Then he gathered his strength, and with the third blow he tore him into pieces. It was not easy, so the boy fell to his knees and exhaled, and then he lowered his head and added that he had done well. But still, D rank is D rank. There was almost no magic power left. I wonder if there was any way to hold out. Immediately, the summoning of a monster with A rank began, so he stood up and thought that he would try to put up as much as he could. They announced that we had to prepare for the next stage, and a new opponent began to appear in front of the front one. When the boy saw him, he was very surprised. It was a huge and scary monster, so he smiled and said that it looked like there were no more such advantageous gods for him in the form of a ghost. Since this time, a two-headed troll with a rank stood opposite. It was also 10 times larger in size. The young man grabbed the sword and thought that he had spent all his items and his magic power. But nevertheless, he smiled and said that all that was left was to fight with his last strength, although the chances here were not so great. Meanwhile, other students were standing near the portal, together with the exam at the Korean Hero Academy. They were standing and worried, asking correctly that there were still those who did not come out. These guys were just holding on with all their might. Now even the Drang monster should appear. Finally, someone came out. It was a girl who was clearly unhappy, and she found and said that if only she had dodged that monster, everything would have worked out. This is candidate Seong Si-yeon, who received 855 points. The second daughter in the family, one of the 3 influential clans in South Korea, a feature, specializes in hidden shadow movement attack, is in 9th place among the elite of the specialized hero school. But here the girl was clearly unhappy with herself, and everyone around was discussing that she was in 9th place. With such points she could have already risen. But nevertheless, there were still 4 people left. Their names were written on the tournament table. The brunette stood there and thought that there were 4 people left. Where is the other one? But suddenly she noticed something. There was some Hanseong unknown to her. The students nearby were discussing that the others were quite famous players, but who this person was, no one understood. It seemed that the others did not know him either. And finally they announced that someone else was coming out. A guy appeared there. He raised his hand and said that it was more difficult than he thought. This candidate scored 988 points, and his name was Jin Hoon. The guy clenched his fist and heard everyone say that he quickly rose thanks to his physical strength, and also had a kind character similar to comic book heroes. But suddenly someone else began to come out of the portal. This time it was candidate Seong Hyun, who received 932 points. At this point, there were still 2 people left, and the young man saw this and got angry. Then he threw his baton and shouted that it irritated him. And then I looked around and heard everyone discussing how angry he was. You shouldn't go close to him. He was there longer, but he got fewer points. It looks like that candidate is a mage, since he could hold out for so long. Then the young man went the other way and thought, what kind of person is this? Some unknown guy, and is he still there? And there were 2 people left. Can these people really reach a monster from a rank? Everyone was watching with impatience. Finally, another person came out. Everyone paid attention. It was candidate Bile, who scored 1021 points. Finally, the young man stopped and thought that he did well, but it turns out that there was someone else left. So that's why there was so much noise. It was the youngest son of the clan of mages, one of the 3 influential clans in South Korea. This man is from the clan of the magician, but is more inclined to supernatural abilities, for which he is constantly subjected to close attention from relatives. But thanks to his friend and at the same time rival Jin-hoon, he never goes beyond the bounds of decency. At that moment, everyone was standing and impatiently waiting for the last candidate to come out. After all, there was only one person left. The brown-haired man immediately ran up to his friend and asked if he was in first place, but in response he heard that there was still one person left. So the guy turned around and asked if it was true, and then he heard from his friend that perhaps this was some kind of mistake, and he answered that maybe he should call the professor. But finally, a silhouette appeared, after which a leg came out of there, and then the main character himself appeared. It was candidate Han-seong, who took first place and scored 1201 points. Everyone around was shocked. They did not understand where so many points came from. The girl especially stood and watched, thinking that this could not be. When the brunette passed by one of the rivals, he looked askance at him. Then he lowered his eyes and walked on, and the crowd literally disintegrated in front. But the main character left silently, and didn't even look at anyone, and so he left everyone watching for a while. The students immediately began to discuss what it was. This man looked askance at one of them and passed by. Where did he even come from? And he was also ugly. And the leaders stood and discussed that they looked cool, but their face was ugly. Finally, the evening came. The brunette walked down the corridor, and everyone was discussing what they said, that he was incredibly strong, that he had beaten the top candidates at the exam. But the young man did not listen to them. He even felt offended, mentally saying it when he was laughing. Because of the loss of magical powers at that moment he could barely stand on his feet. Then he remembered the battle and thought that while the troll heads were fighting each other, he earned points due to temporary survival. He was just lucky, his skills inflated like soap bubbles. Then he smiled and thought that of course he used luck to think through the battle strategy, but still, he immediately heard again how ugly he was. He was offended to hear this, that they could not look at him for even 3 seconds. And really, his charm was only 3, he had to work on it. Then the guy looked in the mirror and thought that no matter how low the indicators were, these people were going too far. He would just take and increase his level of attractiveness. And then he got a little tense and thought that sometimes it's good to focus not on fleeting luck, but on attractiveness. And when he opened the status window, he thought that it was good that the reward was given after completion. The screen opened the view of the achievements function. It was also written that an inconspicuous newcomer appeared like a storm at sea. Now his importance will only grow, his popularity increase. 3 main characters paid attention to him, and he received 58 points for popularity, also rose to 563rd place in the overall standings and entered the academy. The young man read all this and thought that this was a good start. Then he paid attention to some points and added that the more important the achievements will be. Achievements in this place mean more than just strength. He frowned and thought that it was necessary to gain points for greater efficiency, maybe try his luck again, and open the reward for training. Then he activated the cube and decided to open a random chest with a medium-level weapon. He got a barbarian sword. Ancient barbarians used normal physical force in battle, but everything changed when the noble king began to use a sword. This sword belongs to barbarian warriors. The guy saw this and thought that the tutorial had just ended, and he already had a rare level. I wonder if it was related to the barbarian bracelet or the underworld. Then he went further and thought that he should check if the whole set would have an effect. And when he was walking in the dormitory, he thought that he knew it. It was more effective together. Now with the bracelet he could raise his stats. After some time, he went to his room. He opened it and saw an empty space. Then he went to the window and exhaled. Then he turned around and said that he thought so. The rooms in this dormitory are too big. And he added that it would be quite spacious for one here. He walked around the room and thought that there was quite an empty space there. Then he stopped and decided that it was the cool air and the fact that he was stuck in this game, and the spacious room created a feeling of emptiness. He felt sad at this thought. Meanwhile, in the gym, someone was working hard. He was lifting weights and not resting. It was hard for the guy, but he continued to work out. It was Jin-hoon, who was thinking about the main character all this time. He did not give him peace. All this time, Bile stood aside and watched his friend. Then he brought him a bottle of water. He looked into his eyes and asked why he was so tense. He took the bottle and thanked him, and said that his friend did well on the exam, but in response he received a question. Who is this Han-seong? The young man took the bottle and said that he would like to discuss his look there. His friend leaned on the machine and asked again about his look, remembered his unpleasant face and thought that he looked exhausted. Then he scratched his neck and said that he didn't even know. But Jin-hoon frowned and said that it was as if she saw her brother in him, not even her father. The question immediately came, what does she mean? But the guy was already drinking water and then squeezed the bottle. He smiled and added that he didn't understand all this, as if the young man was saying, try again if you can. The brunette said that he didn't think so. But the student continued to squeeze the bottle and said that this was definitely true. He expressed calmness. Then he lowered his head and added that the young man not only treated them that way, but also did not perceive his friend Gil Sung-hyun. The brunette immediately asked again, since when did this man become his friend, and he answered that any of his peers is his friend. He seemed to be a good guy, and immediately received the question, would anyone dare to get in his way? The brown-haired man turned around, clapped his hands and said that he would go to the gravity chamber for training again. The brunette was surprised and said that the boy had already been there at 4, but this did not bother him. The young man clenched his fist. Then he frowned and added that he needed to train, then he would be able to win. And he followed him with his eyes, added that it would be more correct to lose. Then he turned around and said that he was also going to practice his supernatural powers, and they agreed to meet later, after which they went their separate ways. As soon as the brunette was alone, he immediately took out his watch. He picked it up and asked what the boss wanted from him. He needed to check one person. He thought that either curiosity and caution were above all else. Therefore, he brought his hand closer and said that he only wanted to check the data and then he would figure it out himself. Then he took a step forward and thought whether he could make friends with this unknown guy or throw him away as an unnecessary thing. He also asked the boss for a favor, after which he looked around and thought that it would be good if he was not like that. He did not want to kill him himself. Later, the first lecture came. The main character entered the office. Everyone around began to whisper about him. People looked at him and discussed that it was generally impossible to resist him. Is it really the one who is in 500th place who attracts so much attention? Then the brunette walked on and mentally apologized to them. Then I remembered about the camera and thought that the recording was turned on the drone, which only players can see so he can hear all their whispers. After that, I opened the status screen and thought that thanks to him, he was now popular and also earned points. I need another 100 points and he will be able to buy a random chest with a weapon of an unknown level. Meanwhile, on the screen it was written that many characters paid attention to him. His popularity increased. They get 12 popularity points, and I thought maybe I should attract a little more attention. Then I shook my head and thought that not now, I need to do this when I have enough physical strength points. I need to be patient. After that, I sat down in my place and heard everyone discussing whether they saw how he jerked his head up when he passed by. Such a freak and behaves like that. They look down on everyone, and I thought how many strange things these people come up with. For some time, the guy sat at the table and thought about the fact that among them there is a hero who will subsequently make a noise on the mainland. He needs to make friends with him, and he cannot ignore him. At that moment, a woman entered the office. Then the students started whispering and discussing that they were seeing her in real life for the first time. I wonder if it would be possible to take a photo of her. Then the blonde went to her desk and greeted everyone. Then she smiled and said that her name was Lee Young-han. She would be teaching them the basics of magic, and it was nice to meet her. Her main power is fire magic, and she has not only outstanding features, but also appearance. She is a fairly well-known person, so the main character even clapped for her. Then he looked at the teacher and thought that there were also hidden fragments among the teachers. He would need to get to know her better, and the woman said that the lesson should begin after a short explanation. So the pair lasted for some time. One of the students was listening to the lecture and clearly did not feel very well. It was Jin-hoon, who grabbed his head and said that he did not understand anything at all. Lectures on magic are too difficult. His friend turned around and imagined a puzzle, said that he needed to think much more simply. It would be easier for him if he imagined that he was putting together a puzzle. And after that, the guy began to think with all his might. And the main character sat behind and thought that the brunette probably already knew all this. He was from a clan of magicians. His friend's specialty was physical data. It seemed a complete zero of magic. Then he raised his hand and thought that he suddenly became interested in how much he himself had grown. On the status screen there was a view of information. The ability indicators were above normal, ignoring the object of a clear mind. The level of viewing information and low, it is possible to view approximate data, with the exception of detailed information. After that, the guy thought about it, and he decided to look at the characteristics of Jin-hoon. It was written that the kidney is muscle strength 42, magical power 45, speed 33, mental strength 37, agility 38, intelligence 18, health 41, charm 25, feelings 44, luck 62, potential 385/98, unique skill, physical enhancement, special skill, clear mind, feature, mental retardation, bad luck and unshakable fighting spirit. It was amazing. The young man smiled and thought that even without undisclosed and unique skills, this person is strong enough. After all, the main characters differ in level. And then he looked at his watch, and also noticed a girl nearby, Charles. This is one of the episodic characters, whose existence was not mentioned until the second half of the game. Most users did not pay attention to her at all, although the girl studied very diligently. Until one day one player came up with the idea of shooting the content of the education of an episodic character, giving her treasure rank items, and all kinds of products, and even allowed her to play in a team. The girl began to help them, and unlike other epic characters, she began to develop very quickly. For some time, the young man looked at her and thought that he did not need such a rapid growth because he had the ability to view information in the enlightenment skill. Then he looked at the status window. It was written about viewing information and ability indicators, which are low. Possible views of approximate data with the exception of detailed information was available. The girl's points were as follows: muscle power 22, magic power 25, speed 18, mental power 17, agility 18, intelligence 18, health 21, charm 27, feelings 24, luck 32, potential 204 divided by 822, unique skill magic summoning, acceleration, special skill mistress of God's punishment, and feature the way of the king. The guy lowered his head and thought so and knew. He felt that there was something in her, especially this special skill, the master of God's punishment, very interesting. Then he pressed the screen and thought that she was a real hero. He immediately remembered episodes from the game, or rather monsters, and how the girl appeared right before their eyes. It was a bright light in the middle of the entire sky, and then the bright light turned into a beam that pierced everything around and created an explosion. And a moment later she appeared there, hovering in the air. The name of the skill speaks for itself. The girl was very determined, and thanks to her, the world became brighter and 1,000 demons and monsters turned to ashes. Although now if you look at her, she lacks the basics to achieve such a level herself, so she needs help. The main characters immediately decided for themselves that he would help her get closer to completing the game, and he himself would raise his survival percentage. Then he turned to the side and thought in order to get closer to her, he first needed to make friends. This was already much more difficult for him. But suddenly Autumn's theme, first you need to increase the charm indicators, isn't that right? Then there is nothing to sit around here, and at this moment the critical moment has already arrived. The teacher at that moment continued to give a lecture. Then she turned and said that they should continue after the break. All the guys began to rest, and the blonde got up and went somewhere outside the office. The young man immediately noticed her and began to follow. It turns out that she left the office in order to buy herself a drink. Then she picked up her watch and thought that she needed to pay for the smart with a watch. But something unpleasant happened, the battery died. Because of this, the girl started rummaging through her pockets and thinking what to do. I wonder if there was any change left in her pocket. But the same person right in front of her extended his hand and paid, telling her to choose a drink. It was the main character, who showed the machine and said that she had nothing to pay with for a similar one, so she could choose a drink for herself. The girl started looking around. Then she looked at him in surprise and asked what was going on, called him by name, and the boy immediately thought what kind of reaction this was. After which he pressed the button and asked if he really knew him. Of course he heard the answer. The girl came closer and said that among the first-year students there was no one who did not know him. And when he took the bottle, she asked if it was true. After which he again asked for her hand and told her to choose a drink until he changed his mind. But her classmate began to move back and said that she did not need anything, she might not drink. But she accidentally pressed one of the buttons. It was a shock for her, although she did not want to do it. Then she even got confused and started apologizing, said that she pressed by mistake and chose an expensive drink. The brunette handed it to her and asked if he misheard or if he was thanked. The blonde was clearly embarrassed and confused, then quietly thanked him. The young man smiled and said that they would be acquainted and it was time for him to go. And the girl lowered her head and was clearly confused. While the guy was walking along the corridor, he thought that it seemed that she was easy to catch by surprise. He thought that this was enough for the first time. After which he scratched the back of his head and thought that with his indicators now there was no special influence on the level of attractiveness anyway. He needed to adapt to her character and gradually become friends and then help with the development of abilities. Finally, the lecture continued and the teacher said that this was the main theory to master, the magic formula of transformation. But the main character was thinking about his own. He had nothing to catch in the basic lessons and was creating some kind of thread. Then he looked at his hand and thought that first he needed to create 2 magic threads on his fingertips. Then combine them into one and fold his hands. Then make 2 threads again and combine them into one. It looks like a loop. And then if you repeat this tens and hundreds of times, you will get a thread of compressed magic power, and it will be clearly denser. The guy looked at this and thought that because of the 2 low magic indicators and the level of control, it was not very good to connect them. But nevertheless, one after another, signs appeared in front of him saying that the magic power was increased by 1 point. If you connect several thousand or tens of thousands of such threads, you can create a magic circle or a magic field, and then get a hidden fragment of a passive skill, supernatural concentration magic or a high concentration magic field. So the young man continued to do this for some time. Then he frowned and thought that it would not be easy, but nevertheless, the magical powers continued to grow, and the magical superiority was increased. Perhaps he could cope in 2 weeks. Then the teacher noticed him. She turned to him, and the young man even got scared. The woman raised her head and said that she thought the guy was not listening to the lecture, and in response she heard that he was listening. Then she took a marker and said that he had to answer the question. She pointed to the board and said as he saw it, "This is the formula for creating light and fireballs, which are a manifestation of magic in the initial level." Then she looked at him and added if he heard her explanation, he will be able to derive the formula for transforming the manifested magical power. She explained about half of it. It's okay if he makes a little mistake, he can try to solve this problem. The guy was confused and thought about half of the explanation. It's just nonsense. An ordinary first-year student cannot solve such a problem unless he has studied magic before. So he stood up, got ready, and thought that the teacher probably wants to show everyone what will happen if you get distracted. He took the marker and thought should he play along with her, after which he went to the board and thought. In front of him was a formula using magic to summon a magic ball of light, then cancel the use of magic, and resummon the fireball, so he would lose a lot of magical powers, plus it would take a lot of time. He began to write and thought to reduce the influence of this factor, do not cancel the magic, it is better to immediately apply the transformation method. It is necessary to transform the properties and the method of manifestation of magic in the magic circle. The teacher watched him for some time and at first understood what was happening. His classmates also watched, and the guy thought that the magic that is lost during the transformation can be replenished with the help of a magic circle, and it is necessary to write all this in an easy to understand form, so the problem will be solved. Finally, he finished. He turned and said that he had everything. Then he looked at how the teacher was studying his answer and thought that he could pretend that he could not completely solve it, but this woman is associated with the discovery of BS rank fragments. I also thought that it would be better to use this chance to my advantage, and the blonde turned around and asked if this student specialized in magic. It seemed to her so. In the personal file it was written that he was a swordsman. The boy handed her the marker back and said that he really was a swordsman, but he knew a little about magic. In response he heard that it seemed to her that not a little, but not badly solved this problem. You can sit down. The students looked at this with surprise and in the background whispered about the fact that this boy took first place as a swordsman, and also knew magic, surprisingly. And Jin-hoon then looked at his comrade and said that many can solve such problems, isn't it so? But in response he heard that this is not so. While the main character was walking to the place, everyone was discussing that the others only knew theory. What speed? Maybe he has the rank of a professional magician. Everything except the face is perfect, and I thought why are they talking about the face again? On the screen he then saw information that the lecturer and other students had paid attention to him. His popularity had grown, he was getting 12 points for it, and he said that even if they spoke badly of fire, he had earned points. Meanwhile, the woman approached the stand and said that their lecture could be finished for today. After some time, the young man moved to the gym. He was lifting dumbbells and thinking that he needed to quickly increase his health and strength. Then he looked back and thought that magicians with low physical indicators were training in the general training hall. He probably wouldn't meet Jin-hoon here. Then he suddenly heard a strange conversation about someone who hated physical exercise and training. They could just use magic, why would they do that? Seong-hyun was walking there and telling his friend that she needed to be quieter. If she didn't want to train, she could just leave. The girl explained that she had just asked. The brunette watched them from the side and thought that it was Seong-hyun and Julia. By the way, she is also a magician. As far as I remember, the young man, their families are familiar with each other, and the girl is the daughter of the owner of a private military company producing ammunition. Suddenly, the girl noticed him and asked if this was the same guy who made the transformation formula. The brunette turned around and asked what was so special about it. Anyone can do it. But when the girl said that she didn't think it was possible to derive a formula of this level unless you prepare in advance, he frowned and replied that it was better to go and do sports, stop thinking about him, and then he heard from his friend that she was looking at him. She also smiled and said that she had an idea. She looked at him and asked if she could accept this guy to them. Even the brunette shuddered from this news. He was shocked and didn't understand what it meant to accept. Therefore, the brunette turned around and looked in that direction in surprise. The brown-haired man immediately attacked his friend with the words, "What kind of nonsense is this?" And the girl said that it was a joke. Then she raised 2 fingers and said that for the 500th it would be difficult. Besides, this boy is not a wizard. And the young man stood aside and realized that this was said just like that. He was offended by the fact. Then he turned around and thought that naturally he would have refused anyway. He looked at the brown-haired man and thought that joining a group of magic students, the leader of which is this man, is not in his plans. He imagined a black rose and thought that this is too stupid a name. Then he continued to lift dumbbells and thought that although it is necessary to take into account that they are only 17 years old, meanwhile his muscle strength continued to grow, and health too. At some point, the guy was very exhausted and thought how quickly he got tired. This is because his indicators were too low. Then he looked at the potion and thought that the effect of the rapid growth potion is in effect. After which he closed his eyes and decided that he had not thought before that he would use doping. For some time he studied and thought that along with the main tasks in the academy there will also be additional quests. Will he be able to survive with such indicators? After all, it is very difficult for him now, naturally he will not be able to. He continued to try and thought that this is exactly why he needs to train, and training cannot be neglected. In the evening, the guy came to the casino again. He walked among the crowd and looked around. He looked at different people, but was looking for a specific one. This continued for some time. The brunette looked around and thought that his goal was the owner of the barbarian bracelets. Finally, he found him. The man was sitting at the poker table. The young man came closer and looked at this man. Then he sat down next to him and thought that there was just a free seat. He could sit down unnoticed. After which he frowned and thought that, to be honest, it was a little awkward in front of him. But he also looked at his luck and thought that not only had his luck broken out, but there was also a flying throne that was visible only to users. Meanwhile, his camera was flying right above this man. The guy smiled and thought that this was a rather unusual system. Then he put all the chips and decided that this meant that it was impossible to lose in this game. But then someone appeared nearby. A brunette sat down there and asked what was going on. The main character was clearly confused and said hello, wondering what she was doing here. Sion was sitting next to him and looking at him with a smile, asked if he understood correctly that this was her classmate. The girl was ranked 8th. She was a little embarrassed and said that she did not expect to see a breakthrough newcomer here. Otherwise he thought that this girl was the second daughter of a clan engaged in contract killings. At that moment, he sweated 7 times and thought that for them, killing a person is like choosing a flavor of candy. If he gets involved with her, he risks his personal behavior. But the girl picked up a chip and said that as she saw, this guy plays well. He exhaled and thought that he had to be serious, he couldn't fuss. So he handed over the chip and said that his girlfriend was talking too much, she would see everything for herself now. She was clearly surprised. And then it embarrassed her a little and made her laugh. And a second later the girl couldn't hold back her laughter at all and laughed loudly, although she said that it was true. She added that since he came here, he had to play, and the guy was clearly tense. After which he exhaled and thought that this was a big relief, as he expected. So far everything was going smoothly. Then he took up the chip again and decided that he just had to be more careful with it, not be rude and not show his underwear, let her think that he had a plan. He also grabbed his forehead and thought that it would be strange if the killer started digging into such trifles. And the girl at that moment threw up her hands and said that it was time to start the game. The dealer came up to them and said that the game was really starting. The brunette then collected his thoughts and thought that he had a plan. He looked at the card and decided that he needed to earn money on others and lose it to that same man. Then he looked at him and thought that this man was very gambling, literally to the marrow of his bones. He would not be able to get up and leave, but there was one but. He was confused by the fact that his classmate next to him had very few chips. So the guy turned around and asked her directly why she had so few. And the brunette turned and looked at him with surprised eyes. Because of this, the main character got scared again and thought that he had done something wrong. And the girl then raised her fist and replied that she was unlucky today, she lost to that bald man. But she would still look, she would definitely take revenge on him. And the young man thought that there was no need to doubt it. And then he froze for a while. He looked at his friend and at this man and thought that not all killers are good players. Then he smiled and thought maybe he should help her a little. He had an idea that who knows, maybe the girl would become his ally, but then he noticed something else. After that, the guy literally jumped up from his seat and didn't even answer the question of what was going on. A classmate nearby started smiling and asked if he had lost, if his expression was too frank, but the brunette was scared. He looked into the distance and thought that the problem was not in the game at all. He needed to find out more. His hands were shaking with fear because that same person appeared. A man in a cloak was standing in the distance, and he had long gray hair and a cane. This is the one who belongs to the group of villains, the Night Banquet. Or rather, it is Vento. Incredible black energy emanated from him, and immediately information appeared that a side quest had appeared to stay alive on their holidays. The Night Banquet chose a casino and their holiday would take place today. You need to leave here so as not to become a victim. In case of successful completion, the gift will be unknown, and in case of failure, death. The young man looked around and thought if he doesn't complete the quest, he might actually die. Then he looked ahead and decided that he had to get out of here by any means necessary. He couldn't see anything, it was too dark. But then a thought came to him. After all, there was a drone for filming. Thanks to this camera, the guy started seeing again, which meant that the game's restrictions didn't apply to him. But when he saw his classmate, he thought that even she couldn't see anything. At that moment, the bandits had already started killing people. Because of this, the guy tensed up and thought that these freaks from the Night Banquet were keeping everyone silent. That was exactly what this game was like with these bastards who were committing possible atrocities. Then he grabbed the girl by the hand. She was surprised and asked Hanseong if this was it. He replied that it was. Then he led her along and told her to follow. The girl made her way among the people and asked what was going on. She couldn't see anything. and the guy looked around and mentally apologized to her, but he couldn't wait. Enemies were approaching from all sides, and the most important thing was the man who stood to the side and watched. There were also 3 of his assistants who stood above. So the boy continued to run away and thought that there were 12 more newbies who were undergoing testing, even though they were newbies. But in order to get out of here alive, they would need to find the weapon that they had handed in at the entrance. Immediately, one of the bandits who had killed a man appeared in front of him. He turned around and noticed the guys. His eyes looked pretty wild, and then an unnatural smile appeared on his face. The young man tensed up and thought that now they would not be let go so easily. Therefore, he turned to the girl and told her to hide here until she began to see in the dark. She seemed to agree and said that she would join as soon as she could see. After which the main character grouped himself and thought that the girl was not confused and was holding up well. Unlike ordinary people, maybe this is a trait of the clan of killers. But now the most important question was how to defeat the opponent. The brunette immediately realized that this man was using magic, and then they began to attack him with different elements. The guy dodged and thought that his opponent had good skills, quite strong for a beginner, and he even looked quite dangerous. Nevertheless, the guy stepped back and thought that he clearly saw the magic that they were using. This man thought that his opponent was weak. When he distracted him, he would have to act. He stretched out his hand and decided that he needed to use the magic tail superiority, and immediately launched a return energy projectile. When the seals of this newbie floated, at first he did not understand everything right away, and then he noticed his opponent and was surprised. After all, the ordinary young man who stood opposite was quite strong, and he also thought that although he did not see magic, he immediately understood that he was trying to interfere with him. Because of this, the bandit activated another energy. Here the student was confused and thought why he needed physical strengthening magic. Was he really going to fight hand to hand if magic did not help? And indeed, the man went at him with his fists. It was necessary to make a different decision. In this case, the brunette clenched his fist and gathered all his strength there, and then he delivered another blow, which successfully threw his opponent back. His seals even broke, and his body fell to the ground. The brunette exhaled. It was not easy for him. Then he grabbed his chest and thought that it seemed he used too much magical power and reached the limit. At that moment, a classmate came up to him and led him further. She looked him in the eyes and said that she could see everything now and asked if it was okay or not. And the guy turned away and said that they needed weapons. The girl immediately handed him a strange bracelet. Then she smiled and said that he would probably need this too. When the young man took it, he realized that it was the same barbarian bracelet and asked where she got it from. And the girl grinned and said that during poker she saw how he was always looking only at him, and immediately realized that she was hunting for him. Then she waved her hand and added that she stole it to use it herself. This is for saving her life. And the young man thought that it would be better if she played poker with such intelligence. Then he put on the bracelet and thanked her, thinking that now he needed to find a sword, and he would be able to use the whole set. He began to rummage through the drawers and asked if the brunette had handed over the weapon, but she replied that she had simply hidden it. To be honest, this news made the main character a little tense and he thought that he should have put his weapon in his inventory. He finally found his sword and now he had to act. At that moment, the other bandits noticed that their comrade had died. Then they raised their heads and saw these two. The girl immediately told her comrade that they had been noticed, and the brunette then jumped out of the counter and said that he had already found his weapon. After which the classmate grouped herself together and said that she would take on one. The main character asked with distrust if he could handle it, but in response she heard that it was not for him to say that. After all, the girl was in 8th place and he was in 500th, and then he felt a little awkward. Then the young man grabbed the sword and shouted that their rivals were approaching. Suddenly, the girl began to turn into some kind of liquid substance. Then, like a river, she flowed forward, and she headed straight towards her opponent. And as soon as she took her form again, she attacked him from the side. She managed to stick the dagger right into his shoulder. The man did not have time to do anything and began to back away. The main character then watched this from the side and thought that the girl had already gotten used to the darkness, so such a place, on the contrary, was beneficial for her. While there was an opportunity, it was necessary to use the barbarian's item. And so he decided to cut his hand so that the blood would get on the bracelet. Health was already less than 10%, which was quite satisfactory. And when the blood began to flow down, he thought that now the user's blood was needed. Suddenly something began to happen. All this blood began to be actively sucked directly into the bracelet, and then it turned into magical energy. Immediately the information appeared in front that the barbarian was activated. The ancient barbarians used ordinary physical force in battle, but their history changed when the noble king began to use the sword. This sword belonged to the barbarian warriors who were raised by their leader. Thanks to it, the increase in muscle strength goes up to 3, plus 10, health increase plus 5. With health indicators less than 10%, attack power increases by 30%. And when activated, if health indicators are less than 10%, attack power and health increase by 35%, activation time is 3 minutes. There was also information where it was written that the effect of activating the barbarian sword is an increase in attack power and health by 35% for 3 minutes, and the effect of activating the bracelet is an increase in physical strength and health by 15% for 3 minutes. The effect of activating items is an increase in physical abilities by 2% for 1 minute. The young man grouped himself and thought that only 3 minutes of use and 48 hours of waiting, but this effect is quite good. Then he ran forward. His opponent didn't have time to do anything as the student appeared right in front of him, and immediately he struck the first blow. The man jumped back and saw that he almost got a cut on his stomach, and then he grimaced sharply. He managed to repel the boy's attack, but he abruptly made a few more movements. It was difficult for him, as if he connected with the sword. Then the young man tensed up and thought that he had struck him once, but he didn't feel anything, and the bandit began to attack him again with his sword. Therefore, the main character grabbed the sword more strongly and thought that now their strength was about equal, but as in 3 minutes. When the effects of the enhancement end, the difference between their indicators will be too great, and he will be able to lay him down with one blow. Nevertheless, he continued to defend himself and tried to fight back. Then he picked up the sword and thought that he didn't want to use it, but apparently he would have to. And when he pulled it out, he shouted that the system store should open. Random boxes started working there. The young man ordered the system to buy a light ball, and the purchase was completed, spent 50 points and bought a light ball. Then his rival ran up to him and asked what he was muttering about, and the brunette at that moment turned to his classmate. He raised his hand and shouted at her to close her eyes tightly. A bright light immediately appeared above his head. It was a light ball, a rare consumable, a disposable ball in which a very bright light is concentrated, temporarily dissipates the subject, temporarily blinds the one who looks at it, which is actually what happened to the bandit. The guy was still holding this ball above his head and thought that with it he would definitely be able to suppress the darkness around him. Then he looked at the screen and thought that there was some problem. At that moment, the main villain was looking at him, and he became interested in him. Viewing information and viewing thoughts was activated. He became interested in his magical powers, the power of light and sword technique. The man literally stared at him while he thought that, as expected, he managed to attract his attention. Immediately there was information that the main character became the target of the main villain. The popularity level increases by 60 points. Of course, in an instant he managed to defeat the opponent, but that was not all. The boy continued to look away and did not understand how this target dealt with one opponent, but it only got worse. Then he looked forward and thought that the man had disappeared. Only a second later this man was right in front of him. The villain looked into his eyes and was silent. When the young man grouped himself, he thought that the bracelet had just ended. Things were bad. His hands began to tremble, and his thoughts were that it was too dangerous, and the brunette behind the villain was going to attack. The young man looked at her and thought that she was a fool. This cannot be done. Then he tensed up and thought that if he screamed to interfere, the man would notice her and kill her. Then he looked at her and thought that she would definitely not be able to suddenly attack him. What should he do? And then the guy finally noticed the sword near his neck. A long, sharp blade fit tightly against his shirt. The guy didn't even understand where the sword came from and how quickly it happened. And a second later he realized that it was his cane and didn't even notice how this man pulled it out and pointed it at his throat. He was scared. His thoughts were about calming down and thinking about the next step. Suddenly the man grinned. For the guy, this was completely incomprehensible, and the man began to laugh even harder, after which he put his cane away and said that it was funny. In such a situation the brunette didn't even blink an eye. Then he added that he was sorry, but that was enough for today, and surprised the main character even more. He bowed before him and said that he hoped that next time he would be even stronger, and a second later he simply disappeared. The room was silent. The boy did not understand what was happening at all. At that moment, people ran in and started shouting that they first had to take care of the safety of the visitors, and then look for the criminals, and finally the security came running. The young man exhaled and sat on the floor from helplessness. He was scared. Just a couple of minutes ago it seemed to him that he was going to die. An additional quest appeared on the screen, to stay alive at the party, and it was written that this quest was completed, received 93 popularity points, and the total number of popularity points is 261. There was also information that as a result of using a large amount of magic, his mental strength reached the limit. Points can disappear forever. Magical power increases by 3 points. He has a physical overload. Incredible luck was also activated, and muscle strength increases by 1 point. Health increases by 2 points. That same night, the girl returned home. She sat by the window and thought, Then she raised her head and thought, why can't she stop thinking about yesterday? The events in the casino were spinning in her head and thoughts about how she constantly encounters this. But now she was haunted by the thought that there is one difference, and this difference is Hanseong, a strange candidate who took first place in the practical exam. The girl continued to sit on the couch and thought that this is just such a person, nothing more, and what is so special about him? After which she looked out the window and thought that maybe this man helped her, the one who drove away the night banquet, but he didn't even flinch when the main villain attacked. She imagined this guy again and remembered how he told her to hide here until she could see in the dark. These thoughts began to confuse her. The girl closed her eyes and thought why he wouldn't leave her head. Then she jumped up and screamed that it really pissed her off. And then she grabbed her knife. The student began to walk around the room and think about how she might want to kill him, because she felt pleasure from killing. Then she turned around, and with all her might he threw his dagger. It flew into the pillow that was lying on the bed. And then the girl began to laugh, said that she had to kill him, then everything would end. Then she looked at her hand and thought how to do it. After which she looked at the pillow again and thought if she reasoned like this, that this guy was first in the exam, despite the 500th place and what happened yesterday, she might get hurt herself. She was embarrassed by these thoughts, that if it was about murder, then she was not injured. Therefore, she proudly raised her head and said that everything was correct. Some kind of wild look appeared in her eyes, and her thoughts were about the fact that from today her goal was this man. The girl clenched her fist and said that she was the first, she must not let him go, I will destroy him. And so the morning came. The young man left the dormitory and thought that he did not receive a big reward, but it took only a day to fully recover. Then he looked at the screen and thought that this was still a great achievement. And he also added that now he had barbarian equipment, and also increased his points. It was written on the screen in his characteristics. Everything was increased, the total score rose by 30 points, and his magical superiority became even greater. Here the guy thought that he also received popularity points, maybe by a random low-level chest. And without thinking twice, he did it. After which he sat down on a bench and decided to open it. He thought that he would like to get a rare rank skill again. Information immediately appeared that strange luck was activated, incomprehensible luck was activated, and incredible luck was activated. And then information appeared on the screen that the main character receives a reward for the soul of Helen, an assistant with artificial intelligence. At first, the young man was surprised. Then he looked at the screen again and asked what kind of class is this, a soul. After which he opened the characteristics and thought where did this come from? An item of the highest rank without a category just appeared. He did not understand how this happened. Then he imagined a soul, an assistant with artificial intelligence, and also a soul class. This soul, for some reason, cannot leave the world. And it is enclosed in a relic, and it in turn was processed using human technology. It looks like some kind of sphere. Thus, a high-level artificial intelligence was obtained, which have different classifications and characteristics, and has not yet entered any category. Therefore, the guy thought that he was of course lucky, but can this object appear so easily? It is quite strange. Then he began to reason that it has a function of growth together with the owner. If you properly take care of it, it will become a good assistant. And when I looked at the screen again, I thought what it was written there that the masters who were common in ancient times, when the continents fought with each other, she was someone, and also someone, and for a long time wandered around the continents, and then ended up in another world. It is quite possible that she is looking for someone, growth 1%, average level. The brunette looked at all this and did not understand why there were gaps in the description. Maybe some kind of bug. You need to look at the information. And the information viewing mode was activated. The sphere began even brighter. Information appeared that the object turns out to be resistance. The skill level is not high enough, and therefore viewing is not available. The guy was surprised and wondered why it wasn't working. And then he saw an even brighter light and asked what kind of object it was. He also added that he was sorry, but he couldn't get the full information. He had to use at least the basic functions, and decided to activate it and set up the main body. Suddenly it dawned on him that he could install it in the drone's camera, then it wouldn't break under any circumstances, and besides, it was the safest place now. And the same sphere flew up. And then literally a moment later it penetrated right into the camera. Then it flew up to him and said hello, and the guy raised his head and said that it was great, everything was working. He looked at it and asked what functions he could use now, and the camera flew closer and explained that now he could use schedule management, finances, repeat, execution, and so on. She also added that he could use the personal secretary function and also low efficiency protection, a shield, and that's what caught his attention. The main character thought again that as the soul grows, it will be able to unlock life for important skills. Maybe the shield is one of the skills. This cheat is created with the help of magic. And Drin then answered that this is a supernatural ability, and then everything became clear to him. This is not bad, since magical power is not required. Finally, the guy got up and said that then it is necessary to check his schedule and make a plan. Drin agreed. And the young man went on and thought that thanks to this, free time appeared, but he is still busy with things. It is time to go to the next point. The next point was the training ground. At that time, someone was already training there. It was a young man who was training with a sword. He tried hard. It is obvious that the training was not the easiest. And then he exhaled and finally finished. After which he turned around and saw someone. The main character was standing next to him, who clapped and praised him. Sergi turned and called him by name, asked how he knew him. And the brunette smiled sweetly and thought that he was a little mistaken, because now the guys are not as close as in the last game. Maybe he overdid it and said that they do not know each other, just a very famous person, and it is impossible not to know someone who inherited the talent of a sword master. Sergi was a little embarrassed and said that his level is not that high yet. And the young man was a little confused and thought that it was still good that in this game all the languages of the world are translated automatically, because he does not know a foreign language. Suddenly his classmate turned around and said that the brunette is also a fairly famous person in the academy, and he raised his hand and said that just a little, he likes his skill more. This time Sergi was completely embarrassed, and the main character thought that he is proud of his skill and loves praise. Therefore, the guy turned around and asked if he also specializes in swords. In response, he heard that this is true. Then the main character took out a wooden sword and said that he still has a lot to learn. Then he smiled and added that he would like to learn some technique from him. He asked again in surprise, and then he smiled and said that he was glad to meet them. He just wanted to get acquainted with the one who took first place in the exam. The brunette smiled at him and thought that now he had fallen for his hook and it was possible to naturally arouse his interest. Then he grouped himself and said that it was time for them to start. He thought that the method of quickly making friends with Sergi had worked, and now the guys were already preparing for sparring. When the opponent started to attack, the young man was still going over these methods in his head. He swung and tried to hit him, but the brunette put his sword under him in time and parried his blow. And then, in one movement, he lowered his hands down from his opponent. It was clear that Sergi was confused by this, and the guy stood opposite and thought that the first thing he needed to do was to surpass him in swordsmanship, which he did now. Then he looked at the swords and thought that he had blocked the first blow just perfectly, and now his position was completely disrupted, which would certainly hinder him. Then he took a step back and thought that he was inferior to him in physical indicators, but based on past games he could analyze his fully formed technique. And when he looked at his opponent, he thought that he saw all his weaknesses and habits. He smiled and decided that he should not be stubborn and become his ally. At some point, Sergi ran out of steam and ended the fight. He approached his classmate and asked what was wrong. He looked at his shaking hands and thought that he was ahead of him in physical indicators, and if he managed to attack normally, at least once, the blow would be difficult. But he did not understand why he never succeeded. And they broke his sword, although he admitted that the mastery of the sword of this man was simply amazing. The guy had a clear feeling that at that moment he was fighting with a wall, and he had never met such a level of swordsmanship. He raised his head and decided that this man was too much superior to him. This simply could not be, and he even got a little angry about it. And then he clenched his fist and decided that he did not understand how he did it. But suddenly he received a question from a friend, probably asking how he managed to overtake him. And Sergi looked at the brunette in surprise. He came closer and said that it was just experience. And he also added that in perfect mastery of the sword only experience is important, and greatly surprised his classmate. Then the brunette smiled sarcastically and thought that these were Sergi's words that he said in the last game. Of course, he ran up to him and asked again about the difference in experience, and in response he heard that if the guys were the same age, it didn't mean that they had the same experience, and he immediately heard that he also had a lot of experience. But the main character continued to stand his ground and said that only a team battle or a one-on-one duel, what would he choose? It's true that thanks to past games, the young man began to understand the peculiarities of the laws of this game perfectly. He also had experience fighting even with Sergei and knows his sword technique, so now he has stumped him. Although in 2 years he won't be able to keep up with his skill level, but now, even if he doesn't understand it, he needs this experience, and the guy then asked in surprise just. And the brunette came closer and said that it was so. He frowned, imagined the battlefield, and said that he had spent a lot of time there. Of course, Sergei was very surprised by these words. Then he ran closer and asked what was meant, and in response he heard that they could sometimes put up with him by force. And then he just left. Sergi was left alone with his thoughts in the broken sword. Something else had happened shortly before. A brunette appeared near the training base. She was spying on the main character through the door. She was wondering what the guy was doing there. Then she looked out and thought, did he really come to train with a sword? And while she was standing there, she was thinking that she didn't understand why she was interested in all this at all. But nevertheless, she looked at the young man and thought that tall and handsome ones were much better, and this one, and even had such an appearance. Then she exhaled and thought, if only there was a murder enthusiast, we could kill together on a dare. But then she frowned and thought that we could kill together, it would be cool. When the girl caught herself thinking these thoughts, she grabbed her head and began to ask, what was she thinking about? She was ashamed of these thoughts because she came to keep an eye on him and not to look for her ideal here. But suddenly Bile appeared nearby, asking the girl to be a little quieter. She looked at him in surprise, and he immediately replied that if she came to check, then she should watch silently. The girl raised her hand and asked if he was also here because of their classmate, and in response she heard that he really couldn't behave a little quieter. The brunette waved her hand and said that her friend was just boring. Meanwhile, the guys continued to fight. She looked out from behind the corner and just watched silently. She also watched Sergi and thought that even from afar it was clear that he was at a loss. His scores were higher, but he was now losing to the brunette. Yes, my classmate was standing nearby and saying that this was simply amazing. Then the girl threw up her hands and asked really, and this young man turned out to be stronger than she thought. But the classmate simply remained silent in response and thought that even I could not imagine such a thing. I watched their battle and analyzed. After all, Sergi was really losing now, and at some point his sword broke. Then Bile looked out and began to look at the main character. He literally saw his energy and thought that at the last moment he added speed and became unusually strong in those techniques that require magical powers. Then he looked at the broken sword and thought in order to make up for the missing physical data, he decided to break Sergi's sword. He frowned and thought that this man was much more dangerous than he seemed. The guys were still standing behind the door and discussing that they had too big a difference in abilities. His sword technique was impressive despite the indicators. And then the brunette thought that the girl was talking to herself again. Then he turned and asked if she knew the young man well. She answered that no, they just bumped into each other once. And the guy looked at her and thought that he had exchanged words with her several times when he was in a special school for heroes. And his memories of her are not very good. He knows well that she has a difficult character, and if she doesn't like something, she immediately starts fighting. Maybe she came to her senses at least at the academy. So he turned around and asked if the girl always spoke like that. She asked again in surprise. The young man was a little embarrassed and thought that maybe she didn't. Then he suddenly heard the guys on the playground discussing that it was just a team battle or a one-on-one duel. Sergei just asked again, and the main character answered that it was so. And then the wizard folded his arms and thought that even with the help of the investigation, he couldn't dig up anything about his past. Who is this person who gives Sergei advice? And then he heard the main character say that he spent a very long time on the battlefield. And after that he thought about it. The brunette asked again in surprise, said that people don't fight anymore. And then the young man seemed to understand something, said that it was all true. Now people fight monsters. Then he imagined the battlefield and thought that there could have been a battle in the Black Land in Africa which was attacked by monsters. And then he said that this was a child of the Black Land. The girl asked again in surprise, and the brunette just turned around and left from there. His classmate got a little angry and asked what was going on. He said what he wanted and now he's leaving. Then she thought, let him go, an orphan of war, of the Black Land, is that really true? She didn't understand what was going on, and she knew one thing, the Black Land, where the most terrible and brutal wars with monsters take place, that's what kind of place it is. She stood there for some time and thought that even her parents, who trained her for murder, did not allow her to go there. Then she raised her head and thought that it turns out that he lived in such a dangerous place for a long time. She was a little embarrassed and thought that it looked pretty cool. Maybe she could say that this person is completely useless. And then it dawned on her that she caught herself thinking about these thoughts again. Then she sat down on her knees and thought about what she was thinking about again. Some time passed. The main character had already returned to the hostel and was standing by the window. The front one was the status window, and it said that one of the main characters had paid attention to him, was wary of him, and was showing interest in him. His popularity had increased to 140 points. It was unclear what that was. The young man continued drinking his tea and thought that it was more than he had previously assumed. Had Sergi really become so interested in him? But the same drone flew up to him and said that the video editing was complete and a new drone had been delivered. Then the young man put the cup on the table and thought that from the moment he first realized that he was stuck in the game and was throwing dice, he had continued to shoot videos until that moment. So he sat down on the couch and decided that there was no internet connection in this world. When he saw what was written on the screen, he said that he knew it. It was just the statistics in front and views. His video was watched by 0 people, although he hoped that someone would watch it. But in the real world there are still no updates, and he can't post anything. Then the young man decided to turn to the camera and said to synchronize with the camera on the new drone, and she agreed. Then it began to glow brightly, and the guy thought that this game also had a video platform. If he started posting videos there, he would be able to gain popularity points faster. Finally, he exhaled and thought that even in the game he was confident in his videos. And after some time, all the students went to training. They came out of the portal and found themselves in some kind of forest. It was the outskirts of the province, a habitat of monsters. The brunette looked around and thought that today was practically a lesson. On the screen it was written that today was a training day, but to show their abilities, and they were waiting for a fight with a monster. The main character read all this and thought that it was practically a lesson with 2 teachers. Here he would be able to reveal his skills. Then he scratched the back of his head and decided that he had such a rapid growth, it was quite possible that some kind of emergency quest would appear. Something was wrong with his head. But for now everything was quiet. One of the students had already found his first monster and was fighting him. Of course, it was Jin-hoon, who was fighting the monster in hand-to-hand combat. There was another student nearby, Seong-hyeon, who was also actively fighting. He created seals and began to attack the first monster, so these 2 eliminated the first opponents. Then they turned and looked at the main character with contempt. He was a little confused and asked what was wrong with them, why both of them were staring at him, and Drin added that they had wary looks. The brunette was also looking at him, and the blonde was rather smiling. Everything was clear here. Suddenly there was a noise. The guys looked up and were surprised. After all, some huge monsters began to appear in the distance. The guy ran there and thought that he knew it. This game could not end so easily, and thought that he should come to him. A moment later, a huge head appeared there. And this head was not one, there were many of them at once, and too many for one guy. And all these monsters had experience with rank. The other students tensed up and asked if it was really ogres. How many of them were there? Suddenly the teacher announced to the candidates to run to the gate faster. They obeyed. But only the portal disappeared. Immediately came to the question of why they were standing, but the gate stopped working. And then the main character looked at the screen and saw something with his caviar. It was written there that he had an additional quest activated. 10 counts suddenly appeared. The teachers can cope with 7. And he and the main characters need to destroy 3. The conditions are to stop the count until the rescue team arrives. There is only 10 minutes. In case of success, 1 random chest with medium level greenery. In case of failure, the death of one of the main characters. Then he said that one of the candidates hid and was plotting something. The representatives are trying to help the candidates get out of the forest. Even if the hunter fights 10 games, he will either get seriously injured or die, which is what awaited these students. But one of them took off his clothes and shouted that he would help the teachers. Jin-hoon is not one of those who will silently watch this. A friend came up to him and said that if it becomes too dangerous, they should leave immediately. Bile immediately joined without further ado, and Seong-hyeon, who is always competing, followed his example. Thus, the 3 characters united into a team, and the main character approached them. He looked at the guys and thought that he simply could not allow them to lose someone and said that he would help. A classmate turned around and said that this was good. They would definitely cope with him now. After which a brunette came up and said that these candidates were out of their minds. Then she pointed her finger at the brunette and said that they were killers by nature, so they did not cope well with large monsters, and one should not expect much from her. The thought immediately appeared why this girl joined them. But nevertheless, the young man exhaled and thought that this was not bad, that they were replenishing their forces. Then he activated all his drones and began broadcasting. The girl raised her head and asked in surprise what it was. Were they really drones? And in response she heard that he had opened his channel and wanted to film. Bile turned around and asked if a guy in such a situation was really going to film a video. But Jae-hoon wasn't listening to anyone anymore. He jumped up and shouted that he would go first. The guys ran after him and said that this guy was very fast. And the brunette kept catching up with the main character and said that it turns out that she was also being filmed, and in response she heard that you can make a mistake on your face. The ogres themselves also began to approach, but they were the only ones who expected such a quick attack, because one of the guys immediately hit the monster in the face. He began to spit blood, but still stood in place. The wizard joined him and extended his hand. The ogre turned around and began to shake, and then he fell to his knees. His legs literally sank into the ground. And immediately a brunette appeared nearby who was able to cut his legs. Because of this, the ogre finally fell. All the mages began to work together and blocked his powers. For example, one created a seal from which ice projectiles appeared. Nevertheless, the monster gathered his strength and began to rise. And when he did this, he immediately received an ice cube on the head. Then blood flowed from his mouth, and the ogre finally fell. It seemed that the battle was over, but still, there was still some strength left in him. Jin-hoon came closer and asked if he was really still moving after such an attack. And a second later, a fiery projectile flew there. This projectile pierced the opponent's neck. Here the monster gave his last breath, and then he fell to the ground. Everyone turned and saw that the fiery projectile was launched by the main character. The guys looked at him with contempt. They also looked at his seal, while he said that in general his limit was 2 throws. but increased the penetrating power with 4 throws and finished him off. Then the brunette grabbed his head and thought that his magical powers were not enough after all. But when he saw how his classmates were looking at him, he was a little confused and thought that they understood why the guys were so surprised, but they shouldn't look at him like that. The young man regrouped and told them that other threats were approaching, they needed to leave. And he saw how the guys were running away from there, he thought that they were strong characters. Then he closed his eyes and decided that there was no one yet who would be ready to deliver the finishing blow, and his magic was limited. However, the store was open in front of him and the number of points was 201. Therefore, the young man looked there and thought that he needed to find something that could replenish the missing indicators of health and magical powers. A purchase was made, a cube with abilities. A moment later, the young man held it in his hands and thought that if only he could come up with a skill that he could use right now. Then he looked at the camera and asked the assistant if she was filming, asked to film closer. He picked up the cube and said that this was a discovery. Suddenly a bright light appeared. This was the discovery of the first ability of the main character. Meanwhile, the guild's task force, the Sword of Dawn, one of the 10 Korean guilds with strong players, was watching them. Suddenly, the man called the leader and said that a call for help had been received from the academy. The leader was Hang Sang-jun, who came up and said that ogres had appeared along with the troll's habitat. That was strange, and that a rescue team and a couple of guys with a rank should be sent there. Then his subordinate told him that the players with a rank that could be sent right now were in the province and in Seoul, and replied that they needed to contact Busan and let him use the warp gate. Then the guy replied that he had made a request, and the man stood nearby and thought that it would take at least 7 minutes. Then he took a step forward and thought that 2 teachers in a rank and 10 count, if the candidates did not help them, everything could end in tragedy. He looked at the screen and said that they did not know how many students with experience could help in this situation. But then he saw something and was surprised. There were 4 candidates. Suddenly someone came up to the row and said that there were 5 people who were born with them. The man turned and asked what the woman was doing there because it was her day off, and she said that nothing special, she was just looking through the list of locations. She turned and added that these were the locations from which requests for help came, and the fact is that her younger sister was there. It was Ayo, the captain of the special squad of the Sword of Dawn Guild. The girl was also the eldest daughter of the clan and was clearly scared. The leader looked at the screen in surprise and asked again about the younger sister, and then he saw her on the screen and asked if it was really her. The sister was standing nearby and asked why the girl was chasing the ogre. She likes to duel with people. And the manager grinned and said that during training she said that they shouldn't feel sorry for her, and now they should worry, and in response he heard that there were training sessions then. That's why she said that. The thing is that Sion is not one to get involved in tough battles, and certainly not to fight for good reasons. And her older sister understood this very well. So the woman grabbed her head and said that she wanted to know why the girl was going there, because it was so unlike her and where she was going. The fool. The manager was a little confused and said that he understood her concerns, but the employees hear everything, you have to choose your words. The girl raised her hand and told him not to meddle in something that was none of his business, and in response she heard that she was very impudent. Then the girl looked at another student and asked who this person was. Students beat an ogre with their bare hands. His thing is physical strength. It's funny. After that, the guys switched to Bile and said that he was pretty good at telekinesis. Then they looked at Seong Hyun and noted that this candidate was similar, could do double throws, his magical technique was limited, but he had enough magical power and was quite cool. At some point, the leader raised his hand and asked who he was. The screen showed how they pierced the monster. This was a newbie and a quadruple throw. It was necessary to find his data. The girl immediately opened them and said that this was Han Seong, first place in the practical lesson and 1201 points. The man was surprised and said that this person was also filming this. He was definitely not bad. Then he came closer and added that he thought the guys would be able to hold out until the rescue team arrived. After which he saw how the young man took out a cube and asked what it was. Is this candidate going to use the cube ability? And the girl raised her hand and answered that the disclosure of superpowers, talents and abilities, as well as physical data, all this must match. Then she was surprised and said that only then will he be able to do something. But she didn't even have time to finish because they were both shocked by what they saw. The leader smiled and said that his specialty was not a wizard, but a swordsman. What did he just see? The woman next to him was also confused and said that the revealed ability was a sword technique. This simply couldn't be. Then she began to smile and say that they needed to contact the recruiting team. This one must definitely be taken. In response, she heard that she would try to talk. The man tensed up a little and said that he didn't understand how he would come to them with such abilities, even though he was in the top 10, but they were only in 7th place. And the girl scratched her head and replied that this is exactly why they needed to pick him up right now. The place is not an indicator. Nevertheless, right before their eyes, the main character showed incredible results and the girl added that she didn't understand where such a person came from. Meanwhile, it was hot on the battlefield. The young man looked at the status window and thought that the luck indicators were 99. That's good. Then he grabbed the sword and said that it meant he would have an ability that he would be able to use right away. Then he pulled out the sword and added that it was worth a try. There were 2 more ogres in front of them. One of them turned around and suddenly saw something, and then he received an incredibly strong wound from the young man. He grabbed his chest and realized that there was a pretty deep cut there, and the guy looked at him and thought that this was just great. This was not enough yet, but if he reacted immediately, he would achieve the strength and speed to deliver the desired blow. Of course, he could not compare with Jin Hoon, but it turned out to be just the right skill, because on the screen he saw that this was an enhancement of physical abilities. The description enhances the user's physical abilities. The skill is proportional to the point of physical, magical, and mental strength. The more the player uses his physical strength, the faster the skill grows. And the young man was clearly very pleased with this. He thought that now he could defeat the monster alone. Finally, he fell down without strength. The guys came up to him and looked at the monster. Immediately there was information that the emergency quest was successfully completed, and the training quest was also completed. The reward was 2 random chests with a mid-level potion, 10 popularity points, strange luck was activated, an additional 100 popularity points, and the user's popularity rose sharply, receiving 340 popularity points. And also information that a new achievement was received, magical power indicators, and increased due to the increased use of magical powers. Physical strength indicators increased due to the increased use of physical forces. Skill mastery increased sharply, and this applies to magical superiority and physical effort. After which the guy put away the sword and thought that today no one was lost and successfully coped. It was dangerous, but the reward was worth it. Then he clicked on the screen and said that he could immediately open a random chest with mid-level potions, if only a potion with increased indicators would get in. And surprisingly, 2 potions fell out for him, a low-level charm potion, which increases charm indicators, and a physical growth potion, which provides muscle strength growth. The young man immediately took one of them and said that it meant he could increase his charm by 11 points. After that, he almost burst into tears and thought, will they really stop calling him a freak because he is so offended? Then his assistant flew up to him and said that his channel on the tube is growing, and the guy switched to this. He looked at the broadcast and heard from the assistant that the viewers had a good response to the video of the fight with Master Sergei. It seems that Sergei's appearance on the channel played a role. Therefore, the main character picked up the potion and thought that after a certain growth, it is possible to increase the level of popularity using various means of information. He did the right thing by immediately starting to post videos on the tube. He smiled and thought that this is a good start, he will succeed. If you dive a little into history, the sky of the Black Land, where there is no more sun, has become ashen. In the center of this land is the Devil's Tower, and everywhere there are fights between people and monsters. In order to kill a monster, you need to become a monster yourself. They had to stop being people and give up their souls. It looked very scary. The woman told all this at a lecture and said that Africa is exactly such a place at the present time, and these guys, as future heroes, must definitely know about this place. Someone raised their hand and asked who these people sell their souls to, really to deities or someone like that. They also began to ask questions. Will they also have to make a contract with these creatures later? And in response they heard that everything is correct. The blonde frowned and said that a contract and subordination are different things. It is possible to make a contract with these creatures. Then she raised her hand and added that when a person reaches a certain level with the help of achievement, it will be possible to do this. But she also closed her eyes and noted that it would not be possible to survive there with just one contract. She remembered that place and the horrors that happened there. People have to fight day after day. The little girl listened to all this and was very scared, and others, on the contrary, were very interested. And finally, the teacher added that this is the reality of the Black Land, so they need to be prepared for it. She also raised her head and turned to the main character, said that he looked quite calm compared to the other students. And the young man was actually sitting there and thinking that they were just school children, and he had already been there many times, so this information would not shock him. Then he raised his head and said that it was all because all these people were candidates for heroes. The woman was silent at first and then said that these were the right words. The guy looked around at that moment and thought that this was the perfect answer, and then he heard that everyone here was not just students. While the woman was saying that all these guys were candidates for heroes, and if they avoided such places, they would not be able to become heroes, the brunette was sitting next to him and literally scorching the main character with her gaze. He felt a little uneasy, and he began to wonder why she was staring at him like that. He couldn't meet her gaze. Finally, the lights were turned on in the classroom and they said that their lesson was over for today, and the young man thought that he should be more careful with this classmate. Then he moved to the coffee shop. He ordered his favorite drink. He threw himself on the seats and finally exhaled. It was hard for him to come to his senses, training, video editing, he needed to discover supernatural abilities, plus all this. Then he got up and thought that his head was spinning from all this, and then he saw something to the side. There was a blonde. She went into the coffee shop and looked around. The brunette waved his hand at her and said that he was there, waiting for her. Then the girl came closer and said hello, and the young man thought that they were constantly greeting each other, but still felt awkward. He opened the menu and asked if he wanted something to drink, but the girl said that she didn't need anything. True, after the question maybe she wants hot chocolate, she literally melted and the young man thought that she was too insecure, so she believed that she had fewer skills compared to the others. When they were brought drinks, the girl said that she would like to know what dungeon her friend was offering her to go to. The main character wanted to give her the cube, but if he gave it to her just like that, she would take it with hostility because of her cautious nature, so he plans to use these facts, looked at her and decided to tell her. Then he smiled and thought that this was necessary to make friends with her and grow up, and was not going to go to a regular dungeon. Then he took a mug and added that he was not going to go to a regular dungeon, only out loud. He smiled and added that he had found something else. He imagined a strange place and said that it was a hidden dungeon with a cube as a reward. The girl was surprised and asked if this was true, what kind of hidden dungeon. And so the guys talked for some time. When the little girl listened to everything, she asked if the young man had been telling the truth all this time about something other than the usual, and he replied that he could go to the usual one alone. Then she took her hand away from the glass and asked why he needed it, and the guy replied that if they united, it would be beneficial for both. He smiled and said that firstly, as he had said before, there was a cube of abilities, you could clear the dungeon and then divide the cube in half. Then he spread his hands and added that he was not going to accept everything, so he wanted to divide the cubes he did not need. His friend listened to him attentively. Then she raised her head and said that then, of course, she would be even better off, and asked what the probability of clearing the dungeon was, even if it helped. Suddenly, a brunette appeared behind her, who said that she would also go with them. The guy was obviously upset when he saw her, but he said hello. Then he asked how she found out and why she came, and she asked again in surprise. Then she closed her eyes and said that she just came to relax, and why else would they come to a cafe? But the young man got angry and understood that it was not just like that, because it was very illogical and abnormal for her, but if he touched her, he would die. So he raised his hand and asked her to move away. Because the guys were talking, to the question of whether they were driving her away, he said yes. Because of this, the brunette got a little upset and thought maybe she should kill him right away. The young man asked again. But she waved her hand and said that she was not saying anything, and suggested that they continue to communicate, but she did not leave herself. Finally, the guy switched back to his girlfriend and said that if they went straight to the main thing, not only could he help her, it was also a chance to find a cube, and in response he received a question if they both wanted the same cube. Then the main character looked into her eyes and said that everything depended on which cube would come across. This could be agreed upon on the spot. The blonde moved forward and said that she wanted to ask something, but couldn't, and then asked if the guys with their level would be able to clear this dungeon. Here the young man had already relaxed and said that there was no need to worry about the difficulty level, even alone they could handle it, although it would take a lot of time. Finally, the girl exhaled and said that this was very good. It turns out, she was suggesting to join forces to clear it faster. At that moment, the brunette joined them again and said that it would be just perfect with her. At first, the young man hung, then asked if she really wanted to go with them. The answer was affirmative. After which he thought that with joint forces, of course, you can finish faster, and you can also make her your ally in one. Then he looked at her and thought what to prepare for the main storyline, which will begin soon. In any case, he only needs one cube. After which he looked at her and thought that perhaps this is still a good layout. He put some paper on the table and said that we can all go together, and then for starters, what to do. It was some kind of document that needed to be read, but for some reason the girls were scared, and the brunette smiled and told them to check. The blonde raised her head and asked if it was serious, and the brunette said that there was no need to show such valuable papers, it was getting scary. In front of her eyes lay a magical non-disclosure agreement, and immediately a question came up whether it was really necessary. The young man folded his arms and said that it was not that he did not trust them, he just wanted no one to know about their conversations. The girlfriends listened to him attentively. Meanwhile, everything was quiet in the academy. Bile finished his training and stood in the locker room. He kept thinking about the main character, who said that he reacted to Africa normally because they were all candidates for heroes. He walked along the corridor and thought that his calmness seemed to already know what it was. Then he squeezed the towel and thought that among the newcomers there was someone who knew about the Black Land, and apparently this was this guy. His friend met him and asked if he was already leaving. The brunette turned around and asked that he just needed to think about it, and also asked what about Jin-hoon. The friend picked up the camera and said that he also wanted to try filming on a tube, and immediately received the question if it was because of Hanseong. The brunette's assumption turned out to be correct. His friend thought it was an interesting activity, and so he said that he simply had no words. Then he waved his hand and told him to try, and the friend said goodbye. At that moment, the student also remembered about the cameras and thought that in order to raise his level with the help of achievements, a lot of popularity is needed. This is a good way to tell others about yourself. For some time, he walked along the corridor and thought that if this person is a child of the Black Land, children of people of the Black Land who obey evil can also begin to obey this evil. It is like a time bomb, but the probability of an explosion is not small. Until they return to the Black Land again, or until this evil goes beyond the African continent, and so such people exist. And it doesn't matter who this guy is, but what if he refreshed Jin Hoon's memories? Now he was only worried about this question. The brunette raised his head and thought that before the irreparable happened, he needed to do something. If you go back to the coffee shop and study the magic contract a little, then the power of this contract is absolute. A person has no right to tell anyone the truth, and in case of disclosure, he loses memories of the content of the conversation, practically loses his mind. Therefore, from the moment the contract is signed, a person undertakes to keep the secret of the skills that he learned about, and this was done by the girls. The young man then looked at the status screen and thought that naturally, he would not be able to tell them about all the effects of the skills. Then he turned to the blonde and said that even if the girl would not be able to develop one unique ability in herself right away, if she trained enough, she asked again in surprise if this was true, and immediately the question came up, is this a lie? But the guy answered that it was true, and the girl exhaled, and the brunette was a little embarrassed and asked what about her, does she really have something too? The guy lowered his head and said that she should wait a little. And then he opened her characteristics, where it was written that her potential is only 221,000, unique skills, shadow movement, thought acceleration, special skills, blackthorn, features, murder, and thought how can murder be a feature? Now you can only reveal thought acceleration. So he lowered his eyes and said that she also has something, but she needs training. She asked again in surprise. Then she jumped up and shouted that it was very cool. It turns out she likes everything. After which the young man looked around and thought that blondes are the opposite. She got even more loaded when she found out about this and is not confident in herself. To be honest, the post abilities are much inferior to the brunette. It was clear that the baby's hands were shaking, and the guy's thoughts were about the fact that probably, without worrying, she will be able to improve. Suddenly the girl raised her head and said that this is a good reward, what should they do now? And the brunette also asked what next, and the brunette thought that she was so happy, and now a harsh reality awaits her. Suddenly the guy raised his head and said that he wanted to ask them for something. Then he jumped up and shouted that he wanted the girls to become his allies and prevent the collapse of the world. Although these were only his thoughts, but in fact, 7 ports came off him, and he understood that he could not tell them this, although it was true. Therefore, he simply spread his hands and said that he would like them both to join his management company in the future and not force them. After which he stretched out one of his hands and added that it would be better for everyone if they became stronger with the help of the dungeon and joined him. The blonde was surprised and asked what kind of management company this was. Does it mean that it will be engaged in supporting the activities of the heroes? And the young man answered that everything is correct. It does the same as other companies that are engaged in personal planning of the heroes' activities, solve their legal problems, and so on. At that moment, the brunette thought, to be honest, helping others is much more convenient than doing your own thing. Besides, she already knew the skills that are worth developing. Then she thought and wondered what else could she talk about here. But for some reason, the blonde was still in her thoughts, and the main character himself looked up and thought that he would like the girls to join the management company, but even if they refused now, that would be okay too. So he moved away from the table and said that for now this information was enough, there was no need to rush into a decision. Only Si-yeon interrupted him and said that she did not agree to this. She was not used to receiving and immediately dumping, so she said that she was in the game. Then the blonde raised her trembling hand, who also agreed, and in response she heard that no one was forcing her. The guy smiled and explained that they first needed to finish the academy, and they could make a decision later. And then he looked at the girls and said that there was the most important thing. He stood up and said that they should just consider that they all help each other. It was clear that one was surprised, and the other was a little angry. It would be more effective if he brought in a sense of duty, the main character realized. The brunette said in a slightly upset voice that it meant that he couldn't be killed, and he asked again, and she said that she hadn't said anything. Finally, the guy folded his arms and said that they could talk about the dungeon. After some time, he headed to the academy. He came to the training ground and thought that he had given them all the information, and next week he would stay there. Then he looked around and thought that he was so busy that he had no time to sit down, but his life depended on it, and then someone called him over. Sergi appeared there, who answered the question of whether he had come to training, said that of course. The young man smiled and thought that after the last time this man had not given up, he was still so positive. At that moment, Sergi stood in front of him and said that he had watched his video probably 30 times. He replied that he had seen his comment, and his classmate added that he liked it. They would be able to look at themselves from the outside. Then he took his hand away and added that this was exactly why he had corrected his mistakes, although not completely. And he also asked if the brunette wanted to fight again. He thought that this was great. It seemed that he trusted him now. This was a very good sign. He came closer and said that it was not difficult for him at all. But at that moment someone else appeared there, who started hitting the cameras with a stick and asking what it was. When the camera fell, the girl came closer and said that it really bothered her. And Sergi saw this and was even a little confused. Then he grabbed his head and asked what she was doing. It was Nadia, who knocked down one of the cameras. She came up to her and poked her with a stick again, after which he asked who allowed him to use this thing during the fight. And the brunette just looked at her all this time. Then he turned around and thought that this was a world master of the spear and the daughter of a military entrepreneur. It was difficult to even just meet someone like that in ordinary life. Then he smiled and thought that this applies to ordinary situations. But what? Well, you try to answer her. That moment another drone flew up to her, and the girl screamed that it scared her. And it in turn began to fly closer and closer to her face, closer and closer. Then the girl pushed it away again and asked what was the matter, ordered him to immediately remove this thing from her face. Then he would try to grab it, but to no avail. This continued for some time. The young man smiled and thought that there was no way she could catch his drone with her hands, because she had been controlling it for more than 1 year. And it became clear that Nadia had already started to get angry and asked if the guy had gone crazy. But he approached her silently. He stood opposite her, practically right next to her. Then he lowered his head and turned to her. At first, the girl was a little confused, and the brunette went down even lower and said in the most dissatisfied voice that it was too noisy, she should close her mouth. Nadia did not understand what was happening at all, and then she pressed her lips together and asked what had just been said to her. But the guy stood opposite and thought that Nadia was very spoiled and ill-mannered, but the daughter of an oligarch and had good skills, but she had one serious drawback. He looked at her and thought that because of her ability, the spirit of obedience, her indicators were growing, and a feeling of calm arose when someone surpassed her in strength. That is, she felt calm in those who were trying to put pressure on her and treated her badly, in a word, a masochist. So the guys stood for some time. The main character looked at Nadia's flushed face and thought that she was a masochist in words, but in reality she simply could not get rid of this property because of her peculiarity. She was probably very scared when she first experienced anger mixed with the action of her abilities. Then he exhaled and thought that most likely the girl was very angry, since she had never met such rude people before, but there was nothing to be done. He needed to put her in her place. So he raised his hand and thought that he mentally wanted to apologize to her, but he would have to pretend until the very end. Then he poked his finger right in her forehead. Then he leaned over and asked who allowed her to touch his camera. The girl became even more embarrassed and asked him to take his hand away, after which she hit him on the head. But the brunette poked his finger in her forehead again. Because of this, Nadia could no longer contain her anger and said that he was finished. Then she grabbed her stick and said that she would simply kill him. Only when the girl tried to attack, he immediately blocked her blow. And this surprised her. She did not understand what was going on. She could not pull out the spear, it was literally blocked. And the main character came even closer to her and asked if she really wanted to wave the spear at close range. It seems that he is not thinking clearly at all. With each passing second, Nadia's tension grew and grew. The young man simply stood in front of her and thought that he had suppressed her mentally and physically, so he had to finish her off and turned to her. After which he took the sword aside and asked how Anton was doing. Even Sergi was surprised. The girl was clearly scared, while the young man thought that the mention of his father had probably shocked her. She immediately ran closer and asked what he had just said. Then the brunette came up close to her and leaned towards her ear, told her to pass something on to Anton. Then he came as close as possible and added that there was something in the black earth. The guys continued whispering like that for some time. Nadia's eyes were practically on her forehead from what she had heard. Then the brunette turned around and apologized to Sergi, said that it was time for him to leave. And the guy stood there and did not even have time to figure out anything, he just said goodbye. Then he looked away and I was clearly surprised, because Nadia was standing in front of him, unable to move. The girl immediately fell to the ground. She was clearly in severe shock. Someone was watching all this from above. This person immediately turned around and went in the other direction. And when he came out of the shadows, it immediately became clear who it was. And another shadow suddenly appeared next to him. Sion got ahead of him and decided to transform. Then she stood in front of him and asked what this person was doing here. It was Bile. He exhaled. Then he closed his eyes and said that he just needed to find out something, and immediately asked what exactly. Then the guy raised his head and said that he wanted to understand whether this person was a child of the Black Earth or not. There was a minute's pause between the guys. The brunette began to get angry and asked what if it was so, and the brunette raised his head and thought that she felt a strong spirit in her. He literally felt her energy everywhere, and it was clear that the girl was ready to grab her dagger. So the guy looked down in surprise and said that everything had gotten through to him, and he also launched his energy towards the brunette. She seemed to not like it. The girl immediately turned into a shadow again and left, and so quickly that it was even hard to notice. So the young man was left alone and thought that with such a strong spirit she could find out his intentions, did not think that the girl would interfere at such a moment. After which he went further and thought that it would not be as easy as he thought. Night fell. The main character returned to the hostel and exhaled, sat down on the couch and thought that if Nadia conveyed his words to Anton, it would be okay, but if Anton took some action, then his lie would be revealed. Then he clenched his fist and thought that he should slowly come up with a plan on how to make this lie the truth. After which he got up and told his assistant to open the vlog that he posted in the real world back then. She agreed, and she showed him a video where the guy showed his sister and said that he would now show them their apartment, called his sister quite rude, but smart. The young man watched all this and was clearly upset, especially when he heard screams and the fact that the audience had just witnessed domestic violence. For some time he watched as a year ago he told how he came with friends to relax, and on the way they argued and came up with a punishment for the loser. Then he raised his head and heard that the loser would have to drink an Americano and sing shots of espresso, and everyone started laughing. The guy covered his face with his hand and asked what kind of nonsense at such a young age. Then he stood up and said that he needed to pull himself together because he was doing great alone, he couldn't be sad. He left the dorm and thought that he had started uploading videos because he was lonely, or maybe he wanted more attention. And while he was walking down the street, he was thinking that it was so sad that one person remembers the real world. It seemed that he had only just begun to understand something. Finally, he went somewhere where he was greeted. There was a girl at the checkout who asked him what he would like to order, and the young man raised his hand and surprised her when he said that he would like to drink an Americano with 5 shots of espresso. She said that she agreed and repeated his order. Literally a couple of minutes later, she gave him the drink and said that his order was ready. The young man took it and thanked her. Then he went outside and thought that this was the same Americano that was his punishment. Something came to mind, so he decided to drink it. At some point he saw a small area without people. He went down straight to the steps and the strength on them, and then he began to drink his Americano. His face immediately twisted. After all, 5 shots are too bitter. But the same brunette raised his head and looked at the sky. There was a beautiful moon, and at that moment he did not want to turn on the camera. Suddenly, someone appeared behind. There was a man who asked the question, "What is the young man doing here?" The guy turned and looked back in surprise. Then he exhaled and said that his girlfriend scared him. After all, it was Si-yeon. She was a little embarrassed and asked why she was so scared. At that moment, the young man raised his head and asked if the girl could no longer move with the help of a shadow, and in response received a question about what he had cups there. The guy raised the glass and thought that the girl was pretending not to hear and asked if she wanted to try. Then he looked at her displeased face and thought that maybe she didn't want to drink after someone. So he said that if he didn't want to, that was his thing, but surprisingly the brunette held out her hand and said she would drink it. And then she took the mug and drank it. Her eyes immediately widened. The girl started coughing and spitting out the bitter drink. Then she handed it back and asked what it was, and in response she heard that it was an Americano with 5 shots. The girl asked why the young man was staring at her like that, and he just smiled. Then he picked up the drink and said that he just found it funny that she couldn't drink coffee. The brunette immediately got angry and snatched the drink back, telling him to give it to her. Then she frowned and shouted that it wasn't that, it was just his coffee, so she drank a little. But the guy threw up his hands and said that in that case he could drink everything. The girl froze for a while, and then she took it and drank it. She didn't like it at all, but she said that it was normal, even tasty. And she passed the cup back. In response she heard that she was great, and the main character did not even understand whether the girl was like that before. At that moment, the brunette looked at his cup, and then he thought about it, because this girl behaves rudely with others and looks like a killing machine. When he drank, he thought that there was definitely some kind of mistake or bug. So he closed his eyes and asked why she came here. The girl looked down and said that the thing is that she wrote something. She began to get very embarrassed and tried to say something. And then she collected her thoughts and said that this is the thing she would like to ask about her undisclosed skill. The brunette looked up and said that he had already said before that he would help when they went to the dungeon, but that was not enough. It was immediately clear to him that his friend wanted to say something else, so she asked about it directly. And the little girl began to teddy bear and tried to squeeze something out of herself. Then she gathered her thoughts and asked if the main character wanted to complete the assassin's mission with her. If he was suddenly bored, there was an easy target nearby. To say that the young man was shocked by this news is to say nothing. He looked at her and thought, has his girlfriend really gone crazy? Does she even know what common sense is? And the brunette herself then scratched her sleeve and said that she was sorry since her friend did not want to. In principle, she could choose a bigger target. Here he was taken aback even more and thought that even monsters made him tremble. He was silent about the murder, and the awareness of the boundaries between the game and reality changed his thinking. The girl was looking at him intently all this time. A second later she remembered the words of her classmate and thought that this man's gaze spread an ominous aura, maybe not now, but he definitely intended to kill Hanseong. Her thoughts were only about the fact that she could not allow him to do this. She should learn more about the murders and be prepared. After which she looked at the moon and thought that this guy should not die at his hands because someone else would kill him. Therefore, she tried to talk again and said that killing is quite an interesting and profitable occupation. But in response, she heard that the young man categorically refused and he did not have time for it. She did not even expect such a refusal. Nevertheless, she turned around and said that her friend promised to help her with the disclosure of her skill, then he would teach him how to kill. How did he like that? Her face looked very serious at that moment. Therefore, the young man was a little confused and thought what was going on. Why was she behaving like that? He looked at her face and thought that the girl had slightly blushed, insisted on killing, wanted to do her favorite thing together. And then he even tensed up a little when he realized that it seemed that the brunette wanted to invite him on a date. He would not have enough courage to test the level of interest. Finally, he exhaled and said that he thought it would be nice to learn this, and his girlfriend was clearly happy. She was very happy with this news. It was a good decision. Murder is so much fun. They will train and practice together. While she was radiating joy and happiness, the brunette, on the contrary, drooped a little and thought that her simplicity was making him scared. But when he raised his head, he heard that she was supposed to receive an order for murder in a few days, and they would have to go there together. The girl added that when her friend tried it once, he would change his mind, and she did the right thing by agreeing, although it was clear from his face that he really didn't want it at all. So the guys sat under the moon for some time. The girl did nothing but talk about how if it was hard at first, then there was an easier task, and they could try it, and the guy thought that he wanted to fall asleep and pretend that he didn't remember anything. The presentation showed images of various magic circles, while the professor was telling that magic comes from the components or the drawing of its scheme, and thus the summoning, trap, border and other magic come together and become a dungeon. The man with glasses stood in front of the students and said that most dungeons were natural phenomena assembled around pieces of spores, but that did not mean that there were no artificial dungeons. The top 10 guild buildings contain the best modern artificial dungeons in existence, made from hundreds of circuits. The protagonist crossed his arms as he listened to how their only specialty was defense, so if the mages wanted to destroy the circuit, it would be easy to disable it. The guy rubbed his chin and closed his eyes, thinking that he had drawn circuits for these buildings for the tuba before, so there was nothing interesting in this lecture. The teacher pointed to the board and suggested drawing a simple circuit. Exercise: you found a small cave while exploring a new area, and you need to survive here with an injured person for a week. Choose 5 spells that can last with a mid-grade magic stone and come up with a suitable plan. The brunette looked ahead and noted that doing the practical exercise himself was fun. Hoon looked at the paper in confusion, realizing he had made a mistake, and muttered that it was complicated, and Bile pointed his finger and explained what needed to be connected. The protagonist silently looked at the desk and drew. He took his hand off the tablet when he was done and thought that he wanted to draw a more complicated diagram. Charles tilted her head and looked at Hanseong's work with admiration. Sergei bent down and stared from the other side, so the brunette raised an eyebrow, surprised that the swordsman was peeking too. Something touched the student's back. The brunette glanced sideways at Sion in surprise, who blushed embarrassedly and asked him to teach her too. The guy was surprised that she was pointing a weapon at him and noted that teaching her right in the lecture would be a little awkward. The professor looked at Hanseong and, nodding, waved his hand. The protagonist, getting the hint, sighed tiredly. He lifted the tablet, which the 3 of them looked at, and said that it was very important to divide the magic stone according to the 1-to-1 principle, because if the parts were installed differently, they would connect naturally. The other students began to turn around, noticing that the guys were discussing the task together, and muttered that they wanted it too, although the hero had become even uglier and had changed a little. System notification: the main characters trust you, you get 5 popularity points. The secondary characters are interested in you, you get 3 popularity points. The brunette looked at the screen and noted that he could get more popularity points. He began to draw symbols, explaining that they needed to draw a simple circuit diagram with magic stone ink, and that they could also slowly collect the processed magic. The student pointed at one of the circles and added that they just needed to collect them one by one with their guts, and that they could also get another function if they slightly changed the assembled parts. The brunette, looking down, drew something else, saying that this was how they would complete the diagram. A glowing bird flew out from the magic circle. Charles and Sergei looked at it in amazement, their mouths open. Hanseong smiled smugly and crossed his arms, thinking that this was a diagram whose main point was not in the functionality, but in the visual. After all, he was not an old school player for nothing. Notification: you have attracted the interest of the instructor and candidates. You receive 300 popularity points. The guy noted that it was not particularly useful, but still valuable. The bird landed on someone's finger. The blonde shuddered in surprise as the creature dissolved on her hand. The girl's expression sank, looking at her finger, and the protagonist thought that it would be nice to have abilities that supported such magic. Hanseong rubbed his chin, thinking that if he could combine it with his skills, he could quickly create a magical life form, and this dungeon hunt would be very important. The sky turned the colors of the sunset in the evening. The protagonist, holding the sword, waved his hand at Sergei and asked if he was still here today. Nadia cautiously peeked over the guy's shoulder, while the swordsman said that he was upset that the brunette just left yesterday. Hanseong looked at the girl, and she shuddered. She nervously raised her head and asked what was wrong when the guy turned to her. The interlocutor flinched when the hero demanded not to disturb him and get lost. Nadia sweated and blushed, looking away. She stood there shaking, all red, while the guy thought that he should continue to act like this until she realized her abilities. The brunette looked at the girl clutching the sword with trembling hands and guessed that she said Anton, because she still had something to say even after the hero's words. The young man thought that Mount Liang was not a place that her father could easily talk about, so for now everything should be fine. Hanseong put his hand on the back of the confused Sergei and suggested that he go. They stood opposite each other, and the swordsman warned that he had made a lot of progress, and the brunette replied that he was already shaking with fear. Sergei frowned and tensed up. He jumped back sharply, leaving only dust on the floor. Hoon shuddered in surprise and turned his head, feeling a vibration. He looked at the building and assumed that it was from the training hall. The student furrowed his brows and clenched his fist, noting that he felt a strong energy and pressure. The boy approached the entrance, wondering who it could be. He cautiously peeked out from the corridor, frowning. Hoon narrowed his eyes and thought that everything was clear now. In front of him, the protagonist was dueling with Sergei. The observer clenched his fists and thought that Sergei, the best candidate among the newcomers in the field of swordsmanship, could stand against the whole world. The protagonist smiled excitedly, looking at his opponent. Hoon smiled tightly, amazed that Hanseong was not affected by this fact at all. The sounds of blows could be heard from the training hall even outside. The hero and his opponent crossed swords, and their movements were fast, precise, and deadly, so it would be difficult to stand against such a sword. Hoon frowned as he watched them, thinking that compared to their skills, Hanseong was smaller in size, and it hadn't been long since he picked up the sword. The student clenched his fist until he was shaking, thinking that he had no idea where the brunette had come from. He smiled excitedly, realizing that he wanted to fight him. The guy stood motionless, thinking that he would fight again even if he lost. The protagonist frowned and swung his sword. He made a quick lunge and broke his opponent's sword in half. The piece of the weapon flew off and fell to the floor. Sergei frowned and froze with the broken sword. The student looked closely at the piece of the weapon and said that he lost again. Hanseong gave him a thumbs up and noted that it was a good fight, and the guy had really improved a lot. The hero started to sweat and thought he was bluffing, because he felt like he was going to fall apart, and they had already figured out each other's weaknesses and corrected them, so now his chances of winning were decreasing. The brunette turned around when someone called out to him loudly. Someone stepped on the handrail. The hero's eyes widened in surprise and asked why he was there. The interlocutor pushed off the handrail and jumped. The guy landed on the floor, leaning on his fist. Hanseong looked at this heroic landing in confusion and muttered the student's name. Hoon looked at the hero with delight and asked to fight him with a smile. The brunette started to sweat, looking at the guy beaming with anticipation. The hero nervously shifted from foot to foot and mumbled something unintelligible, realizing what would happen if he just hit him. Hanseong looked at the interlocutor's fist and vividly imagined his death. He turned around and ran quickly, shouting that he was going to leave because he was tired, while Hoon shouted his name in surprise. The training hall shook, and the protagonist thought that he should stay away from it for a while. Night fell on the city. A silhouette walked through the library room. The shadow stopped in front of the bookcase. The protagonist looked at Si-yeon, who asked if it was really here. The girl looked at the brunette, who asked if she still didn't trust him, and replied that she found it stranger that they were still on the school campus. The blonde waved her hand nervously and muttered that she thought so too. Charles looked away from the sour expression of the protagonist and said that the library and the dungeon were a logical combination, but not this place. The guy took a few steps forward. He extended his hand and said that since they had reached this point, they could just show them and open the dungeon. The protagonist clicked on several books one by one. Sparks appeared in the air in front of his feet. The three looked down at the energy that appeared. A blue portal unfolded on the floor in front of the students. Si-yeon touched her chin, noting that it was really here, and when the hero asked if he should cancel the contract, she quickly answered negatively. The guy held the interlocutor, who was already ready to enter, by the hand and said that there was still something they needed to do. The brunette opened the system window in front of him and muttered that he had something to add. Notification: you are using the special skill awakening the target on the main character Sion. The ability for the fastest awakening quick thinking has been selected. Awakening acceleration. It will continue to accelerate with constant training. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when her body was engulfed in a glow. The brunette calmly looked at the system window. She clenched her fist and muttered that he really did it. Hanseong extended his hand, using the same technique on Charles, and looking at Sion, noticed that she had an unusual reaction. The girls looked away in embarrassment, and the brunette noted that she felt strange, and her companion was surprised that she had so much potential. The hero closed his eyes and sighed, glad that they looked pleased. He took a step forward and stopped. Hanseong resolutely looked down and declared that it was time to move into the dungeon. The student stood in the center of the portal, engulfed in light. The hero took a step out of the portal. The whole team stepped forward, looking around. The young man raised his hand, above which a pulsar lit up. A bright light illuminated the space of the corridor. Drops flowed from the ceiling and down the walls. The brunette looked to the side and clarified whether this was really a sewer, and the guy replied that this place was built like this, but it became an excellent shelter for monsters. The girls looked at the hero carefully, who asked Sion to hide in the shadows nearby and attack, and Charles to hold them back with lightning. The brunette lowered his hand and, closing his eyes, said that he would do something else. The companions looked at him questioningly when the guy called drones with cameras. Hanseong, smiling, stretched out his arms and ordered Halen to make a long passage in the background and show all the corners. The young man took a pose in the middle of the corridor, spreading his arms. The students looked at him dumbfounded. The guy smiled, deciding whether to call it the secret room of the academy, and the drone suggested secret dungeon research, and the hero agreed that this name was also good. Sion and Charles stared at the companion, not knowing how to react. The blonde asked if this was possible. She looked at the brunette in confusion and asked if it was okay to publish information about a secret dungeon on Tube, and the hero replied that he did not care. He smiled, pointed, and declared that they would still take the entire reward. The boy was distracted by the system windows that popped up, and Sion closed her eyes and muttered what it would be like if they succeeded. Notification: you have entered the hidden dungeon D rank patrol shelter. The strength of the candidate who came is overwhelming, and the protagonist's position has been confirmed. Hidden dungeon rank up. Activation of urgent quest. D rank patrol shelter has become C rank awakened patrol shelter. Activation of strange luck. The level of rewards increases with the difficulty of the dungeon. The guy looked at the screen and thought that the fox had crept up unnoticed, and it was set up so that no one would get through with a half kick. The brunette looked at the hero in surprise, who said that they needed to be on guard because the difficulty of the dungeon had increased. The blonde shuddered when a roar was heard from the depths of the corridor. The monsters were approaching, and with them, a scream. The young man took out his sword and asked them to get ready. The sounds in the corridor were getting louder. Hanseong frowned, holding out his weapon, and shouted that they were coming. Several D-rank ghosts flew towards them, making sounds. One of them opened its mouth and put up a shield, reflecting the sound waves. The brunette put out his hand with a fire disc, realizing that the previous attack did not work. The ghost opposite concentrated water energy. Charles knitted her brows and gathered lightning in her hands at the protagonist's command. A stream of water gushed towards the students. The girl put out her hands, attacking with lightning. Her charge collided with the ghost's water beam. The blonde frowned and sweated, and the hero thought that her lightning was not a magical attribute, but a skill, so the ghosts would not be able to fight back. The brunette frowned and called out to Sion, who immediately jumped out from behind him and replied that she understood. The boy leaned forward and asked the blonde to add lightning, thinking that when the ghosts got closer, they would stop attacking from a distance. Charles frowned and added energy, hearing her companion's request. The hero's sword and the brunette's blade glowed and sparkled. The two of them simultaneously attacked the monsters. Hanseong and Sion cut through the air, leaving a trail of mana. The ghosts screamed, receiving blows that cut them into pieces. The boy frowned and looked away, noting that they had an advantage after closing the distance. The hero swung his sword and turned to his partners. The brunette frowned and shouted for them to leave only one ghost alive. The girls looked at him in surprise when the boy ordered the rest to be killed. Many monsters were hovering in the corridor. The students tensed up, ready to attack, and thought that in this situation, they should leave only one and keep it alive. The blonde turned around in surprise and asked why they had to leave someone behind. The hero frowned, clutching the handle, and exclaimed that he had something to do. Sion sat down on the floor and was indignant that, knowing their number, the guy was still making up other things. She waved the blade and asked him not to fly in the clouds. The young man shuddered, clutching the sword. He sweated and sighed. The remains of the ghosts lay on the floor, and the hero thought that it would not be difficult to fight them one-on-one. New monsters were already approaching him, and the brunette realized that he needed to reduce their number right now. Lightning sparked in the corridor. A powerful discharge pierced one of the ghosts. A stone fell from the defeated enemy right in front of the blonde. The girl happily leaned forward, noting that there were a lot of mana stones here. The brunette stepped on the ghost with her boot, and it squealed. She looked at the boy and asked if they would split the reward after the hunt, and he answered yes. The hero looked at the blonde, who was happily collecting stones, and asked Sion to hold the last one when she asked what he was going to do with it. The boy placed several stones in the center of the magic circle and said that he would show you now. The diagram began to glow, and on the circles lay stones, a ghost, and a cube. The blonde looked at the student in surprise, who closed his eyes and put out his hands. Purple energy began to be attracted to the cube. The ghost cried out, feeling himself being sucked in. The object absorbed him, turning a different color. The cube glowed, and a notification appeared that the ghost was sealed in an attribute stone, creating a stone with a low-level dark attribute. The boy picked up the object and declared that it was ready, and the brunette leaned over and asked what it was. Hanseong sweated, noting the awkwardness, and thought that at the beginning of the game they had not yet been taught the skill of extracting attributes. He pointed at the monster on the diagram and said that it was a ghost with the attribute of darkness. Sion looked at the cube in confusion when the young man said that the attribute stone could extract them. The hero looked at the interlocutor and asked to borrow her weapon, realizing that the theory was meaningless. He took the blade and said that he would show something interesting. Description: well-forged rare weapon, a durable dagger made by a skilled craftsman, increasing agility by 3. The girls leaned towards the hero, who said that the brunette could consider this an advance for clearing the dungeon. The blade, lying in a magic circle, began to absorb dark energy from the cube. The weapon began to glow with purple light. Description of a well-forged weapon, a durable dagger made by a skilled craftsman, assigned a refined low-level dark attribute. Agility increase 4, dark attribute 5, endurance plus 5%, dark resistance plus 3%. The brunette picked up the dagger and said that it came out well, but thought that it was not a very high level, but it was good enough for Sion. The girl snatched the weapon and exclaimed that she did not understand a single word he said. She squeezed the handle of the blade. The brunette twirled it in her hands, looking at it questioningly. The student swung it and cut the air several times, leaving a trail of mana. Gusts of wind emanated from Sion. The girl looked at the dagger in amazement and muttered that it was crazy, but the blade had become so good. Hanseong looked at the system window, which reported that the protagonist Sion's sympathy had increased, and was surprised that the indicator had increased so much that he even received a notification. The brunette stared at the screen in shock, his eyes wide. The message on the screen: Sion's reaction to Hanseong, reliability 65, sympathy 75, affection 74. The young man sweated and thought that it made no sense because affection had become higher than 70. The hero nervously looked at the window and noted that when there were less than 4 charm points, they said that it was impossible to look at him for 3 seconds, so an ordinary person would not be attracted to this. The young man glanced sideways at the blonde and decided that he needed to look at Charles's sympathy too, because the brunette could simply be far from normal. The girl smiled embarrassedly, and her indicators appeared on the screen: reliability 68, sympathy 31, affection 22. The student grimaced and clenched his fist, thinking that this is how the average woman should treat him, although the blonde's affection was lower than even a stray dog's. The girls looked puzzled at the despondent hero, who decided that he had taken a wrong turn somewhere. The chopped ghost squealed before dying. The hero frowned and put his sword back in its sheath. He wiped his sweat and noted that the dungeon clearing was going smoothly, even recording a lot of videos for Tube. Hanseong smiled, clenching his fist, and thought that he finally felt alive thanks to the blog. The brunette happily squeezed the blade and asked how he did it, so the boy concluded that his companion really liked it. The girl stopped smiling and looked at the student. Sion smirked and said that it was cool. The guy smiled tiredly and waved his hand at her, noting that it must be difficult to catch her dazzling smile. The hero remembered the image of the girl holding the victim on the battlefield, and thought that back then he often saw her in the process of killing someone. She always looked at him ominously, and at times the brunette's gaze instilled horror. Hanseong turned to the girl and noted that maybe they were intentionally drawn like that because of the moment, but some users really do look like anyone who comes close is finished when they just enter, and Sion doesn't like any blogger. The young man shuddered and thought that was why he was scared by her level of affection, because it was strange that she liked something about him so much. The brunette looked at his companions and suggested that they move on. The blonde stopped and looked ahead when the guy asked to get ready. There was a large gate in front of them, and Hanseong said that this was the boss's room. It was a high grate. The girls looked at the hero, and Charles suggested taking a break because their raid had been going on for several hours already, and the brunette agreed that they needed to save energy because they had already used up the recovery artifacts. The guy clicked on the system window and replied that the difficulty level was higher than he thought, so they would rest first. Various jars and bottles appeared in front of the girls. The companions looked at the stock in surprise, and the brunette asked if he was selling them by chance. Hanseong took the potion and replied that he had prepared them just in case, and suggested restoring stamina, magical and mental powers, and using a potion of enhancement before entering the boss's room. The brunette opened the bottle and noted that it was written in the contract, but she wondered if the guy always had so much money. The girl frowned in embarrassment when the student replied that he just suddenly had a lot of money and asked how he got his billions. The hero shuddered nervously and thought that he could not get used to this Sion yet. The guy cleared his throat and said that the boss was a zombie named Perchel, who probably escaped from the arena. The brunette looked at the companions seriously and said that it was usually a B-rank monster, but when the dungeon level increased, it became an A rank. The interlocutors looked at the boy carefully and agreed when he asked to randomize his commands, and the guy himself thought that the boss was now recorded as awakened Perchel, which should make him even stronger. He turned around and asked to use power-up potions, thinking that he should not scare the girls too much. The hero opened the doors and a wind rushed out. The guy stopped, and dust swept across the floor. In front of them stood a silhouette turned to the side. The zombie flinched at the appearance of the guests. Hanseong frowned and took out a sword from his inventory. The enemy turned around, staring with empty eye sockets. The brunette's eyes widened and flinched. He anxiously put out his hand and shouted at his companions to dodge. The students jumped in different directions, and a hole appeared on the floor. The brunette crouched down and looked in that direction in surprise. Hanseong, who had picked up Charles, frowned. He looked at the hole and noted that it was about 3 meters in diameter. The hero sweated and was horrified by such power, realizing that the blonde did not even react. The zombie continued to stand nearby, and the guy thought that the enemy had a high-class special skill. The guy jumped again, realizing that they were faced with space control. The brunette frowned as Hanseong yelled at her to be careful. The boss jerked suddenly, and the hero exclaimed that his space control skill had the potential to become S rank, and the monster itself was a rank. The girl stood in front of the enemy emitting energy, and the floor in front of them was dotted with craters. Sion frowned, breathing heavily. The zombie extended its hand towards her. A wind appeared under her feet. The student looked down at the light in shock. She jumped, and a hole appeared on the floor. The hero looked at his partner, who jumped to the side. He frowned and thought that the brunette should avoid the boss since she couldn't get close to him even through the shadows. The guy glanced at the blonde nearby and noted that she couldn't even react to the enemy's attack, which is why she went out of his reach and kept her distance. The brunette shuddered, feeling the energy. He quickly jumped back, strengthening his legs with magic, but he knew that he was barely able to dodge anyway, and judging by the fluctuations in the mana in the air, they couldn't play tag with him forever. Hanseong crouched down and noted that the range of the attacks was limited, and it was unlikely that the boss could combine them. The young man put his hand on the cola, activating the mana, and thought that they would not win in a battle of attrition. He looked at the system window while the enemy continued to attack and noted that this zombie received an A rank only due to the ability to control space. But his other stats were bad, so the guys had a chance if they attacked immediately. The guy looked ahead and asked Halen if she was filming, to which he received an affirmative answer. The holes in the floor were still smoking from the magic when the hero asked his assistant if her shield could block such an attack, and the drone replied that one was possible. The hero expected this from the defensive abilities of the system. He opened the system shop and realized that he only had one chance, so he bought 3 intermediate class IV magic and 1 intermediate class IV stamina. Several IV drips attached themselves to the boy's body, giving him the power of intermediate class IV magic. The boy drank the tube, absorbing the intermediate class IV stamina. The boy raised his finger and asked Halen to take one photo for the preview. Hanseong jumped back again and thought about the name. The boy frowned as he continued to drink the potions, and thought about the option "My magic explodes," because he always approached this with great concentration when filming a video. The boy, who enjoyed the thought of someone looking at him, dodged and thought that he was going to start a cycle called Explosion. The brunette smirked and remembered that in the real world, he had a nickname, Perverted, obsessed with attention. Hanseong extended his sword and ordered Halen to extend his shield. This moment is the most exciting. A bright disc appeared in the air. The boy hid behind him from the attack. He quickly sucked in the elixirs. Notice, you are using intermediate class IV magic and intermediate class IV endurance. A bright light engulfed the boy's body. The last drops of the potion flowed out of the IV. The boy absorbed all the supplies and determinedly knitted his brows. He kicked off the ground with his foot. The shield was covered with cracks, withstanding the zombie's attack. When the armor flew apart, Hanseong moved forward. The IV detached from him, and the boy rushed to attack. He quickly rushed past the enemy, cutting the air with his blade. The zombie turned around questioningly when the brunette stopped behind him. The boss jerked and extended his hand towards him. At that moment, a clean cut appeared on the monster's neck and the head slowly slid down. Hanseong, wasting no time, ran next to him again, delivering a second blow. The boy stopped, and the body of the monster collapsed behind him. The young man was sweating, and powerful energy was emanating from his body. He stuck the blade into the floor. The brunette leaned on the sword, breathing heavily, and noted that the magic that was overflowing him was leaving his body, and that was how it would end. The hero staggered, letting go of the weapon. He cursed and fell to the floor. The girls quickly ran up, asking if the boy was okay. Hanseong spread his arms and thought he was dying. He took out a potion and muttered that he would rest for a while and show all the traps and seals, so let them wait for him. The partners looked at him worriedly and asked him to rest and not to worry about it, because they hadn't even done anything. Notification: you have destroyed Awakened Perchel with a sword, an excellent result. D-rank user Hanseong has destroyed an A-rank zombie with a one-handed sword. This achievement will go down in history, and the 2 characters who were saved will remember it for the rest of their lives. Title: Defeated Perchel with a sword. Achievement rank: Historical. You have cleared the shelter of the Awakened Perchel. Hidden rewards were found: Space Control Cube, Attack Cube. Excessive magical energy consumption resulted in internal damage. Injuries are restored with a mid-level endurance potion. Strange luck has been activated. When restoring, the physical characteristics from the mid-level endurance potion have slightly increased. Physical characteristics have increased by a certain amount, magical power and mental power have increased. The main character Sion has become attached to the user Hanseong, and the secondary character Charles has seen him in a new light, due to which the reputation points have increased significantly. The guy noted that there is no end to the rewards. He swiped the screen and decided to check the cube first. The young man reached out his hand to the blue object. The hero showed the girls the trophy and asked if they would mind if he took it, to which the girls answered yes. Hanseong smiled creepily, realizing that it was difficult for him to control his expression. He looked at the cube and thought that most item level confirmation was obtained from the appraisal agency, but the guy could easily spot a beautifully shaped S+ rank space control cube among other items using information view. The brunette looked at the trophies and said that they could divide them now or after the appraisal. The young man stood up, letting the girls look at the treasures, and noted that the cleanup was very successful. He turned around and noted that the boss had died, but the dungeon had not yet collapsed. Hanseong raised his head and guessed that there were still hidden fragments and items due to which it still existed. The companions awkwardly watched as the young man slyly rubbed his hands, intending to break each pillar and take everything that could be sold. Dormitory building. The hero was lying on the couch and looking at the system window. Notification: muscles have been restored by 80%, the nervous system and skeleton by 60%, another 12 hours are needed for full recovery. The young man closed his eyes and thought that he had overdone it since it took so much time to recover, and tomorrow he still had to go to class. A drone flew up to him and reported that the account binding was complete and basic processing was finished, to which the guy asked to show him the video. The brunette looked at the footage and noted that the appearance of Sion and Charles would attract too much attention, so the video cannot be spread too quickly. So the guy asked to compress the second video a little and create an emphasis on the boss in it, and also insert pieces from the third one so that the attention shifted to the attributes and enhancements, because the picture should be breathtaking. Hanseong closed his eyes and thought that he had a lot of experience in making videos, and even when hiring assistants, he felt relieved only after personally rechecking the final editing. The student happily stood up when Halen reported that the video about attacking the ogre from the last practice had good reviews. Notification: the video from the channel Easy Killing of Ogre's Feet Quad Casting attracts attention. The video Awakening of the first skill attracts attention, so you receive 12 reputation points. The hero noted that he replenished the points spent in the dungeon and decided to look at the comments. The brunette crossed his arms and said that with such a number of points he can buy a box with random mid-level contents. In the chat, Sion and Charles decided to get together tomorrow and look at the results of the examination regarding the cube. The guy looked questioningly at the dialogue, realizing that everything had already been decided for him. He tiredly leaned back and noted that it ended well, but it was dangerous. The hero folded his hands under his head and thought that the difficulty would continue to change and a dangerous situation might arise. Hanseong closed his eyes and noted that it was only through luck that he was able to avoid major problems, but they would definitely arise, and the level of reputation would definitely play a huge role in this. The student leaned forward and thought that the most dangerous character right now was most likely not Sion, since they knew each other well. The brunette touched his chin and decided that it was just an intuition, but that guy was definitely dangerous. He grabbed his head and thought that he would need a black card to prevent this, which was not an easy task, but it would be better to use an ID card that was accepted all over the world. There was a soda can lying on the pavement. Someone kicked it forward with force. The projectile landed right in the trash can. Seong Hyun put his hands in his pockets and frowned thoughtfully. The guy tilted his head and thought that for a long time only Bile and Hoon irritated him, but someone in this top hatred even surpassed them. He remembered the main character and realized that he was really annoyed by him. The student lowered his head and noted that the brunette appeared out of nowhere. The guy clenched his fist in his pocket and thought that Hanseong's main weapon was a sword, but he owned magic. Seong Hyun exhaled in irritation, trying to understand who he was. The student turned around when a girl approached him and asked what happened. Julia smiled and said that his size made the earth shake. The interlocutor arched an eyebrow, trying to understand what the girl was up to. She closed her eyes and muttered that she knew what was bothering him. Julia smiled slyly and said that she could help him. The two were walking side by side when the girl asked the guy if he knew that magic patterns were really useless, to which he replied that it was impractical and dysfunctional, but magic had its limits. Seong Hyun closed his eyes and thought that it took a lot of talent to not spend a lot of time studying patterns and just cast the spell he had in mind. The girl smiled and said that Hanseong's magic also had its limits, because ultimately he couldn't do anything except magic and swordplay. The guy looked at her and asked what she wanted to say. The girl put her hands behind her back and muttered that the brunette didn't have a special past and didn't seem to have much experience. Julia smirked and said that she had found the perfect place for him in Black Rose. The guy narrowed his eyes silently and thought that she wanted to humiliate him at the debut ceremony or bring him down to the bottom through bullying. Seong Hyun turned away and asked him not to do it since they were still students, but he thought it sounded tempting. The guy kept his hands in his pockets, thinking that it would be better to target him with his skills. With the ability he would soon have, it would not be difficult. The student frowned and decided that he would reach Hanseong, Hoon and Bile. His companion looked at his interlocutor with interest. She twirled a lock of hair and assumed that the guy was thinking about something else. Julia shrugged and agreed, since he did not want to. The student sweated and mentally noted that, judging by her face, she had a few bad thoughts in her head, but he had no reason to stop her. The academy building. The ability trainer. People were walking in the large hall. The hero entered the purple sphere. He calmly looked ahead, and a voice was heard that his identity was confirmed and he had entered the training ground expanded space with the intangibility feature. The space in front of the hero was marked out. The brunette looked at his hand, clenching and unclenching his fist. Hanseong's stats window: muscle strength 16, magic power 28, speed 12, mental strength 22, agility 12, intelligence 5, endurance 16, charm 4, senses 11, luck 99. Potential 221,000th. Unique skills: enlightenment, physical ability enhancement. Special skills: information viewing, space control. The hero was amazed that he had come across a strong special skill from the very beginning. There was a wind on the site, and the hero said that imagination and spatial thinking are most important when working with something like this, because if you need to use a skill in strictly specified coordinates, then it becomes almost cheating. The brunette clenched his fist and decided that he needed to level up the skill first. He looked at the drone, which informed him that he had a meeting scheduled at 5 o'clock in the evening with Charles and Sion. The boy extended his hand when Halen began listing that he still had to auction off the attribute set and fill out the patent application, as well as the things he had planned after returning from the Perchel dungeon, to which the hero shouted to say all this at the appointed time, and not now. Hanseong closed his eyes and exhaled. He extended his hand forward, engulfed in energy, and thought that besides preparing for the main story and obtaining the black card, there were many things, but it was better to focus on more pressing matters. A whirlwind swirled on the floor. Then another gust of wind appeared in the same place. Finally, 2 crooked cracks appeared in this place, and above them, 2 compressed stones fell next to each other. The young man clenched his fist in frustration and thought that the first pancake was lumpy, as expected from such a low skill level. He moved his fingers and noticed that he couldn't dig properly. Although he imagined his fingers touching the ground, it still passed through them, and was the uneven hole really his limit? Hanseong frowned and held out his hand, deciding to repeat until his skill level increased. After a while, round depressions appeared on the ground in front of him. Several notifications appeared about the increase in the space manipulation skill too, and the mental strength increased by 12. The student clenched his fist happily, breathing heavily, and thought that there was a reason why he wanted to increase the skill level, especially in the extended space training ground. The brunette looked around cautiously. The youth coughed awkwardly and extended his hand. The air in front of him outlined a circle, and the guy realized that this range was his maximum. The hero covered a large circle. The space inside it was compressed into a sphere. The ball began to gradually decrease in size. The young man looked at it and noticed that this training ground created an infinite space, and when he manipulated a large piece, it did not shrink completely. Hanseong sweated and frowned, wondering what would happen if he kept it in this state. His hand trembled as the boy thought that this was against the laws of this universe, but if it was possible, then it was a bug. The student took out an empty potion bottle, which was easy to break if there was nothing inside. The brunette smirked and reduced the sphere even more, deciding that from now on it was not a bug, but a cheat loophole that he was aiming for. A small pebble slowly flew up to the bottle. The boy threw it inside, holding the size. Then he quickly corked it and twisted it well. In his hands was now an empty potion bottle with a rare class space. Notification: you have achieved great success as a rare class item creator. The item was created in a way that did not exist before. Achievement rank: historical. The hero sweated and took a breath. He raised the bottle above his head and happily exclaimed that everything worked out and even managed to get an achievement for it. Hanseong looked at the item and noted that he could gain a reputation as an inventor with this, but the value of this bottle depended on its use. If the bottle was broken, the contents would be freed from the isolation magic, and a bomb could be made by putting a fire spell. The guy imagined different contents in the flask and thought that it would also be possible to heal everyone within the area if it was healing magic, and in general, magic prepared in advance could be more effective than magic cast on the spot. The brunette brought the bottle closer and noted that even if used in this form, it would be quite powerful, so a couple more bottles should be prepared. He put the trophy in his pocket and decided that he would have to comb through the dungeon again later. A heavy sigh was heard near the dormitory building. Hanseong sat leaning on the table and thought that looking through every corner of the dungeon was tiring, and the hardest work was a routine chore, and it was so strange that the young man hadn't spent a drop of energy, but was already tired. A girl with a dagger on her leg approached him. She leaned over, happily greeting the guy, and he wondered what was wrong with her. Sion smiled and asked when they would go on their assassination mission, since tomorrow night would be perfect. The interlocutor sweated and thought that he shouldn't have promised anything. He waved his hand and objected that she needed to practice more first before the effect of the target's enlightenment wore off. The brunette touched her chin and agreed, while the hero decided that he would distract her with this. Sion put her hands behind her back and asked if they would be training in the center tomorrow. The hero turned to her and asked why she was going to the center to train, and the girl replied that there were a lot of people there. The student put his hand on her knee, surprised that she wanted to train in a crowded place. Hanseong looked up thoughtfully, imagining the girl hunting in the crowd, because her training goals were quite specific, and there were a lot of orders in the center and it was easy to get lost in the crowd. He looked at the satisfied interlocutor and remembered that her mind worked differently. The brunette made a gesture with his hand, saying that the student should train in the training center on the long-range evasion site, to which she replied that she was terribly embarrassed. The hero turned pale, noting the overabundance of diminutive suffixes, when Charles approached, surprised that the others had arrived early. She looked at the tired guy who opened the system window and asked what was wrong, but he answered that nothing was wrong and offered to start the distribution. The hero thought that they would sell unnecessary things and divide the rest. Description: attack cube releases invisible energy that can be used as a weapon. Wind cube allows you to read wind flows through your senses. The young man noted that even one glance is enough to pick out the owner. He put the trophies in the hands of each partner. The girls looked at the award with satisfaction, and the guy noted that they were clearly pleased with the item they received. The sky turned bright orange. The blonde twitched and said that both skills were acquired without any problems, and the guy said that he was glad. Charles looked at him embarrassedly and asked if she could check, and the brunette replied that she did not need to ask permission. Hanseong turned around and noted that the brunette was already excited and flying around. The interlocutor put out her hands with a smile and called for lightning, deciding to try. A long discharge appeared near her hand. The hero looked at her in shock. The girl's magic took the form of a spear. The brunette rubbed his chin, remembering the blonde's weapon from her past life, and noted that it was different from Charles's spear, but she was still at the initial stage and had already created this type. The blonde squeezed the weapon in her hand, and the guy noted that she definitely had the makings of becoming the owner of Odin's spear, Gungnir. The student lowered the spear and swung. She confidently cut through the air, leaving a trail of lightning. The girl jumped in delight, seeing a charred furrow on the ground. Charles opened her mouth, noticing the effect of the new power. The floor was melted and still smoking, and the hero noted that if you control it carelessly, it could be dangerous. The student looked at the spear with admiration and thought that it was powerful, attacking, and fast. While the interlocutor was happy with the new skill, the guy looked into the system window. Notification: Charles began to trust and rely on Hanseong more, but the boy noticed that her affection had not increased. The brunette swiped the screen and thought that it hurt his pride, but that was okay. He turned around and saw Sion land on the roof. The girl was surrounded by purple energy, and the boy noticed that she practically flew in the darkness. The wind suited her very well. The student was clutching a weapon in her hand. This skill also multiplies the effect of a dagger with a suitable attribute for her. The brunette looked at him and smiled. The boy read the notification in shock. Sion's affection for Hanseong had increased. The indicator was above 80, and trust and closeness would not change their values until the hero betrayed her. The boy stared at the notification in shock. He pursed his lips and sweated. The brunette put his hands in his pockets and, closing his eyes, thought that let her do what she wants now. Night, a high-rise building. The hero walked up the stairs and thought about how Dian Auction was the world's largest auction house with a worldwide distribution network. He walked inside and thought that after filling out the application, the attributes set was put up as an item here and it wouldn't hurt to haggle for a good item here. The young man sat down and put his suitcase next to him, realizing that he was tired due to his busy schedule, but it was better than going to the training ground now. The guy closed his eyes and noted that the chances of running into Hoon were higher there. An image of a classmate with glowing eyes popped into his memory. The brunette turned pale and shuddered, noting that he had goosebumps just thinking about it, so it was better to avoid him further, although at least the student didn't scream. A man came out of the office and asked if he was Han-seong, who had reserved the place. He handed the guy a business card and introduced himself as Lee Jin-hoo, the leader of the appraisal team. The student looked at the card and thought that they were selling a lot of expensive goods here, so there were so many nice and highly qualified employees, so it was no wonder that the leading expert in this field could not compare with most corporate employees and guild leaders. The man sat down opposite him and asked what he had brought here, and the brunette noted that before putting an item up for auction, it had to be checked, and a skill like view information was not quoted here. The hero opened the suitcase, which contained 7 sets with the dark attribute, 3 sets with the lightning attribute, 1 hidden fragment from a small dungeon and 5 dungeon-forming items, and asked for his professional assessment. The interlocutor put on gloves and muttered in shock that he would now take a closer look. The expert put on special glasses and examined the cube. Jin, who looked at the item in shock and noted that it was surprisingly large, asking where the guy found it. Han-seong made a hand gesture and replied that he had done it himself. The interlocutor shone a laser on the cube and noted that everything was normal according to the tests. The expert leaned closer and asked if he could analyze his magic circle and diagram, because he couldn't even believe that he was seeing it with his own eyes. The student raised his finger and said that there was no need for that, because he had already filed a patent, so the man would soon be able to study it himself, and the hero would post a video with detailed comments on his tube. The brunette winked and asked to subscribe, like, and not forget to turn on notifications. The interlocutor froze and muttered something annoyed. The cube was lying on the table, and the man said that it was amazing, one way or another, and the guy thought that in 3 years it would be invented and it would become standard. The brunette smiled and, thinking that there were no prerequisites for the emergence of this thing now, so his surprise was normal, agreed with the man who said that this set would become the main item of today's auction. He decided that there would be a good catch. The lobby of the building, where someone said they had received an urgent call from the team leader, and this was the main course for the day, a very important thing for the Inorganic Engineering Research Institute. The woman pressed something on the tablet and said that no one had delivered items above treasure grade today, but she was told that it was delivered urgently and the set was more valuable in terms of design than quality. The men looked forward seriously, and one of them assured that he had prepared teams and each of the 5 would play a role. The woman touched her chin and thought that using them as a fake bidder was a lot of money, but what could she do? Gil Yihayan, the CEO of the Yihan Group, picked up the tablet and said that the cost of winning was well worth the effort. She, the second child of the owner of the most successful company in Korea, looked at the interlocutors and declared that they should have this. The woman flinched when a ringing sound from a turnstile nearby sounded. The man suggested checking the VIP meeting room again, which was occupied, but the woman raised her hand and said that she had come here in a hurry, so there was no need to vacate the conference room for something like that. Yihayan closed her eyes and said that the meeting was a priority, but she was constantly interrupted by the ringing and coughing of others. The protagonist sat down nearby and sighed loudly. The guard sweated, sensing the irritation of the boss. Yihayan nervously knitted her eyebrows at the next noise and clutched the tablet in her hands. She frowned and, trying to ignore the sighs, said that if a participant from their side entered the final stage of the trade. The woman wondered why this had to happen at such an inopportune time. The male lead coughed, and the brunette remarked that it was a mediocre day. Han-seong opened his eyes slightly when he heard the announcement from Dihan Auction. Yihayan leaned back tiredly when it was announced that the main auction would begin in 10 minutes, and muttered that she had not been able to complete the meeting in the end. The guy stretched and yawned when the woman stood up from her seat. She walked past, and the brunette muttered that he had dozed off due to accumulated fatigue. Yihayan glared at the young man, but said nothing. The student stared after her questioningly. The auction hall. The men sitting in the chairs were talking. Someone went up on stage and greeted everyone. The man looked at the guests and announced that the main auction was about to begin. The assistant brought out the first item, which was called the main dish of the day. The man took the canvas and pulled it off. There were cubes on the pillow, and the host announced that they were attributed sets. The crowd perked up as they looked at them. The items were under glass, and a voice said that they were high-tech products that included the latest developments that were ahead of their time, and a detailed description had been sent to all bidders. The host pointed at the cubes and said that there were 10 sets on offer, but they were starting with 3, and the remaining 7 would be sold at the end of the auction. The hero leaned on his hand while the man announced that the starting price for the lot was 100 million won. The guy rubbed his chin and glanced sideways as people around him bid 130 million, then 150 million. Yihayan sat at Hanseong, surrounded by her subordinates, and raised her bid to 250 million. The woman was talking to her neighbor, and the hero remembered that after Giljang Hyan's eldest son, she was one of the most influential figures in the company. The boy glanced sideways as 400 million was announced and realized that she was Xiang Hyan's sister. The boy tilted his head and thought that, unlike him, she could be useful outside of battle and that he could get a lot of benefits from cooperating with her. The woman looked towards the hero as 600 million was announced. She looked away and said that she would then bet 1.5 billion, while the host announced the amount of 700 million. The student propped up his cheek and thought that they should not know that he was eavesdropping on them to find out the information he needed. The man sitting to the left of Yihayan whispered that, given the enthusiasm at the start, at this rate the price would rise to 1.8 billion. Hanseong looked at the system window, from which a voice came, announcing that the maximum was 2 billion, and noted that he was receiving everything live from a hidden drone. The brunette folded his hands inside, thinking that this way he would be able to knock out a profitable offer, and he would have money. When the bid rose to 900 million, the young man noted that he would be able to buy any lot at the auction. The host announced that the items were sold. He waved his hand and introduced the next lot. Hanseong frowned and looked down. He leaned on his fist and mumbled. The guy looked away and noted that after his items there was nothing interesting, but even just making money was not bad. The young man remembered 3 cubes that were sold for 1.5 billion, 1.8 billion, and 1.6 billion respectively, and including the available 500 million, it comes to 5 and 4 billion. Hanseong sat up when the next item was announced. The man pulled off the canvas and said that even a rank appraiser could not appraise this item in a single copy. On the pillow lay a white unknown strong egg. The brunette removed his hand from his face and wondered what it was that they could not appraise. The item was behind glass, and the guy thought that just an A-rank expert's appraisal was worth tens of millions, and an S-rank appraisal could reach hundreds of millions. So if this item didn't cover the appraisal, it would only bring losses, so often higher quality appraisals weren't carried out and similar items were put up for sale. Hanseong twitched and decided that if it appeared on the main auction, then it must have been either dangerous to get or the item was rare. The hero reached out and decided to look using view information. The student stared at the system window. He tilted his head, reading carefully. Suddenly, the young man shuddered and his eyes widened. Hanseong sweated as he read to the end. The guy clenched his hand and thought that this was crazy. Description: young draconian's egg. The egg was sealed during the Dragon War a long time ago. It is from a white dragon and a draconian. The hero turned pale and realized that he had to buy it, so let the others move over. The guy repeated in his head once more that it was a draconian egg. He touched his face and thought that a dragon egg was hard to get and it was hard to tame a hatched dragon, but a draconian was a different matter. The young man looked at the item behind the glass and realized that they were easier than dragons, so he definitely had to buy it. The host pointed to the item and said that the starting price was 100 million won. The brunette frowned and decided to start with 110 million. Following him, the bid rose to 200 million. The guy trembled with impatience, realizing that this was indeed the main item of the auction, which remained undervalued, and its price was now 210 million. He gritted his teeth when 230 million was announced and typed something. The hero frowned nervously as the host announced his bet of 500 million, while the boy hoped that everyone would think that he had simply doubled by mistake. The boy was sweating while his bet held, and hoped that the others would give in. Yihayan looked closely at the boy, noticing that he was sweating and nervous. The host waved his hand and announced that the egg had been sold for 500 million. The brunette sank into his chair in relief. He clenched his fist and mentally rejoiced. Hanseong lowered his head and thought that he had barely bought it. The student turned pale and shook, realizing that, fortunately, there was enough money, but he was nervous because he had received an SS-class item. The boy stretched out his legs and thought that if all the information about him had been revealed, he would not have been able to buy it, and as it was difficult to appreciate the product. The brunette imagined an egg and remembered that it hatched when receiving magic and blood, and was also easy to tame, since the draconian took the first creature he saw for his mother. The guy closed his eyes and realized that if he had more information, he would not have grabbed it for such a price. The hero stood up and thought that he was going to turn to Yihayan at the end of the auction, but changed his mind. The brunette turned around and decided that he needed to finish this quickly and returned to the dorm. He approached the woman and coughed, attracting attention. The guy looked at the guard who appeared. The man put out his hand and said that the young man could not pass, so let him move away. He looked at the guy with disdain. The student sweated and shuddered. The hero made a hand gesture and said that he just wanted to say something. The bodyguard turned around when he heard a voice from behind. Hyun stood up and looked at the boy and asked what business he had with her, and the boy thought that she was an rank hero and she didn't really need security just to save her reputation. The woman stared at the student and he realized that her expression did not bode well. The brunette sweated and assumed that she would hit him if he said something weird and irrelevant. Because his attractiveness level was still low, so the likelihood that she fell in love with his face and was acting elegant was minimal. Hanseong paled, imagining a scene from a romantic story, and realized that it was impossible. He took a step and decided to just smile. The boy waved his hand and said that it was about the attribute set. The woman frowned when the interlocutor said that he made it. She stepped forward and asked what kind of nonsense this was. The hero smiled and handed her a card with his information and told her that she could believe whatever she wanted. Hyun looked at the card and thought that it was easy to check, but what if he was lying? The woman froze and decided that it was better to be deceived 100 times than to miss such an opportunity, so it was not the time to be proud. She came closer, and the brunette shuddered. The interlocutor waved her hand, stopping the bodyguard. She shook her head, and he nodded in response. The guy jerked slightly when the woman stood next to him. He kept a duty smile on his face. Hyun took his card from his hands without saying anything. The brunette leaned forward and said that the deal should be concluded in person, and suggested that they take their time now. The hero turned and headed for the exit. The woman stood and looked after him, her eyebrows knitted. The door quietly closed behind the young man. Hyun pressed her lips together, not making a sound. She touched her chin and muttered that it was dark, and she did not pay attention to it. The woman grimaced and added that the hero was a freak, and she almost threw up. The dormitory building. The guy stroked the egg and laughed contentedly. The brunette grinned ominously, rubbing his trophy. Halen silently watched her creepy laughing master. The hero connected the tube to the vein and pumped out some blood. He smirked, bringing it to the egg. The student sat on the bed pouring blood on the trophy, and empty potion bottles lay around. The egg slightly pulsated from the liquid. Suddenly, a shudder ran through it, and the system reported that the draconian egg absorbed the blood. The drone flew closer and noted that if the guy spent any more blood and magic, the recovery potions would no longer cover his costs. The satisfied guy looked at Halen, who asked him to stop since it was dangerous, and agreed. He placed his hands on the egg and, using more magic, muttered that just one more time. The student smirked and asked the egg to hatch faster. The brunette looked away when the assistant said his name. The drone came close to the owner so that he could see his reflection in it. The boy sweated and muttered that he would stop. The young man closed his eyes and sighed. He lay down on the bed, looking at the egg and thinking that he didn't know how much blood and magic it would need to hatch. The hero looked at the screen and realized that a certain video came to mind when he thought of dragons. He pressed play. A dark, stormy sky appeared on the screen. Amidst the lightning, the silhouette of a lizard appeared. It had large wings and red eyes. The evil dragon that achieved divinity through harm, Hegemord, spread its wings and roared, calling down lightning. A bright light appeared ahead. Someone clenched a fist. Hoon hovered, emitting a glow. He frowned and quickly rushed forward. The dragon narrowed his eyes, noticing his opponent. The man struck with his fist. Blood spurted from the lizard's mouth, and it roared. A bright flash appeared from the clash of their forces. Hegemord opened its mouth, concentrating dark energy. His opponent flew up and hit his knee in the jaw, forcing the enemy to close his mouth. Hoon swung his fist. His punch hit the target, and there was light around the guy. The protagonist leaned on his hand, watching the video. He turned pale and thought that looking at these shocking scenes available closer to the end of the world, only a madman would not be wary of Hoon, who defeated the dragon with his bare hands. The guy hugged the egg and muttered that it was irresponsible to show him such a thing, so he apologized. The brunette lay on his back, putting the egg on himself, and decided that Hoon would definitely not leave the evil dragon alone. He said that he should train the hatchling well so that it does not grow up like this. The next day, the academy building. The hero raised his chin. An egg was sticking out of his back. The student walked forward, while the people around him discussed how he was wearing something incomprehensible again and looking for attention. A girl whispered to a friend that Hanseong seemed to have become a little more attractive, but the other man replied that he was a celebrity then. The brunette closed his eyes and shook his head, noting that he was being rated better, but it was not enough. The guy squeezed his bag and noted that his charm points were increasing thanks to Charm Splash, but it took a whole month to reach at least 10. It was too slow. The student grimaced, clenching his fist, and decided that he needed to get a potion and increase his charm level, but for now he remembered all these humiliations, and right at that moment, someone was horrified by his face. Hanseong turned his head when someone said hello. The man stopped and noted that a lot of time had passed. Dosok put his hand on his belt and reminded them of his name with a smile. He, the S-rank hero who had guided them during the entrance skill test, looked ahead and declared that he would be at their disposal today. The protagonist looked at him and thought that there were mostly only A and B ranks around, and the feeling of S rank was completely different. There was a huge gap between them. The guy imagined the scale with levels and remembered that S rank had at least a rare status and a contract for a status of at least legendary, since they were only at the beginning of the path to divinity. The brunette sighed and decided that they should quickly reach S rank, because they should be prepared for the future crisis. The man showed his fingers and said that during the first 2 weeks, they should attend basic lectures on weapons, regardless of the type of weapon chosen in the entrance exams. He smiled and added that there would also be special lectures where they would receive all the necessary knowledge. Dosok pointed to the glowing silhouettes of equipment and asked them to come forward one by one and take the one they liked. The teacher frowned and asked them to choose wisely. Training field. The hero shuddered when the next student was called. He watched his classmate pick out a sword and noted that it was the most commonly picked weapon, followed by a spear, a bow, and a couple of exotic weapons. The boy looked at the weapons and thought that those who focused on studying magic would most often pick up a wand, as it was good for maintaining mana and intelligence. Hoon stepped forward and declared that he would not pick anything, which didn't surprise the hero at all. The brunette rubbed his chin and noted that his classmate was punching his way through, not needing a weapon, while Bile had decided to go his own way. He looked at the mage and noted that in this world, danger lurked around every corner, so it was no surprise that the main characters already had the abilities needed to survive here. Hanseong sighed and muttered that he couldn't believe he was stuck in this place. He looked up when he heard a voice ahead of him. The girl with glasses picked up a bow. On High Rim looked at the weapon with satisfaction. The boy looked at his classmate running away and realized that he had been busy with other characters and hadn't even approached her, but it wouldn't be bad to have her as an ally either. He used view information and thought that the bow was a good tool to use for support from the rear due to its attack range. High Rim stats: muscle strength 20, speed 34, agility 38, endurance 20, senses 45, magic power 35, mental power 20, intelligence 23, charm 32. Potential 299 890th. Unique skills: focus thinking, 6 senses. Special skills: clairvoyance, unknown. The boy looked at the screen and noticed that her focus thinking and element had already awakened. He remembered the girl's appearance and thought that her special unawakened skill was multiple personality. Thanks to this skill, when changing the personality, the characteristics also change. So if the current introverted personality is suitable for long-range attacks, then the second one is for close combat, because the indicators of muscle strength, endurance, and mental strength increase. Hanseong looked at his classmate and thought that she was not limited to just the two of them, and as she grew older, she would be able to form even more personalities, because those who specialize in long-range attacks do quite poorly if the enemy reduces it, and the girl's skill completely neutralizes this disadvantage. High Rim held a bow and arrow in her hands, and the hero thought that he should make her his ally. The professor invited the next student. The hero came closer to the glowing silhouettes. He looked at the weapon and noted that it was quite difficult, but he needed to follow the plan. The guy grabbed 2 items at once. He crossed the sword and wand because he wanted to be a swordsman mage. The system immediately reflected his choice in the notification. Dosok nodded to the young man, who said that it would be difficult for him to refuse either of them. The man smiled approvingly and said that this was expected from a candidate who would become a hero and illuminate their country in the future. The brunette looked at the professor in confusion, who said that he liked his idea of combining sword and magic, but talent was needed, and the young man noted that the mood was rather strange. Dosok patted him on the back and added that the young man might have talent. Hanseong glanced nervously at the interlocutor, who said that it was rare for anyone to choose them together, and although the young man was called a genius upon admission, he should always clearly understand that with opportunities come limitations. His classmates glanced at him with displeasure, calling him scary and highlighting discrimination. He sweated and thought that it would be nice to have a higher charm level, otherwise it was difficult to tolerate such hostility. The hero decided that he should first increase his charm. Night, dormitory building. The boy took off his jacket and suggested that they call it a day. Halen flew closer and noted that the owner was pushing himself too hard, so the brunette replied that he was almost done. He pointed to the egg with potions and restorers around it and said that he had prepared thoroughly. The brunette put his hands on his hips and said that a lot of reputation points were spent on those potions, but it was not all in vain. Hanseong touched the egg and decided to call the video using rare items to hatch an SS-ranked dragon. The boy raised his finger and asked to record a preview. The drone flew closer and accepted the order when the owner then asked to start filming and editing. Hanseong happily stared at the egg and exclaimed that the views would be excellent. The brunette looked at the hatching baby and exclaimed to keep it up. Steam was coming out of the shell, and the boy thought that the hatching should happen on its own without anyone else's participation. There were cracks in the egg, through which a paw could be seen and smoke was coming out, and the hero noted that the air was starting to fill with mana, although the baby had not yet fully hatched as expected from dragon blood. Suddenly, the shell flew apart and someone suddenly jumped out of it. Small horns and a tail appeared. A small dragon was hovering in the air, and the system reported that the draconian egg had hatched. The hero turned pale and sweated, looking at it. He grabbed the pet and exclaimed that even its yawn was cute. The dragon looked questioningly at Hanseong. The guy lifted the pet and happily declared that he was its dad, to which he received a cute sound. The student happily hugged the dragon to himself, despite the resistance, and exclaimed that it was adorable. The brunette took the paw in his hand and noted that the scales were soft and fluffy, but its strength was enough to withstand any attack, especially since it was so white and beautiful. He picked it up and announced that he had come up with a name for it. The dragon smiled as the boy announced that his name was now Lee White. Stats window: muscle strength 30, magic power 72, speed 30, mental strength 54, agility 30, IQ 7, endurance 30, mental strength 50, potential 412 1,000th. Unique skills: none. Special skills: none. Specialty: dragon heart, dragon hide, guardian's power, Sermon blood, unknown. The hero admired that the pet already had such stats at birth, so draconians couldn't even be considered humans. He imagined the heart covered in magic and thought that the SSS class dragon heart specialty was equivalent to infinite magic. The hero noticed the empty lines of unique and special skills and noted that he could recognize even unawakened characteristics. He grinned and laughed. Hanseong happily picked up the dragon and thought that this was the best thing to meet in this game. White was sleeping peacefully on his master's chest. The guy jerked and opened his eye. He yawned loudly and closed his eyes, getting up. The brunette carefully picked up the pet and muttered that the baby was so warm that he even dozed off himself. The hero opened the tube page to check the video. The young man read comments about the guy showing his whole life, and there was also a message from a Korean top 10 guild, although students cannot even join guilds, so the guy noted that many take his game too seriously, which is scary. Hanseong looked at the screen and said that he had already received an offer from the guild, and this time the public's reaction was not bad, and his reputation points, 43-0. The guy rubbed his chin and noted that he had collected a lot of reputation points, so he could buy about 4 mid-level random potion boxes. The dragon looked at him and opened its mouth, so the hero noticed that it was awake. The brunette stroked the pet and asked what daddy should choose. He began to stroke White, saying that he was too cute and that he was overloaded. The student frowned and touched his chin, realizing that he was a little distracted. The guy tapped the screen and muttered that he needed to buy 4 mid-level random potion boxes. Halen flew closer and said that the owner made the right choice. The drone hovered nearby, saying that there was a chance to get a potion that increased charm, and that looks were very important on tube, to which the hero agreed, since attractiveness was the basis of all bases. Halen turned to the hero and said that good genetics were a blessing for an attention seeker. The boy widened his eyes at her, amazed at such a choice of words. The drone approached when the student noted that her vocabulary had increased, and she was quickly adapting. The dragon looked questioningly at the brunette, and he said that a child could not learn such words, realizing that draconians were quick learners, so they learned the language quickly, and the boy should be careful. Hanseong looked at the glowing cubes and decided to open a random box of mid-rank potions, although it was annoying. Notification: you are using 4 boxes of mid-rank potions, extraordinary luck has been activated. Several items lit up, and the system reported that the user's wish interacted with luck. The hero looked at the system windows questioningly, holding the trophies in his hands. They were a low-ranking charm-inducing potion, a low-ranking skincare set, a low-ranking sheet mask, and a low-ranking botox mask. The boy smiled, happy with the long-awaited charm increasing things. Night fell on the ground. The girl stood on the edge of the roof. She looked down and thought that Han Bile had not been seen to be active. She looked at the screen and thought, but Seong Hyun of the Han Bile family was acting cautiously behind the scenes. He would not be able to easily influence the affairs of the academy anyway. After that, she closed her eyes and continued to think. Moreover, Han Bile was more focused on training with Jin Hoon. After receiving the new information, she was most worried about Julia Martin. She remembered the appearance of the blonde girl, thinking that she was more fussy than Jeong Yeon. Seong Si-yeon looked down and thought that Lee Han-seong had been talking non-stop since he created the group, but he was definitely planning something from the information screen. She reached out for her weapon, saying that Julia Martin was being rather tactless and if she wasn't using her eyes, should she get rid of them? She turned around and continued thinking that the Martin family owned a big company and if she tried to eliminate them, someone would find out. She started pressing the buttons on the screen, thinking that she would hinder Lee Han-seong's happiness if she acted rashly and she should be careful, better watch and wait, but for now, she would focus on the task at hand. She stood on the outside unit of the air conditioner and thought that Lee Han-seong was the strangest person she had ever seen in her life. She moved to the edge of the roof, magic, swordsmanship, and even his abilities. It's even ridiculous to have so many talents. She thinks that he is not deprived of the talent of a killer. She doubts that there is anything in the world that the child of the Darkland has not seen. But still, for some reason, he refuses to work with her. She pushed the collar over her face. Anna said that he has been doing this for too long and he is tired of it. She is starting to get tired too, so she understands. Seong Si-yeon stood with one foot on the edge of the roof. She made a dash. The girl flew from the roof upside down. She continued to fly down. Her hair caught on the building. She jumped to the floor and moved deeper into the building. The man was standing in the corridor. He turned around at the sound. He tried to get his sword. Blood covered the window. The girl walked on the bloody floor. She continued moving, and behind her there were corpses. The man looked around and asked why there was no electricity. There were sounds behind him. He turned around and asked who she was and how she got in. She pulled out a bloody dagger. The man was horrified and started calling for the active hero's security. Blood splattered in all directions. She turned around to look at the falling man. She took off the bandage from her face and said that now it's next. Sunlight fell on the seat. The guy stretched and looked at his pet. Hanseong turned to Halen asking about the current status of the stock. She replied that the stock price was growing slowly and the yield was generally 5%. After which he asked to let him know when there would be more significant changes and asked about his class and learned that today at noon he had a group lesson on the basics of raids. He brought his hand to his face and thought that the main storyline had already begun. He was prepared, but he had to be on guard. The guy, getting out of bed, instructed Halen to look after the pet in his absence. Halen was flying around the room, and the protagonist thought that because it was an AI, she could work in several places at once, but he thought that there were restrictions on drones. He walked to the exit of the room and helped the drone with his hand, saying that it was hard now, but he would soon buy her a good avatar, to which she thanked him. The dragon slept peacefully on the bed, and the protagonist thought that most bodies could not withstand the mana of a draconian and that there would be an ability to control its impressive volumes. Hanseong stood by the window and ate a sandwich, thinking that perhaps there was such a thing in the underworld. He silently looked at the screen. He brought his hand to his mouth and sat down a message about wanting to meet now. The protagonist, looking at the screen, came to the conclusion that Gil Hyun had begun to act. He lowered his hand and thought that the time had finally come. The guy put on his jacket and thought that the end of the first part of his plan had come and he only needed to endure today and work hard for a few days. He looked down and thought that this way he could finish the first storyline without any problems. It was sunny on the weapon testing ground. The girl invited the men to come with her. Her heels clicked loudly. Gil Hyun walked and thought that buying 2 new attribute sets was more expensive than she had planned, but judging by the joyful shout from the research lab, it was not a waste of money. She remembered the excitement of the scientists and thought that the institute at Jahyun Company had many outstanding scientists and they had a lot to be proud of, but they were still excited about these items. Then she looked to the side and thought that she couldn't believe that even though the technology was years ahead of the researchers' assumptions, a smart enough S-class mage or higher could do it. She looked at Hanseong and thought that he was neither a researcher nor an S-class mage. He was just a hero candidate who had recently entered the academy. He turned his back and said that this room was so huge, and Gil Hyun thought that someone like that had created it. What a golden goose. The guy walked down the hallway, and she continued to think that he would be an influential figure in the future, and she had to get him no matter what it cost her. There were sounds in the weapons testing area. People were standing there. Hanseong said that this place has not changed. They asked him if he had been here before. He said that he had been there, and to himself he thought that he was once in S-class. He turned back, raised his finger up and asked if it was possible to raise the security level to the first. There was an iron satellite on the testing ground, and Gil Hyun thought that the entire testing ground was covered with a protective magic barrier, and if the security level was raised to the first, then dozens of barriers would appear and hundreds of magic stones would evaporate. It was appropriate for a testing ground of this scale. She narrowed her eyes and thought that if they wanted to contain the shock wave and further destruction when a kiloton nuclear bomb exploded. But the protagonist interrupted her thoughts, telling her not to be afraid, because it was not a nuclear weapon. The girl raised her finger up and said that she would request the first level, and to herself she thought that she had gone too far with the nuclear weapon, but the guy said that the effect would be similar and they should prepare. He held a blue bottle in his hands and said that he should be careful. Confirmation of the first level of protection came. He twirled the bottle in his hands, and the girl noted that it looked beautiful. Hanseong looked at the bottle and thought that it was full of compressed space and magic from the magic stone, and in addition to the spells of releasing space and destroying magic, a magic chain was also engraved on it. He handed the bottle Stronger and asked what she meant by calling it beautiful and thought that it could only be called something beautiful in the Dark Lands. When this bomb sweeps away tens of thousands of demons and devils, the protagonist began to move away from the rest of the people and offered to start, but Gil Hyun tried to stop him. but he continued his movement further. The girl screamed shrilly that he was outside the safe zone inside the barter, but the guy did not even turn around and calmly replied that he knew and everything was fine. The girl looked after him in bewilderment. Hanseong rubbed the bottle in his hands. He swung and threw it. It flew high, after which it fell and shattered into pieces. Blue power burst out of it. The protagonist used a shield to avoid being caught and thought that the compressed space and magic, when released, sweep away everything in its path. He could hardly hold on and thought that a rapid explosion would quickly use up the mana of the protective barrier and that it was necessary to continuously supply mana to maintain it. The force formed into a sphere, and the guy continued his thought that when magic and space gather at one point, a series of mana explosions equal in strength to an atomic bomb would occur. At that moment, an explosion occurred. The blast wave began to spread. The guy was still holding the barrier and thought that it was a pure magical explosion. He began to move with the blast wave, and that is why he is not in the safe zone. He looked at the monitor and said, "Ready." The notification reported that the resistance to the magical storm has exceeded the limit. And the next, that an explosion of space began with the release of space and the destruction of magic. The blast wave began to destroy the barrier, and the guy thought that the giant testing ground with a large reserve of magic in the barrier and the boring talent, all the conditions coincided. He smirked and thought that this was the perfect plan. This most effective way to improve the skill required serious work of a professional. In the middle of the racing field, a huge crater from the explosion was left. Hanseong lowered his trembling hand, saying that he might die like this. He held his hand and said that it was definitely not worth repeating this a second time. He shook his hand. The notification said that the magic superiority increased to B rank and the control of space increased to C rank. The guy thought that at least it was worth it. He smiled and looked at these notifications. He frowned and thought that otherwise it would take him several months to improve these skills, but fortunately, he did not fail. After that, he turned around. All the people stood silently with their mouths open. Gil Yihayan stood with her mouth open. Gil Yihayan shielded herself from the wind. She opened her mouth and thought that the power of the weapon was certainly impressive, as was the fact that he had created it himself, but how? She looked at the protagonist's back and did not understand how he could even stand there. She looked briefly at the remains of the explosion and thought that she had previously perceived him as a brilliant talent that could not be missed, but now he appeared as a person who should definitely not be crossed. The debris from the explosion fell around the people. The girl thought that the compression of space and the detonation of mana and that he possessed powers that would wipe any hero off the face of the earth. Gil Yihayan looked at the guy in surprise and thought that everyone judged Hanseong's abilities from his videos on the tube, but hardly anyone guessed how skilled he was in mana control. The protagonist stood with his eyes closed, and the girl thought that he definitely had a talent related to her at least at the S rank, but now he was just a candidate. She pursed her lips. Then she thought that she needed to calm down. Gil Yihayan moved towards the protagonist thinking that he should not become her enemy no matter how he should make him her ally without resorting to force. The weather was fine outside at that time. There was a group lesson on the basics of raids. Han Sang-jun standing on the stage said that these were all the basic principles of raids and suggested forming groups to carry out practical. Hanseong folded his arms and thought that working together to study the mechanics of raids, yes, personal strength is important, but it is also necessary to have basic knowledge of teamwork so that when meeting a strong opponent, you can defeat him together. Behind him, people were whispering that his appearance had improved and someone asked if he had had plastic surgery. The protagonist sighed heavily. He smiled and thought that after using all the items that increase charm, he was finally treated like a human and his indicator reached 15, and this is about the average value of this indicator, so now he will be treated better. He looked at Si-yeon and thought that from 20 everyone looks attractive, and after 40 as if they could be from the cover of fashion magazines, and her charm if you think about it exceeds 40. He shook his head and thought that her personality radically changed the matter, and he did not know why to spoil the player so much, and maybe this is something that the producer is nervous about or an attempt to establish balance in the game. The man said that he will distribute everyone into groups and there will be 10 of them, 5 people in each. Each group should have 1 attacker and a long and short range, 2 assistants and a tank. The main character stood silently and thought what role he will get. An echo spread through the hall, and the man began to announce the composition of the 5th group Hanseong tank. He turned around and thought that it was not bad. He turned out to be a tank of the 5th group. He has the 500th line in the rating. The long-range attacker was On High-Rim. She has the 600th line in the rating. The assistant in the attack was Lee Jae-sung. He has the 700th line in the rating. The girls stood silently, and the man continued. The close-range attacker was Si-yeon. She has the 8th line in the rating. And the assistant in the short-range attack was Julia Martin. She has the 30th line in the rating. The man raised his finger up and said that they had an hour to prepare the strategy and process it, after which they would have practice. The protagonist sighed heavily. He glanced around the room and thought that he needed on high rim, and it was only to his advantage that they ended up in the same group, but he could not say that everything in this distribution suited him. The blonde girl stood with her arms crossed, and he thought that he was not even comfortable being next to her. He cleared his throat to attract attention and asked the first blow for him since he was a tank. He put his sword in front of him and thought that the role of a tank, and in a battle it is to take the main damage, read the enemy's attacks and find weakness in them. The tank's attack is one of the main parts of the battle. Julia Martin twirled her hair on her finger and asked if the candidate with the 500th place in the rating had enough experience for this. The brunette laughed and said that even though she had a double-digit rating, she was talking nonsense. The girl came up close to the blonde and said that she thought that ignorance was when a person judged something without understanding it, but perhaps the ignoramus didn't realize it. The protagonist silently watched this squabble. He thought that with weapons in their hands, they were ruthless killing machines, but in moments like these, they looked more like children, although they probably behaved like ordinary 17-year-olds. Julia Martin stuck out her finger, saying that she had 8th place in the rating, but everything was completely different if the leader had only 500th place. Sion shrugged, saying that she was right, everything was completely different, because they were talking about different people. Perhaps, for her now, even 8th place in the rating was just a joke, because there was always a guy standing in 3rd place showing off around. The blonde raised her finger and said that the guy with the 500th place in the rating in her team is not so scary because he visited him on his own, having nothing to his name. The brunette simply remained silent in response, to which the blonde grinned. She laughed and grabbed her stomach, saying that it does not matter who your family is, she cannot compare with the Martin family or the Yihan group. Hanseong looked at them and wondered what she was trying to achieve. Julia Martin began to yell at Sion, asking if she had swallowed her tongue and how she dared to involve Seong Hyan in this. The girl reached for the weapon on her leg. The blonde was horrified. The main character thought that it was just not necessary to bring everything to a stabbing. The brunette looked with contempt. Someone left her with the words, "Enough, let's finish here." There was a guy standing between the girls, who was holding them back with his hands and asking if they shouldn't get ready for practice first. Sion froze and looked ahead as the guy thought he didn't know why she was nervous today, but he couldn't let her use a weapon. Then he put his hand on her shoulder and said it was time to start practicing. The girl didn't understand why he was touching her. She looked away, reluctantly agreed and said she understood. When the brunette turned around, the blonde stood with a dissatisfied face and then said, "Oh well." A drop of sweat was running down the guy's face as he exhaled in relief. Then he closed his eyes, put his hands on his hips and thought, just a little more and there will be trouble, he still needs to live until practice at least. The stands were empty. 5 people came out into the hall with spears. The tank of the first group, Bile, stood with his hands in his pockets. The guy raised his head when he saw that there was a C-rank ogre standing in front of him. The brunette watched them and thought that last time it was quite difficult to deal with 10 ogres. An ogre on a group of 5 people is a good level for practice. The giant swung at the young man. His fist rushed forward. The guy put his hands in front of him, defending himself from the blow. Sweat was running down his face. The brunette dodged the blow. The monster could not catch him, and the tank of the first group, watching this, thought that he was distracting attention with telekinesis and dodging attacks. His efforts to attract attention irritated even him. The ogre fell to the floor. The brunette looked at this and clenched his fist, and the plot noted that the first group's record was 8 minutes 54 seconds. Behind Bile, there were 2 guys discussing the fight. One of them said that he used telekinesis with one hand and magic with the other. The second person asked how it was possible. Hearing this, a thought appeared in the man's head that a record of less than 10 minutes was an incredible achievement for a new candidate. The tank of the second group looked forward. Their group's record was 10 minutes and 4 seconds, and the tank of the first group continued his thought that Jin Hoon had a very strong ability, but it took a long time because of the weakness of the group's supports. Suddenly, the man turned around in fear when someone shouted the name Gil Sunghyun. The long-range attacker from the 5th group was walking through the hall. The brunette looked at him with disdain when he shouted forward. Then he looked after him and thought that he was quite popular, but he did not think that much. Shouts were heard in the arena. The ogre attacked the guy when he dodged. The guy took a sharp step back. Then he looked up. In his hands was a stick. Everything around him lit up as he swung it. The tank of the first group stood in shock. Then he thought that he had it, a special ability for magic copying. Golden symbols flew around the arena as the plot noted that the guy could cast many copied spells at once. It only needed to be improved 2, 4, 16 times and then it would become truly effective. Then the trainer looked at the guy and thought, he finally decided, he could become a very strong enemy later. He closed his eyes and continued the thought that he was working on how they could become allies. But so far he did not see any progress and did not know how possible it was. If he became his ally, then this ability would bear very good fruit. Then, looking at the guy, he began to doubt whether he could lure him to his side or whether it would be better to kill him before he turned into his enemy. A call came from behind him. A girl came up to him and looked at him with a questioning look when he asked, "Is it their turn? Right, time to start." The blonde stood alone to the side. When someone thought that it seemed like she would not take part, you can ignore her. In general, her help will not be needed. The guy directed the power up, with the thought that at the testing ground he was able to increase his magical superiority to B rank and space control to C rank. The ogre is now a feasible opponent for him alone. The brunette closed his eyes and thought that since this is a team task, he will pull all the blanket over himself. How tiring. He turned around and grinned. Then he said, 7 minutes should be enough. The girl stood in shock and thought that 7 minutes would not be enough. He fell from an oak tree. The guy made a dash, thinking that while he had space control, they might finish even earlier. The ogre's face was terrifying. He stood in front of the brunette when he thought that he only needed to use this skill to defend himself and crush him. While the animal took steps towards him, he continued to think that he had no shortcomings as a tank. The brunette silently made a dash towards the ogre. His feet slid along the floor. The furry fist swung. The guy put his hands forward. A magic shield appeared in front of them. The giant was angry, as the guy thought, because the attacks did not work. The monster's fist could not break through the shield, and the main one thought that he did not like it when the effect of attacks was less than he expected, so he would definitely focus all his attention on himself. The ogre raised his hand up. His paw was directed towards the young man, who raised his hands in fear. Then he thought about the gigantic strength, and Hoon swung at them with his bare hands. Beads of sweat ran down his face when he continued to think that he tried to avoid straight lines, but only defending himself, he would not last long like this. Then he looked at the ogre's shoulder and continued his thought that when he noticed a gap, he needed to attack with space control. He needed to aim for the shoulders so he could avoid a fatal blow. The guy looked up, spread his arms and thought, now. He looked at the shoulder and spread his fingers. The ogre cowered, after which the brunette thought that he had dodged. The young man fell into a stupor and continued his thought that he had felt the attack and reflexively dodged, but he had missed. Then he clenched his fist and thought that this was enough. Arrows were sticking out of the ogre's shoulder. A girl appeared behind him, holding a knife in her hands. She struck him in the shoulder, after which she smiled. The guy, watching what was happening, thought that Sion had become much stronger now, but would the rest of the group be able to keep up with this pace? Even if they had an advantage, they were unlikely to deal a serious blow to the orc. The giant held his shoulder as the boy looked at him and thought that there was no end to it. Just slowly continue the attack. He pointed his hand towards the orc and thought that he should at least touch the other shoulder a little. Then he aimed the sight at him. There was a cursor on the shoulder, and the boy did not understand what it was. The monster screamed. He was wounded. The boy fell into a stupor and thought that he almost hit his neck when he dodged another attack, almost killed. The girl with glasses pulled the bow, opened her mouth and screamed, now. She released the arrow. The blonde with the stick in her hands made a sound. In front of her was a golden symbol. The long-haired girl swung her hand. Their forces collided. The arena filled with smoke. The orc's eyes lit up. Arrows stuck in his shoulders. He fell to his knees. Then he lost consciousness. People looked at the giant lying on the floor. The plot noted that the record of the fifth group was 3 minutes 43 seconds. People were delighted and screamed. Bile was disappointed. Then he exhaled and thought that he had finished too quickly, and he could already hear the difficulty level of the game increasing. He raised his hand to his forehead and continued the thought that nothing could be changed, then told Halen to move the camera closer. The robot moved closer and the guy said that he thought it would take 7 minutes. Then he grinned, put up 3 fingers and said that it only took 3 because of a mistake. The plot noted that it was a perfect angle. A tear flowed from his eye and he thought that he would put this on the preview. There was a building against the sunset. The teacher told the students that this was the end of today's practice, and according to the record of each group. The brunette listened to the man and thought that it went a little out of plan, but everything ended well, overall, and the trading in the morning was successful. The bomb sparkled as the guy continued the thought that he transferred the patent for the attribute set on the condition of receiving a 3% royalty on turnover for 3 years. 3 mana burst bombs were sold for crazy money. Yihan Group hardly had much spare money after these deals. The dark-haired man closed his eyes and thought that for Gil Yihan, it was more important than just profit. The brunette stood with her arms crossed at her waist when the guy continued the thought that she had more ambition than she showed. At first glance it seemed that she was completely satisfied with the position of the head of one of the departments, but, in fact, since childhood, she was burning with the desire to lead her own company. The people shook hands, and the thought continued that their cooperation was very important to her in order to achieve this goal. Standing on the parquet, the young man thought that developing a relationship with Gil Yihan was quite important. It would bring not only money, but also some fruits. He glanced at the brunette out of the corner of his eye and thought, for example, Gil Xiang Hyan, this is the fastest way for Najdan to build a relationship with him. because he listens to his sister. While the guy looked into the distance, he continued the thought that this way he could avoid getting on a slippery slope. The brother and sister stood among the people in the arena when Bile thought that if he could convince Julia Martin more. The blonde looked away when he continued to think that it was better to be allies with her than enemies. From somewhere she has a tendency to commit crimes. Sweat ran down the guy's face when his thoughts continued with the fact that one way or another, he received the position of honorary lead researcher of the Yihan group. He has no responsibilities, only rights. Gil Yihan made a lot of effort to appoint him to it. Then the girl showed him something, and he thought that with her actions she was trying to be one step ahead, but this is an excellent chance to improve relations with her brother. After that, he looked away and thought with a smile that it was difficult, but necessary to prepare. The girl stood with her eyes closed and smiled. The blonde behind her with a displeased face thought that she was sticking out her chest again. Where did she get so much pride from? The brunette froze and thought that she was acting like this, and he was ashamed. By the way, he noticed the plot soon. People looked in one direction with surprise. Two ran. Explosions were visible above the building. Looking at this, the guy thought that it had begun. A notification about the main quest 1 came. It said to find out who attacked the academy and what their goal was, maintain safety inside the building. 4 seconds had passed since the beginning of the attack. The explosions continued. People looked at them with horror, and the guy thought that the difficulty of the main quest was high, but while everything was going according to plan, experience was more important than his knowledge now, because even significant changes could lead to unpredictable consequences. He opened his mouth and called Jinhoon and Han Bile. He waved his hand to the side and told them that he thought they were under attack. They needed to save everyone. One of the guys clenched his fist. The other one had an angry look. Then the brunette turned around and asked Sergi, Ian Charles and Song Si-yeon if they would help them. He looked away and thought that the hardest part was to complete the next part. Then he turned to kill Sung Hyun and Julia and said that he needed their help. Please help, he continued when the guy looked at him, and the plot noted that his ability to copy magic could be very useful in this matter, and by working together, they could get closer to him. The brunette was silent, looking at the interlocutor. Then he turned away and said that he was on his own, and his sister supported him. Then the main character thought that he knew it. The dark-haired man spread his arms and said, okay, but for now he asked not to leave, but to listen first. With a serious look, he continued to say that right now the academy was isolated. Everyone was shocked. While the people were looking at the young man, he continued that there was no way to get out or even contact someone from the outside. He took out virtual maps, then said that they had no other choice but to solve the problem on their own, so they should take the map. One of the people looked at the map and said that there were points and people marked, plus the location was given. He raised his head, looked at the guy and asked how he knew this. The guy remained silent in response. Then he pointed his finger at the interlocutor and said that he understood. There was no time for this now, but as soon as this was over, he would wait for a detailed explanation, to which the guy answered as he wanted. Bile's gaze was malicious. When he was about to leave, Han-seong watched him go and thought that he suspected that he was from the Dark Lands, although it seemed to him that this was just an assumption. Then, he looked at the map, called Sergei, Charles and Si-yeon and told them to take care of the headquarters. The girl looked at him very carefully. She stood confidently and thought that he had calculated the scale of the attack and its purpose. He even knew the information that her family did not have. But where from? Then the long-haired girl called out to Han-seong. He turned around, waved his hand and said, then, he will explain everything later. Si-yeon looked at him and said, okay. Looking at the people, the protagonist thought he is glad that Sergei and Charles trust him enough, so they began to act without delay. After which he called Seong Hyun and said, in case he does not know the map. Then the guy interrupted him and replied that he roughly figured it out. The protagonist was furious and thought, rude. Then he exhaled and continued his thought. Fortunately, the balance of power is distributed enough. Suddenly the guy turned around and thought, then, the last one. He smiled and said if he could help him. Someone stuttered in response when the brunette extended his hand and continued that he needed his help. The girl in glasses asked again in surprise. Hi-Rim stood timidly in front of the protagonist. Han-seong explained that it would be difficult to handle it alone, so he needed an archer. The girl with glasses looked downcast and worried, as she was an ordinary candidate with no combat experience and was very timid, so she was in no hurry to participate in anything. The protagonist looked at her closely and understood that this way he could awaken her abilities and gain her trust, and it would be good not to seem pushy. The archer brought her legs together in excitement as she felt that she lacked experience. The brunette raised his hand above his chest and said that she would just cover him. The girl, looking sad, clenched her fist and remained silent. She lowered her head and added that she was only ready to cover. Han-seong immediately grabbed the worried girl by the hand and said that this was enough. The protagonist held her hand and proudly walked forward, leading her. The students were leaving the empty classroom. The student looked at the system window with bewilderment. He He placed his palm on the blue glowing screen. Teacher Du-seok approached a girl named Young-hyun and asked her if she could destroy this barrier. The girl shook her head sadly, holding the blue screen. She trembled as she reached her hand towards this screen and said that the barrier limited the ability to enter and exit, and also blocked any signals and sounds. This blue screen touched the floor, and the girl explained that a barrier of this level could only be activated if all the instructors put their hand to it, and they could only have one goal. Du-seok frowned attentively, looking at the girl. Young-hyun raised her knee, stretching out her hand, and said that these were candidates. She bent down in front of the blue screen and explained that if they started right now, it would take at least 12 hours. Young-hyun moved her hand to the side in front of Dima and said that another method was needed. The teacher looked closely at the girl, who explained that the fastest way would be another way. She closed her eyes and sighed heavily. The brown-haired girl looked closely at the teachers and said that the barrier had to be destroyed from the outside, because an S-rank mage, if he understood the schemes, could do it in 3 hours. The teacher angrily clenched his fist, pressed to his pants. When Young-hyun explained that one way or another, Du-seok claimed that it was impossible. The brown-haired man immediately turned away from her, trying to get his blade. The teacher stood to the side of the sad Young-hyun, who answered that this was the shortest way. Du-seok held his sword in his hands and realized that if there was no other way, he would destroy it by force. He angrily looked at the barrier, holding a sharp blade, because he understood that during this time, accidents could have already happened, and he could not wait. Then he frowned with an anxious look and did not understand what was happening. He held his long sword in his hands, lowered his head, and understood that creating such a barrier was expensive, and it was not the time to think about it, since it was important to understand how they were able to prepare it in front of everyone. Brown-haired stared at the barrier and felt that if the enemy was among them, then the barrier needed to be removed as quickly as possible. The teacher took a fighting stance with a glowing weapon and asked everyone to step back. His sword thinned out blue flames. He immediately extended his hand to attack. He went on the attack with his blade emitting a red aura under the skill of splitting the sky. A red beam of light emanated from a hole in the mountain, since the art of the fire god of destruction has 3 levels. When one crushes mountains, this red beam cut through the expanses of water because it was supposed to separate the oceans. Level 3 cut the heavens in the form of a red beam stretching into the sky. The teacher held a long red blade in his hands, as he had signed a contract with a high-ranking deity, a small monster that tears the sky into pieces. This was his greatest skill, which he had obtained by becoming an S-rank hero. Red drops of aura flew past the back of the teacher's head, who felt that even with his rank, he could not fully control this power even with his maximum concentration. He stood in a fighting stance with a demonic red blade, and felt that if he overdid it, he would easily lose his arm. Du-seok stared at what was happening, and understood that if he could save the candidates by sacrificing his arm, it would not be so bad. He moved his hand to the side with a sword, with a red aura, and wanted to use level 1. He raised his sharp blade with a red light. Then the guy grabbed it with both hands and was about to strike. With all his strength, he made a cut with a red glow on the barrier. With bewilderment and anger, he looked forward heavily. The red glow of the sword tried to pierce the blue barrier because he saw that he could not cut it. He was sad with a downcast look, his mouth slightly open, and realized that he needed to put in more strength. The guy grabbed the blade tightly with both hands and understood that even if he lost his hand, he still had to do it. The brown-haired man looked at the blue barrier and was indignant when he heard the sounds. He looked at the red glow with a dumbfounded look and heard that the sounds leaked from behind the barrier and part of the restrictions were destroyed. He stared at the red sparks of light and thought that if he continued to attack with the sword, he might succeed. Through the cut in the barrier, he saw the main character, who was shouting at him to lower his sword. The mentor opened his mouth in horror, seeing candidate Hanseol. His blade with a red aura began to evaporate it, because he could lose consciousness. The teacher began to fall back. His sword fell to the ground. Du-seok also fell on his back. Plumes of smoke were coming from the huge building. The bloodthirsty bat screamed furiously. The students were running from various orcs and flying monsters. The main character along with High Rim were also running away anxiously. Hanseong was approaching the blue barrier while the archer was covering him. He realized that this was the meeting room and felt that no one had escaped yet. He looked back at the worried girl and said that he was going to break the barrier, so she should cover him. He tightly clutched the blue crystals in his hands and realized that monsters were wandering around, and even though he had prepared the magic stones, it would not be easy to break the barrier. An arrow pierced the eye of the flying monster. The archer looked at the fallen monster in amazement. This bat in a pool of blood and was defeated by an arrow. The protagonist watched as the girl was about to get another arrow because he was worried, but she fought well and he could devote all his time to destroying the barrier. He worked hard to produce 2 magic stencils and realized that sooner or later he would break it, but if he did not hurry, he would not have time. He remembered Du-seok's gloomy look with a sword and understood that if he failed, the teacher would lose his right hand. The protagonist looked down carefully and thought about the fact that Dosok was the only one now who had a contract with a rank S heavenly demon. There was a high probability that he would lose his right hand and fall into despair. With the help of his hand, he held on to the magic round stencil and understood that the mentor could sacrifice it to destroy the barrier from the other side. He worked hard to look down sadly and realized that Dima had talent, because he would have every chance of moving to the SS rank if he could protect his hand. For a moment, the brunette looked up in agitation. He looked through his bangs in bewilderment and felt the barrier shaking. The teacher was swinging his red blade at that moment, and the boy felt it. The ceiling of the building began to crumble, and everything shook. High Rim covered the main character with a shot from her bow. The main character stretched out his arms in sweat and did not understand why the barrier was so difficult, because he had to finish before he put all his strength into the final blow. He saw how the barrier in the stencil began to evaporate with red light. Part of the barrier evaporated in a red glow and he realized that he had broken apart, but first he needed to stop Dosok. He was going to stick his head through the destroyed part of the barrier. The student was going to go through the barrier with a convulsive look and felt that Dosok did not hear him. He stuck his hands through the barrier and was going to squeeze through it. The brunette convulsively screamed through the barrier for the teacher to lower his sword. The brown-haired man frowned in confusion and screamed at what the young man had allowed himself to scream. He threw out his sword with an evaporating aura. Hanseong saw the teacher begin to fall back. His long blade fell to the ground. Dosok was lying on the ground with his whole right arm. The main character was sweating hard using magic stencils, because he needed to hurry up and destroy the rest of the same. The men in black suits began to look around. While Dosok was sitting by the wall, Younghyun thanked the magician for saving them. The brown-haired woman lowered her left hand to the side, looking at the hero and asked how he managed to break the barrier, because you need to not just understand well, but be an expert in schemes. Hanseong assumed that the girl was asking out of pure curiosity. The protagonist gave her a thumbs up with a smile and said that he had a part-time job making things like the Great Magic Protection Circle, so he could give her a discount as an acquaintance. Younghan watched with sweat as the guy started to run away, citing his business and being busy. Hanseong ran with all his might and sweat and understood that if he stayed there, the girl would continue to bombard him with questions, but he needed to get back to High Rim. He saw a panting girl in glasses in front of him. The archer looked away with displeasure, sighing along the way, and he realized that she had dealt with the monsters. Hanseong looked at her sullenly and understood that if he tried another method, her second personality should wake up. Clouds of smoke emanated from the buildings in the city. The archer ran after the protagonist. A system notification popped up with a description of the main quest, where it was necessary to find out who attacked the academy and what goal they were pursuing, while maintaining safety inside the building. He looked at this system window while running and realized that he had been fiddling with the barrier for about an hour and it looked like everyone was doing a great job with their assigned duties. Without looking back, the guy ran forward and felt that he could rest easy because his next destination was the Academy's engineering research lab. Clouds of smoke were coming out of this huge lab building. A rectangular metal hatch was visible in the corridor. The guy realized that a rated item, treasures hidden in the director's research lab, or the heart of an ancient giant could be the attacker's target. Out of breath, the guy continued to run and thought that a small group of 1O rank and 4B ranks were heading there and he could stop them and take the item for himself. Hanseong continued to run sweating and he knew that this time he would definitely stop them. A man in boots walked down the corridor with drops of blood. This man walked down the corridor with numerous corpses. The people in cloaks walked down the corridor one after another, and the one in the back indicated that he had gotten rid of all the guards. These secretive people passed through the opening. The three people in cloaks looked at the black big heart with bewilderment. This black heart of an ancient giant with spikes floated in the air. The spy wanted to remove his mask with his hand because the rank of the item was a treasure. It was a rank Twilight Wolf mercenary who was removing the mask from his face named Jonathan, who also noted that the heart, although temporary, was valuable. He looked angrily from under the hood because he had heard that such items were used by rank heroes. This black heart of a giant with spikes floated in space, while the mercenary thought that this was only half, but even so, it was not easy to get such a thing because this was a direct way to become an S rank. Jonathan with a black fur scarf understood that life was more valuable, so he could not deviate from the plan. The commander gave the order to his mercenaries to start hacking the defense, and they scattered in all directions. He watched as his assistant began hacking the system, and he already roughly understood how the security system worked since it was impossible to come without preparation. Jonathan in the cloak turned away from his assistant and told them to take care of the defense, and the rest should go look for the head of the research center. The mercenary in the mask frowned from under the hood and said that without it, this item was useless since they could cripple his legs, but the main thing was to catch him alive. The guard frantically ran with a blade at the mercenary. Jonathan cut the guard without hesitation, who fell. He looked at him with disdain under the hood and smirked that someone else from the guards remained alive. He looked at the blue bottle that fell with bewilderment. He came closer to it and assumed that it was a bottle with a potion. Suddenly, there was a light explosion with rays. In a blurry vision, he saw High Rim and the protagonist trying to figure out when they had time. His silhouette began to fall. The mercenary in the cape stood headless and did not understand what it was. Blue splashes of light flew across the entire corridor. The protagonist carefully looked at the defeated mercenary. Hanseong looked out from behind the corner while the girl was trembling. He understood that it was good that the attacker let his guard down, deciding that it was an ordinary bottle of potion since he reduced the power. But it can even kill in a rank easily, and therefore gave the command to go inside because there was only one mercenary left. The archer frantically walked forward, looking around. She saw puddles of blue blood in the mercenary's boots. The brunette turned her head away in disgust. The guy immediately grabbed the girl and told her to come to her senses. High Rim was sweating all over when the fighter held her. She saw the frowning gaze of her comrade in front of her, who felt that this situation had definitely affected her and asked her other personality to come out. The archer frantically adjusted her glasses and wanted to remain calm. She took off her glasses and pressed her hand to her face. The brunette followed after, seeing the corpses of the mercenaries. She frantically looked at the corpses of the attackers. The girl, sweating, tried to catch her breath heavily. The main character looked back at the out-of-breath girl and realized that if she did not kill, then she would be killed, and she must understand this. The girl was overtaken by a panic attack and she was dumbfoundedly trying to catch her breath. The main character continued to walk forward without looking back. Hanseong looked at his shaking hands. He understood that High Rim's skill also affected the people around her. He angrily raised his fist and felt that it was perfect for a large-scale battle, and the girl almost woke up. The main character with a blade saw a mercenary in front of him. The guy saw that there were two B-rank mercenaries in capes. The brunette immediately rushed to attack. He clashed with the attacker with his blades. The fighters with blades looked at each other, and Hanseong realized that this was indeed a B-rank mercenary, and it was not so easy to confront such an opponent in practice. However, the main character felt that he was having fun with a grin. Suddenly, a black silhouette of a girl rushed past him. The guy's eyes widened when he saw a flash of light. High Rim, looking lively, flew to attack with a blade. She attacked the mercenary with light cuts. The cape fighter tried to wave his sword. He managed to cut the elastic bands on the girl's hair. These elastic bands fell to the floor near her feet. The girl's hair lay on her shoulders. She hung her arms with a convulsive grin, looking at the enemy. The guy looked at her in surprise and realized that she had thrown the arrows and taken the sword. A system message popped up that High Rim was one of the main characters. The multiple personality skill had been awakened, and another killer personality had appeared. Another system message said that the killer had received a skill, physical strength increased by 1.5 times, and people around were under overwhelming influence. The student looked at his friend with a smile and realized that it had finally begun because the girl's killer personality had been revealed. He saw two mercenaries in capes in front of him and realized that as an ally, he was also getting a buff. He noticed that these mercenaries began to shake slightly and be indignant because they were terrified. They watched with sweat as the girl radiated a red aura and took over the role of a predator because the enemies were confused due to the changes. The fighter in the cape could not stand it and ran to attack. He held his long blade in an attack on High Rim. The assassin girl jumped into the air from the attack. The mercenary raised his head to the silhouette of the girl. She cut him with an ironic grin. Drops of blood flowed from the blade. High Rim stood in the center between the dead bodies of the enemies. The brunette's long hair hung over her jacket. Hanseong put away his blade, looking at the girl. The brunette frowned, looked at the girl and realized that she instinctively avoided his magic and dealt with the B rank in an instant. The guy looked at the girl from behind and felt that he needed to wait a little longer. He looked at the drooping girl with slight anxiety and felt that her current personality should fall asleep. This magical heart of the giant was floating in space. The student reached out with his hands to take it, because the defense was destroyed and he was able to get it pretty quickly. He looked at his inventory with a malicious look and realized that it was all in time and maybe luck had affected him so much. He looked at the girl who lowered her head and said that they need to go. High Rim lowered her head through her bangs, and Hanseong understood that her basic feelings were suppressed, and she was doing everything based on instincts alone, and it would take her time to recover. The main character opened his mouth wide and called the girl's name, realizing that he knew how to deal with her. The brunette with bulging eyes looked away when she was offered to go kill some people. The main character looked at the killer in bewilderment. He frantically approached the girl, stroking her head, and said that he could tell her where the right people were. High Rim smiled maliciously. Her friend immediately drooped in sweat and felt fear. He began to walk away and asked the girl to follow him. Suddenly, he became excited, raising his head. The killer grabbed his jacket and pulled. She held his jacket and stared at him. The protagonist was about to look back with a grin and realized that the girl relied on him, and this was a good sign, but it still looked ominous. If he increased her trust, he could even become friends. They continued to walk forward one after another, since the academy was now safe and Bile would handle the others, but there were some doubts about Seong Hyan and Julia. They saw two silhouettes of mercenaries in front of them. A horde of caped killers stood right in front of them. The girl looked at her comrade's grin in amazement and realized that they were enemies. He looked at the enemies with a malicious grin and asked the girl to deal with them all. The killer immediately looked through her bangs with bloodthirstiness. A huge building was sending out clouds of smoke into the sky. A pile of cut mice lay in a pool of blood. The two students were standing in front of the maps in the system window. Bile stared at the inspired Jin Hoon, who marked this incredible map with suspicious accuracy. The brunette with long bangs stared to the side while his friend was thinking, if Hanseong was an enemy, he would hardly share the map with them, and he did not see any motive for such, which made everything more suspicious. The student walked with his head down in front of the collapsing building, and thought that he was wary of the accuracy of the information. But the guy was giving it his all, and one must have a lot of luck to prepare such a plan for such a sudden attack. In the system window of this map, red dots were visible, because they were a priori in unfavorable conditions, and even in the darkness of Sion, it would be difficult to get information about the attack. Jin Hoon enthusiastically looked at Bile with a pitiful varnish and tried to understand how Hanseong did it, but everything worked out so well and many people were now safe. Bile put his hands in his pocket and looked away with a cold-blooded look, saying that you can only see the positive sides in this if you want to. The blonde and Sergei closed their eyes with a smile in front of Sion, who had already expected such actions from Hanseong, who was also a sword teacher. Sion said that this guy was also good at magic, and if he was also good at killing, then he would definitely be amazing anyway. The blonde looked at the worried Sion in surprise, who was curious about where the protagonist and Hiram went, suggesting that it could be the most strategically important point. The brunette was puzzled, touched her chin and tried to understand why they went only together. Jin Hoon looked at the girl, stretched out his hand and said that they had all cleared the marked places and asked if there were any losses. Sergei looked at his friend with a smile and explained that there were dangerous moments, but luck was on their side. Suddenly an earthquake began and the guys got excited. Bile looked around coolly and tried to figure out where the strong vibration was coming from. Dosok ran up to them from the side and asked if everything was okay. Dosok approached the guys with Young-han and realized that everything was okay and asked if anyone was willing to help them figure out a problem. Bile looked at the instructors indifferently and asked them to explain at least briefly what they wanted from them, because they should have a rough idea of what they were talking about. The instructor imagined the building of the Research Engineering Center where the vibration was coming from. Bile continued to look at them with sweat on his brow and assumed that it must be a heart. Dosok spread his legs wide in front of the students, clenching his fists, and explained that the enemy's goal was to steal the heart of an ancient giant, taking advantage of this chaos, and they did not expect this at all. Young-han immediately started to run away when Dosok looked back and said that those who did not go with them should hide. Smoke billowed from the buildings in the city. The instructor and the girl continued to run with the students. Suddenly they stopped and were perplexed. They saw bloody footprints and corpses of mercenaries. The brown-haired man looked at the dead body of the enemy and realized that the guys had dealt with 100 mercenaries of various ranks. The main character was using magic stencils at that moment. Hiram bloodthirstily chopped up enemies with a blade. The two of them fiercely fought with all the mercenaries around. Hiram looked intently to the side. She ran at a mercenary with a wooden shield. This fighter put up his shield in fear. The brunette attacked him with a lively look. She instantly pierced his wooden shield. Then she gave him a quick cut with a blade. The killer looked to the side at another mercenary. She jumped off the asphalt to dodge. The protagonist frowned and stretched out his hand. The girl was about to jump away from the magic stencil as a stop. She jumped away from the stencil with a bloodthirsty look to attack. After cutting the mercenary, she landed on the asphalt. She held the blade and raised her head up. With her face smeared with drops of blood, she looked to the side. The other mercenaries shook convulsively. Their legs began to tremble. The fighters ran away from the girl with the bloody blade in fear. The main character stretched out his hand to the side. He used his magic to deprive the enemies of body parts with spheres. These fighters immediately died from the loss of limbs. Dosok frowned ahead in the company of other students. They saw the pools of blood on the asphalt and realized that these guys were a great match. Clouds of smoke emanated from the buildings on the street. The air fighter watched the orc passing by. The operation was organized by the Being of the Night and the Twilight Wolf, so information about it and any related data, as well as the participants, were strictly classified. The orcs, along with the bloodthirsty bats, chased after the students. They were sure that even the guardian family of Korea, Yongyeon, the assassins, and the darkness would not notice anything, since this was a top-secret operation, and they carefully prepared, starting to act when the instructors were in the meeting room and were separated from the academy. The operation was disrupted. The mercenary in the cloak stood in his boots and tried to understand what was happening around him. The leader of the Grey Cape mercenaries thought that their opponents knew the whole plan and stopped her without making a mistake. The leader of the Twilight Wolf, the S-rank hero, Paul Holland, took off his hood and realized that this was strange. He stood on the roof of the building with a fluttering cloak with a code name, a man covered in dragon scales. Because he is the strongest hero who was involved in the attack, he also has a contract with a deity living in the sky, Dosok's colleague, and also his rival. The leader in the cloak looked at the smoke and realized that you never know where the plan will go wrong, but this was something unusual. This was the engineering research center burning in the smoke, and the enemy was attacking the most important points, and the team in the engineering research center was stopped by only 2 candidates. He had an earphone in his ears, and even with it, he was unable to track their movements, because according to the spy report, neither Dosok nor Younghan knew. The leader with the scar frowned and looked ahead and wondered if this was the decision of the candidates themselves or if someone higher up secretly gave the order, but it still didn't make sense. Paul indignantly grabbed his nose and understood that killing the candidates and creating chaos in the academy was only for cover, and the real goal was to steal the heart of the ancient giant. But there was a mistake here too. The leader held onto the earphone in his ears and understood that in this case, they needed a different plan. The hooded mercenaries looked at the buildings and had to initiate Plan B and change their positions. The leader in the cape looked down and felt that he had to reach at least the second target, otherwise the operation could be called a complete failure. It was a high-rise building with clouds of smoke coming out of it, since most of the candidates were currently hiding in the dormitory. It was a protected square lawn that he had to blow up. Paul looked at the buildings in the distance and thought that at this time Dosok and Younghan were busy in the research center, which was quite far away from him, so everyone would die except for those 2. He knew that for a backup plan, he had set up a blocking barrier with blue light at all corners, because they were locked in with the monsters, their hands and feet were tied, and nothing would prevent the operation from being completed successfully. The leader raised his hand above his face and felt that no one would get him this time, and so he had to move. Paul immediately started to leave the roof and understood that even though someone had revealed the main plan, he couldn't stop the backup plan because there are things in the world that can't be stopped if you don't know about them. The student put his hand on the asphalt. The protagonist leaned on the ground to catch his breath. Hanseong looked exhausted and sweaty because he didn't plan to run like a horse, but Hiram's characteristics had a strong influence on him. Out of breath, he looked at the girl's back and realized that he didn't know that she would have such a strong influence on the battlefield, and this was the first time he had experienced such a powerful effect. He bowed his head and started to walk forward, because the girl obeyed him, and it could be said that they were almost colleagues. Then he sharply turned his head to the side. He saw a bat and an orc walking towards the students. He also noticed a light barrier near the monster's head and realized that they were trying to stop them and drive them into a trap. 2 mercenaries were watching the building from the roof because this was their backup plan. The protagonist started to enter the system window as he needed to recover quickly and he didn't have many points, so he could trust his luck. A message popped up saying that a box of random mid-level potions had been purchased. Another notification said that they had been used. It was an orange potion bottle with a silhouette of a dragon. A message that luck had reacted to the player's situation and he had received a high-quality dragon sedative. Hanseong's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at this system window and realized that something didn't add up here. Then he looked at the drone flying by in bewilderment. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in horror when the drone reported that the dorm was under attack. A spherical blue barrier covered the dorm building. A bunch of mercenaries were standing in front of the protective barrier. The magic hunter Shale and Long and James Lin, a wizard, were standing in hoods in front of the barrier. Lin looked out from under his hood with a smirk and noted that the barrier was huge. The cloaked wizard began to run forward towards the barrier, noticing that it was beginning to collapse. The hooded wizard looked down and stated that despite the preparations, the dismantling process would take some time and wondered who dared to attack. Paul stood behind his protege, who was looking at the barrier, who reported that the barrier had taken so long to create and it had only lasted an hour. The leader looked at the barrier in bewilderment, noting that even less time had passed, about 30 minutes. Lin looked ahead in tension and said that the barrier was definitely damaged from the outside and it would probably take longer, about 4 hours. Paul clenched his fist, looking up and explained that the report said that it was a candidate. He looked at the dorm building and thought about how they had dismissed them too early when the headquarters work had returned to normal, and that was how it all started. The leader looked at the wizard, who sat down and explained to him what was the point of straining himself, because he could do everything quickly and leave, and everything would work just the same. Lin noted that he had prepared everything in advance. At that moment, the hunter looked at the building in bewilderment. Long looked at the blue barrier, which began to evaporate. Paul looked at his dejected ward, who was starting to get nervous. The leader did not understand what his comrade was worried about, because the road was blocked and the monsters and S-rank troops were transferred to new positions. Hunter Long stood in his gray cloak and had the sixth sense skill to sense possible outcomes, and you can't ignore your instincts, but you can't retreat either. Suddenly, the barrier sphere began to crack. The wizard looked up with a malicious smile and said that everything was ready. This blue barrier began to evaporate. The entire dome of the barrier began to disappear. Paul looked at the disappearing barrier and praised the worker. He extended his hand to the side and gave the order to the mercenaries to begin the operation. A whole squad of mercenaries stood in ranks, and they were to capture the dormitory and blow it up. Lin raised his hand animatedly and said that he would kill them one by one. In an instant, the building began to shake and crumble. The wizard raised his gaze to the building and realized that explosions had begun. Loud screams were heard from the lawn in the dormitory building. The hunters and the wizard looked up in amazement. Their silhouettes were looking at the building from which the screams were coming. Paul frantically lowered his head, holding his elbow. The hunter looked back at his falling leader in a daze. Paul was frantically lying on the asphalt and spitting out foam, because with the help of the dragon scales he had reached the S rank, but he was cursed and extremely bad. The wizard hunters frantically looked around and felt that the plan had failed. They continued to look at the shaking building and assumed that it would be a dragon. Screams were heard from this dormitory building again. Lin looked at the building with disdain and said that something was wrong here. They looked at the hairs on the girl's head that jumped up in shock. There were 2 hairs sticking out of her head. Suddenly, a little girl in a white dress appeared. The little child in the white dress looked at the mercenaries in shock. The guys looked at the child in confusion. The girl opened her mouth wide and began to scream. Paul continued to lie on the ground and sob, continuing to shake. The wizard looked back at his leader in sweat. Then Lin frantically looked at the indignant girl. This girl with gray hair opened her eyes wide, because she was a draconian. The wizard looked at the girl with a downcast face and sweat and realized that he needed to come up with something since the dragon's strength was at least 40% and his magic level could also vary. It was a purple space with rays under the wizard's thoughts about whether anyone knew what to do with this child who could use magic and wondered if Long could stop the dragon. Lin stood with a downcast look with the rest of the mercenaries and understood that without Paul, the probability of victory was no more than 2% and 98% that they would be destroyed. The guy in the cloak stuck his hand out to the side and thought about how if they lost a bunch of people and 3S rank warriors, then the Twilight Wolf would no longer be in the top 20, but at most in the top 100. The wizard looked at what was happening under the hood in horror and understood that this could not be allowed. He began to step forward, sticking his hand out, because escape was the only way out. He raised a cloud of dust in front of the girl and shouted for everyone to retreat. The child looked at the smoke and black silhouettes in confusion. Suddenly, a diamond-shaped portal appeared. Lin looked away in shock as he approached the portal and realized that he needed to confuse the enemies using the thunder curtain and open the gate for escape, as this was better than destruction. He then reached into the small bag with his hand, as he had to implement his leader's backup plan. He jumped into his portal, throwing out a potion. It was a red vial of dragon potion, which causes one to lose one's mind and senses. He had already jumped completely into the portal, throwing out the red vial. His portal evaporated. The girl looked at the flying red vial in amazement. The drone flew up to the main character. The student looked back at the drone in shock, hearing the news that the dorm was under attack. This white drone continued to hover in the air while Hanseong tried to figure out where the dragon was. The protagonist stood there with an angry expression and thought that no matter what class the opponent was, the dragon was not that easy to defeat. However, if they used a potion, they had a good chance. He looked at the protective barrier behind which there were orcs and bats, so they urgently needed to get to the dorm. But first they needed to get rid of the barrier, realizing that this was their backup plan, to send new monsters. He looked around angrily and thought that since he had not fully recovered yet, he would not be able to cope with such a large number of monsters and thought about what to do. Hanseong cried out in a daze that he would destroy the barrier and asked his comrades to cover him. He stood behind his students, who covered him. Sergei and Jin Hoon grinned maliciously at the leader, saying that they had not trained for 5 days a week in vain and would be able to handle the monsters, so they could be relied upon. Behind the protagonist, Si-yeon proudly declared that she had also trained all weekend and should not be forgotten. This protective barrier enveloped the entire space and had a number of special characteristics, because its vulnerable spots were hidden, so it was harder to find. The magician looked at the emitting blue rays with a malicious look, and it dawned on him. This protective barrier began to evaporate. Sergei stood with a blade with a convulsive look, while the leader was going to cover them from behind. A large orc appeared behind their silhouettes. The protagonist ran as fast as he could. He saw this dragon girl who was shrouded in a veil of smoke and was worried about her. He managed to see how the portal disappeared and a red potion was flying. This dragon stimulator and a red potion was flying in the air. The girl looked at the flying bottle in shock. Hanseong looked at the bottle with alarm and understood that the dragon needed to be careful. With the help of a blue splash of aura, he jumped up. He flew with all his might to help the girl to intercept the bottle. He managed to catch it in his hand. In a deft somersault, he managed to land. The guy held this stimulant in his hands and was glad that everything worked out and that he was lucky that he was able to get it. He grinned and put it in his pocket and thanked him for the useful thing. Then he looked back to the side when the girl was about to approach. She happily pressed herself to him in an embrace and called him dad. The dragon's tail appeared from under her dress and the girl said that it was fun. The student looked at the girl with a grin and realized that she had almost turned into a human. She looked at him with alarm, her mouth open, and asked where he had been all this time, to which she replied that he had been busy with work. He closed his eyes with a widening smile and felt that the girl was very stupid. He looked back numbly at the silhouette of the blade. The guy looked back and saw his breathless team. A sharp dagger was lying on the asphalt, and he assumed that it was Seong Ayon's weapon. He looked at his comrades in bewilderment and wanted to think that he had not seen her for a long time and was trying to understand where she had gone. He immediately exclaimed when he was called from the side. Jin Hoon looked at the guy in amazement and assumed that this girl was his daughter. The protagonist immediately drooped with an empty expression on his face. Bile and Jin Hoon lowered their heads with their eyes closed, because the brunette noticed that they did not even look alike, especially since she was not quite a child. The student frantically pointed his finger at the girl's tail and her horns. The guys looked at this in bewilderment. The dragon girl moved her tail. Hanseong got excited when Jin Hoon continued to pester him with questions about this girl being his bride. The dragoness looked at her father with trepidation, although he understood that he could not tell that she was nobody to him. The girl widened her eyes and looked at the protagonist. Shining rays of light blinded the sword teacher. The main character turned his head to the side, put his hands out, and said that she was actually his daughter. Julia and Jin Hoon grimaced at the news, but they were asked to calm down. The protagonist raised his fist with a displeased look and understood that she was a dragon. The guys still did not think that she could not be his daughter because he was just looking after her. The draconian stood next to the hand and called out to what was supposedly her father. She pressed herself against his hand with a pitiful look. The main character looked down at her in bewilderment. He hugged her with tears in his eyes and shouted that he was her father. The orange sky with smoke enveloped the entire city, while the guys were shocked by such news and did not think at all that she could be a draconian. It was deep night in the courtyard of the house. The brunette walked near the illuminated street. Ah-yeon walked with empty eyes and a dejected look. Ah-yeon walked with a tired look and realized that Hanseong had shown himself well today, especially in that battle in front of the institute. She recalled their fierce duel with the mercenaries together with High Rim. The girl remembered that the guy eliminated many enemies with one gesture, and his indifferent expression was deprived of emotions, and this was exactly what she lacked. She remembered High Rim as a bloodthirsty killer wielding a blade and thought that she should have been instead of her. Ah-yeon walked with a surprised look and realized that she was more shocked by the fact that the guy had a child. She raised her head up and did not know why, but she felt sick as she was disappointed and devastated. She looked away sadly and tried to understand what was happening to her. Her gaze caught on the sign of a cafe. She was holding a glass of coffee in her hands. She continued walking down the street with her coffee and realized that it was the same Americano that Hanseong was drinking. She decided to try a sip since she ordered the same thing the guy ordered. She made a disgusted face. She looked at the night sky and missed it very much. She covered her mouth in horror and embarrassment and realized that she should not think about it. She covered her mouth and held the coffee to her stomach, realizing that she could not say such a thing since Hanseong probably already had an assistant. She touched her chin with a puzzled look and assumed that he could do everything alone or he already had a girlfriend who would not be an obstacle for her at all since she could get rid of her. Ah-yeon went into the system window and wanted to ask him directly and tried to write to him to find out everything personally. The protagonist walked behind her and called out to the surprised girl. The student looked back at the protagonist excitedly and asked what he was doing, although he had already heard that she wanted to ask him questions. The guys looked at each other, and Hanseong explained that if it was about the child, then he was currently sleeping in the dorm as he was tired after the transformation. Ah-yeon looked at the closed eyes of the hero in surprise, who explained that the transformation was concluded in hatching from an egg as she was forced to take a human form. He lowered his head with his eyes closed and explained that in the end, the girl recognized him as a father, and he began to treat her like a daughter, but apparently she misunderstood everything. Ah-yeon immediately looked ahead in bewilderment. Hanseong closed his eyes when the girl timidly looked away in realization. He handed her lost dagger. Then he waved his hand and began to leave. Ah-yeon held coffee in her hands and looked at him. She angrily squeezed her glass. She was ashamed. She recalled how the girl threw herself into her father's arms and realized that she had misunderstood the connection. Ah-yeon continued to angrily clutch the glass and realized that the girl was a draconian. With a puzzled expression, she was confused. She looked at the night sky and realized that her lover was raising a draconian. The bright light from the windows of the building illuminated the sky. The main character was holding the heart of a giant in his hands. He was lying on the bed and smiling, examining the heart, because everyone in the world was talking about the Academy's raid, the breach of security, and the disappearance of the giant's heart. The news was broadcasting a report from that very attack, since the Academy had no choice but to agree with public opinion. The brunette looked at this heart with a smile and realized that although the damage was not that great, losing the heart of a giant was an unforgivable mistake. He believed that he was the culprit of this raid, and therefore his conscience tormented him. He sat on the bed and went to the inventory window, because he knew that this was a valuable item and he couldn't just leave it to rot in the inventory. Hanseong sat on the bed and crossed his arms, happy that this thing would show itself well wherever he used it. He extended his index finger, looking at the drone, and asked the drone for some money since he was supposed to go to the underworld after he recovered, so he asked the robot to sell as many shares as possible. He looked at the system window with a dejected look and realized that he couldn't upload the raid video to the platform, but he was able to upload the performance video as expected. The response was good, and he received a lot of recognition points. With a lively look, he poked his finger at the screen and tried to see the reward. A card appeared with a description that one main scenario was cleared. All the students and teachers of the Academy will remember this player with an SSS rating. A description of the elixir of physical enhancement appeared, where abilities are randomly raised and last for 3 weeks. Another notice said that the advanced charm elixir raised the attractiveness level and lasted for 20 days. It was a pink potion bottle, like the advanced charm elixir, because potions are always good, but it is even better when they raise his charm. The brunette looked at his flying drone, which was a belt, that the rewards were collected. He put his hand on his chin and looked animatedly at the system window, thinking that with this arrangement, he can calmly go to the underworld, since he was told that for the next 3 days they will not have classes due to the restoration of the Academy. The light from the dormitory windows leaked into the night sky. Hanseong knew that in any case, now he should recover and prepare for the next test. The dragon girl's hair appeared on the video platform. The main character was on camera with the dragon girl as he was broadcasting live for the first time and was happy to see everyone who came to the broadcast. He was holding a small dragon in his hands and introduced it as White, the protagonist of the evening. The drone was hovering near his head, with which they were watching the comments. The dragon was reaching out its paws to the drone in surprise, and Hanseong understood that if this continued, he would not only teach the child magic, but also collect a lot of recognition points and do several things at once. He looked at the small dragon in his hands with a smile and understood that if White liked to use various magic techniques, he would allow him to do so. It was a huge building, similar to a military defense. The Hyan looked at the man in the white shirt with a smile and heard that he was already feeling better and apologized for making him wait. The guy extended his hand and thanked him for his concern, but nevertheless, since he was given a title, he must perform a number of duties. The brunette closed her eyes and said with a smile that she was glad to hear that. She glanced at the man with a worried expression. It was the main character who looked cool with a smirk. The protagonist in a white shirt looked at the girl with a smile that she couldn't believe that he could change so much. Yi Hyan closed her eyes and noted that she was nervous when Hanseong came. The main character shyly scratched the back of his head and smirked because he had become too charming. He was about to take the purple cube from the girl, who explained that it was a prototype of the attribute set that she had mentioned earlier. The guy said that it was of good quality considering that it was a mass-produced product. The brunette waved her hand with a smile and said that now that he saw the prototype, she asked if he wanted to visit the lab because it was a great honor for him. The boy walked next to the girl, and they approached the scientists, sensing that the place was completely filled with mana. The protagonist stared at the girl and asked about the absorption rate, which was 31.4% since it improved by 1.3% every year. Hanseong knew that it was low, since at 30% it would not be commercially viable. The brunette extended her hand in front of her as the guest was about to step out for a minute. A scientist wearing glasses, Ho Hyan, approached them and shook the protagonist's hand, who did not know that he was so famous. Ho Hyan, wearing a white coat, looked at the guest and stated that he was the developer of the attribute set, so he would be famous in the company, and yet he was more inclined to believe that the guest of honor remained. The protagonist just stood there, perplexed. He extended his index finger with a smile and asked the scientist about the desire for a bet. He moved his hand to the platform and stated that he could bet a mana stone, which would make him even more effective. Hanseong pointed his fingers at the surprised scientist and explained that if he lost, he would never come back here. Ho Hyan asked what would happen to him if he lost. The student smiled and pointed at his drone and said that he was going to film everything and they would give him new schematics. Yihayan crossed her arms in displeasure. The scientist adjusted his glasses, agreeing to the bet, and explained that the secrets, schematics, or location of the lab should not be revealed to the public. The guy reached for the emerald crystal, trying to think of a title for the video. He took the crystal with a fighting look and called it the best stone for charging mana. It was a vast corridor of the lab, saying that he had finished his speech and asked to be taken to his workplace. He put his hands on his waist and looked at the installations, realizing that if he used electricity, he could raise the efficiency to 90%, but now he was going to raise it to at least 40%. He closed his eyes with a malicious grin and imagined a pile of money, realizing that they had just broken the record high of 31% and would be collecting money for the research. Ho-Hyan watched as the guy reached for the stone, wanting to test its efficiency. A system window appeared near the green crystal with a description of its processing, absorption, and deformation efficiency. All the scientists opened their mouths in shock, seeing the new efficiency number of almost 32%. Hanseong watched as the scientist reached for the stone and thought that he had expected this, because Ho-Hyan had good skills as a company manager and wanted to start the next test. The efficiency card of this stone appeared again, but with increased indicators. A group of scientists together with the protagonist stood near the table with the stone. The guest of honor closed his eyes with a grin and said that it was even more than he expected, because he was going to increase the efficiency to 40%, but the result was higher and, perhaps, now there will be less energy. He opened his mouth with a smile and explained that in any case, he managed to exceed the maximum. He covered his face with a proud and arrogant look after saying this, and the robot filmed everything. It was a high-rise building in the city. The guy put his hands in his pocket with a smile and walked down the street, because these 3 days were wonderful and he was very busy, but did not overdo it. A window of the main character's status appeared with a description of his abilities and skills, which after this task changed a lot. He closed his eyes with a proud look and understood that the level of his attractiveness was now higher and considered himself a handsome man. He began to dance with a shining look, because he received an above-average indicator and the robot noted his confidence. Jin-hoon raised his hand from afar, seeing Hanseong. The protagonist smiled as he saw Jin-hoon's clenched fist, who said that he had immediately started training when the weekend came. The brunette smiled reverently and thought that Jin-hoon was very upset after that incident and wanted to become stronger. Bile looked contemptuously from behind his comrade, who asked the leader the same question. This guy continued to look attentively through his bangs. The sweaty protagonist smiled as he said that he was taking a short break and felt awkward about the situation. He saw Ayon passing by and wanted to leave. He immediately raised his hand to call out to the girl and considered her his savior, who would be able to pull him out of this conversation. The brunette looked back in bewilderment. Then she turned her head away, offended. In a fast purple stream, she darted from her place. The dumbfounded protagonist raised his hand in bewilderment. Bile sighed ironically, while Hanseong sweated. Our guy raised his hand with a smile and didn't think they could pretend not to know each other for long, because he could barely contain his laughter. Jin-hoon ironically put his hands on his hips and noticed that his comrade was ignored. The sword teacher looked at the two comrades with bewilderment, who noticed that the girl was offended by him, which is why she did not answer. Bile looked at Jin-hoon with his arms crossed with displeasure and asked him about the girl's condition. Hanseong looked sadly at the guys, who were thinking that the girl was kind of strange lately. He realized that they were communicating without him, and perhaps Ayon's sympathy would suddenly turn to hatred, and then he would become her enemy. Jin-hoon sarcastically put his elbow on his friend's shoulder and said that he was a master of the sword and magic, but in a relationship he was still a child. Bile looked away with his narrowed eyes and thought that the guys already knew the reason why Ayon was acting like this and there was no point in pretending any longer. The protagonist realized that Ayon was upset because he had fought with High Rim and had overreacted. He closed one eye and sighed heavily because he couldn't believe that he was getting advice from 17-year-old boys. It was the iron door of the office when the candidates were greeted. Younghan spoke to the audience and said that today's lecture was a big event. She stood behind the pedestal with a tense look and said that this had also become a big problem, so it was time to talk about the barrier. She introduced this magical hemisphere and stated that the barrier was a combination of chains and magic circles that controlled a single space. Younghan added that in this case, we are talking about the main building of the guild, which is an artificial dungeon. She stood behind the stand with her hands outstretched and said that some students may already be aware that the barrier in the West Sea Tower had disappeared. She added that there was a suspicion that the tower's deputy had sold the information about the barrier and escaped. The protagonist was puzzled, looking through his bangs, by the fact that this all looked very suspicious and now the organization was trying to identify and eliminate possible spies. The brown-haired woman continued to stand behind the stand and said that the academy was responsible for this and from now on it was decided that the barriers inside the academy would be set up by the staff. The teacher added that this was necessary and that candidates would also be able to attend. The protagonist sat in the audience with a puzzled look. The girl raised her head up and turned to Hanseong, asking him if he wanted to participate. She saw his ability to destroy barriers, and it can be safely said that he has excellent knowledge in this area. The protagonist closed his eyes and noted that this was his hobby, but humility was not his strong point. Younghyun held the pedestal with her hand and asked him to stay after class. She cleared her throat into her hand and wanted to get back to the lesson, namely building a huge system and schemes, because this is the necessary knowledge for analyzing and then destroying the barrier. Sergei and Jin-hoon looked at the sweaty guy in surprise when they heard that anti-magic defense should be studied for at least 10 years, and preferably even 20 years to cope alone, and he understood that he would not learn anything new in these classes. He fingered the green emerald in his hands and realized that now he needed to restore relations with Masha and assumed that if he gave her something, she would forgive him. He stared at the stone in his hands, which remained with him, and assumed that it could be useful. Holding the stone in his hands, he remembered the brunette and assumed that he could give her. It was an open, bright room where the hero had to enter. The protagonist entered the teacher's office and had to sit down. Younghyun folded her hands on the table and began to say that she wanted to ask him a few questions. The student stared at the teacher, who never thought that it was possible to destroy the barrier so easily, since many heroes and even decent wizards could not do it, but he replied that it was possible. He lowered his head with a smirk when Younghyun did not want to interrogate him too much, since it could concern his past, and he was glad that she thought about it. The brown-haired woman looked at the student carefully, raised her hand and asked about how much time he could devote to building the barrier. He inquired about the range of his responsibilities. The teacher extended her fingers and explained that they usually divided everything into 10 equal parts, but this time they would divide it into 20 since she wanted Hanseong to be in charge of monitoring Mana's efficiency. The brunette looked ahead with slight surprise and thought that the academy took this topic quite seriously, and that monsters would have more opportunities in a year. The teacher extended her hand in front of her and suggested that the student would like to participate in the World Candidates Olympiad. He looked through his bangs with a lively smile and replied that he would like to participate, since he was thinking about how candidates could participate in no more than 3 out of 16 events, and he needed to do so in order to graduate early. The blinds were slightly open on the window, and the teacher said that there were quite a few people who wanted to, so the boy should prepare well. The student put his hands on his hips and looked sweaty and glad that it was all over. He kept his hands on his hips and looked at the city. He touched his chin with a puzzled look and suggested that he should call Ione. He darted from side to side with a puzzled look and tried to figure out what to do with the girl. Suddenly, a drone flew towards him and answered that it was better to talk on the phone. The magic specialist looked at the robot with a smirk and asked what would happen if she quit, because then it would be sad, but he needed to think positively. Hanseong looked up in bewilderment and realized that even artificial intelligence was giving him advice on this matter. These were high-rise buildings under a clear sky, and the dialogue began with the guy wanting to talk to her, but he was going to practice and she could go with him. He stood in front of the system window and said that they would meet at practice. He closed his lips with a slight sadness. The guy closed his eyes in front of the system window and realized that everything seemed to have gone well. Suddenly, he drooped in sweat and assumed that this was not a date and did not understand how he had come to this. The bright light of the chandelier illuminated the ceiling and the room. The student stood with a sad look in his jacket. An elderly man in a cape addressed his son T. The eldest son Gubon slightly bowed his head in front of his father. Gubon looked away with narrowed eyes and said that he was still free. It was the head of the Gubon family in a black cape. T sat on a bench and sadly lowered his head, apologizing to his father, and began to talk about Mount Liang is located in the middle of the demon's activity. From behind, the powerful Gubon added to the speech that at least another 6 months, and for him it was a long time. He sadly bowed his head in front of his father. Bile looked through his bangs with a displeased look and thought about this land inhabited by demons. He imagined a floating island in space, as it was the only place in the Black Land where the strongest heroes gathered, and even a person with an SS rank had to wait several years to visit this park. T looked down with a tense look and understood that they needed to enter this park, but now they simply could not get there. The father turned to the second son Gun with a long drooping bangs. Gubon held his hand to his body and heard that there would be an auction soon. The guy looked at his father, who was sitting at the table, and explained that there would be 2 people from the World League. Gubon looked closely at his son and told him to make sure that everything went well. Then Gubon looked at Bile. The brunette looked down with a tense look. Bile was sitting with his back to the chair, and his physical potential is lower than that of his 2 brothers, and he is far behind in magic, but he also has his advantages. Gubon in black clothes opened his mouth and wanted to see Hanseong. Bile looked at his father and said yes. The head of the family looked ahead coldly and said that they would go with him to the auction. Bile lowered his head and said yes. The protagonist imagined the image of a dejected man. He noted that a ghoul is an undead monster of the lowest level. The bald man was lying on a magic circle. The protagonist noted that, however, the concept of modern ghouls who have chosen magic and science is completely different, and it can be said that this is the only artificial life form that grows and develops by joining several life forms and is endowed with supernatural abilities. Hanseong and the robot walked along the alley of the black market. He thought that it was easier to buy a good ghoul in a trusted place than in this underworld. But they are not sold to individuals, and he does not have much money. There were various goods on the shelves. The protagonist said that it would be nice if he could get a ghoul experienced in combat, to which the AI responded that it would be great, but hard to believe. The sword master looked away with curiosity. He said that ghouls with untapped potential were sold cheaply and he should check if there were any suitable ones for him. The guy stood in front of the ghouls, opening the system window. He was interested in what was said about them, noting that he would take a look. A system window appeared with a description and characteristics of the ghoul, unique abilities, rebound control, undeveloped. The sword master noted that they mixed elf DNA with B-class dragon DNA, adding that he had good potential, but he should look at others. The protagonist looked at the system window in surprise. He thought that the price was not at all biting, and for such a small shop they had a fairly wide range of goods. The main character moved further down the alley. He was wondering what else he was looking at when the man greeted him. The protagonist looked ahead, dumbfounded. A bald man with a serious expression was looking at the guy. The protagonist exclaimed that he was Lee Jong-chil. The merchant looked at the guy in bewilderment. He asked that they knew each other. The protagonist looked at the merchant with a confused look. He thought that this was Jong-chil, who would become the king of the ghouls in the future, and they had met earlier than they should have. The merchant's head was shining with cleanliness. The protagonist noted that he had a bald head. He narrowed his eyes and let out a small tear. He thought that they had fought together on the battlefield, after which he closed his eyes and brought his fist to his mouth. He apologized to the merchant, saying that he had often heard his name, but was not familiar with him. Jong-chil closed his eyes and smiled widely. The main character said that there were many good ghouls here, to which the man replied that there were no shops in the area that would surpass his goods. The young man stared at the man. He thought that this was not surprising, because these ghouls had superpowers and talents that made them better than others. The main character slightly opened his mouth and raised his hand. He said that these ghouls were quite good, but he was looking for something special, and Jong-chil replied that he understood. The merchant crossed his arms over his chest. He said that there were not many such ghouls in this shop, but the hero noted that there were very few of them. The bald man stood with his eyes closed and a thoughtful expression on his face. The main character thought that ghoul creators naturally did not want to risk their reputation and sell unfinished ghouls that were a pig and a poke, but he could clearly distinguish a capable ghoul in a crowd just by looking at the information window. The bald man looked at the customer with a serious look. He asked how many he was going to buy, to which he was told that he would buy one or maybe two. The merchant pointed to the side. He told him to go there. There were ghouls in special containers near the wall. The bald man told him to take a look. The main character looked at the goods with curiosity. He thought that all he needed to do was look at the information. Jong-chil looked back at the young guy. The main character asked if he would accept investment. He spread his arms out to the sides and smiled widely. Hanseong told him to think about it, and he thought it would be nice if his store, which produces such high-quality ghouls, received a share of the investment to expand and develop production. The bald man looked at the young guy with curiosity. Yellow light illuminated the room. The merchant said that this was an interesting proposal. The guys stood opposite each other. The man said that according to his calculations, it would take about 180 million won to do everything, to which the hero replied that he was ready to invest that amount in his business. The sword master held out his card. He said that it was his business card and that they would see each other again, to which Jong-chil bid him farewell. The man looked at the business card with curiosity. He read that he was Lee Hanseong, an honorary research fellow at the Research Institute, and a candidate for the Korean Hero Academy. The bald man looked at the guy in shock. He asked how he had achieved this at such an age. The dim light illuminated the visit. The black market, the next day. Hanseong approached the merchant with a wide smile. He greeted the man, to which the man responded in kind. The protagonist pressed his palm to his chest. He told him to just call him Hanseong, asking if he had thought about investing yet. Jong-chil looked at the young man in confusion. He asked how he managed to do it. The protagonist grinned mischievously. He asked what he meant and that the ghoul he had chosen had good potential. A shadow fell from the man's legs. The merchant said that it was too good and he even doubted that it was created by him. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled slightly. He thought that he had chosen the best ghoul, saying that it was very good. Hanseong said that he still wanted to invest in this business, and Jong-chil asked him if it was true, to which the hero replied that he would invest as much as all the ghouls made here cost 35 billion won. Wooden boxes were visible in the room. The bald man said that he should take a share of the store then, and the hero replied that he would take 30%. The man looked at the young man in confusion. He asked if he was sure, noting that it was too small a percentage for such an amount, to which the protagonist replied that he should think of it as investing in his growth and advancement. Jong Chil pointed to the side. He suggested that the protagonist go to the ghoul. The boys stared in front of them. The merchant pointed out that it was that one. There was a girl standing near the wall with her eyes closed. She stood motionless. The protagonist noted that it was a female form. A system description with characteristics appeared, named Ghoul.10035, unique ability, downhill, special ability, mental barrier. The protagonist mused that she had nurture. He happily looked at the system window. Hanseong mused that she had the ability to promote potential growth, and he could nurture her in the white one, and they could overlap bloom and nurture. The young man clutched a bag in his hand. He mused that this would be enough. The man stared at the boy. The protagonist asked if he could work here, to which he received a positive answer. The protagonist looked at the robot. He told it to start synchronization, to which he received a response that the condition was normal and synchronization was starting. The robot began to scan the girl. The protagonist raised his hand with the wrapper. He thought that he would start with physical indicators. He removed the cover from the object, emitting an aura. The merchant looked at the object in shock. Jong Chil stood with his back turned, looking ahead. He thought that even at first glance, this was a very valuable material, wondering what he was going to give it to the ghoul. The protagonist looked at the material with a serious look. A powerful energy began to emanate from the object. Hanseong pressed the material to the girl's chest. Jong Chil watched what was happening in surprise. A red heart began to shine inside the ghoul, after which she opened her eyes. The long-haired girl stared intently ahead. The merchant watched what was happening in surprise. He thought that he was not bad, and he could not imagine such a thing. There was an item shining in the girl's chest. Jong Chil thought that he had inserted a legendary item into the ghoul, and he was keeping quiet about the difficulty of the process itself. Jong Chil looked ahead, confused. He thought that he was nobody compared to him and that this was the first time he saw something like this, adding that he did not care about investments. The protagonist looked ahead with a slight smirk. The merchant thought that he just hoped that he would stay and teach him something. The weather was clear above the city. The protagonist and the ghoul were walking down the street. The long-haired girl looked at her hand. The protagonist asked how the synchronization went, to which the ghoul replied that it was excellent and the ghoul's bracelet was synchronized. The girl walked next to the protagonist. The protagonist stated that from now on, she should look after White and do physical training. The protagonist looked ahead with an intent gaze. He thought that Jong Chil had received his investment so he could do business with him without any problems and they needed to visit the underworld. Then he looked ahead in surprise. Bile appeared in front of the boys. Hanseong looked at the boy with curiosity. He asked him what was wrong. The brunette looked at the young boy with a serious look. He reminded him of that incident, noting that there was probably something he didn't know. The protagonist closed his eyes. He thought that of course he couldn't pass by, wondering if maybe he should somehow reduce the misunderstanding between them. The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of himself. He stated that he was just lucky since he was given a hint earlier, adding that he would have had a better chance if he was lucky like him. The brunette slightly opened his mouth. He asked how he got that hint. The sword master pointed his finger down with a smile. He asked what he had not observed in the underworld. The boys stood opposite each other. Bile stated that he could not get a hint, neither from his clan, nor even from the academy, asking what he meant by that he had found what no one else could. The sword teacher smiled and moved his hand to the side. He noted that he had said that it was in the underworld, asking why he was so sure of that. The boy looked at the main character in bewilderment. The protagonist passed by the brunette. He said that he thought he understood everything. Hanseong stopped abruptly. Bile asked him to wait. The protagonist closed his eyes and nervously clenched his teeth. He wondered when he would leave. He looked back at the boy. Hanseong asked what he wanted. The brunette slightly moved his leg to the side. He asked if he was free on the weekend, to which the protagonist replied that he did not know. The young boy looked at Bile in irritation. He thought that he didn't have any extra time and he needed to become stronger. The boy turned towards the main character and slightly opened his mouth. He said that it was a misunderstanding, after which he sighed heavily. The brunette looked at Hanseong with a serious look. He said that he would be honest. The boy looked ahead with an attentive gaze. He stated that his father wanted to see him. The main character looked at the boy in shock. His hand began to shake from nerves. Hanseong wondered what he was talking about now. He looked ahead with bewilderment, frowning. He wondered why he needed him and what he wanted. The main character grinned nervously. He wondered what he wanted, for him to appear in front of such a great man with his level of abilities, asking the brunette if he could ask why. The boy continued to stare at the main character. The main character clenched his hand into a fist. He thought that he wasn't answering, which meant that even he didn't know. The protagonist smirked slightly and waved his hand. He agreed with the guy, saying that it was probably too confusing. The brunette looked at the protagonist with bewilderment. He asked if he was okay. Hanseong turned his back to the guy and waved his hand. He said that everything was fine. The protagonist stood with his back and raised his index finger. He looked at the boy with a serious look. The protagonist said that it was up to him to believe it or not, but he found a clue in the underworld. Bile looked at the young man leaving with a cold gaze. Hanseong said that it was time for him to go. The blue sky was visible above the building. The protagonist walked to the bed, after which he knelt down in front of it. He looked down with a nervous look. The sword teacher wondered if he should come to him at all, adding that if he refused, he still wouldn't be able to avoid the meeting. The main character gritted his teeth and clenched his hand into a fist. He thought that he urgently needed to think of something to avoid going there, and he had to do something. A dim light was coming from the roof of the building. The man put his hand on his knees. Then he raised himself up, leaning against the wall. Sweat was running down his face. He said that his head still hurt. He remembered the image of the white-haired girl. He noted that this draconian, Paul, was lying on the floor unconscious. He slammed his fist against the wall. The mercenary leader looked ahead with an exhausted look. He stated that he must have some kind of weakness, wondering what it was. The mercenary looked ahead with a dejected look. He said that he could not believe that there was a draconian who could defeat him, wondering who he was. The man looked ahead with displeasure. He thought that this draconian Hanseong and this scoundrel was hiding something. The fighter clenched his hand into a fist. He thought that he was the one who prevented the dragon stimulant from working, and maybe he was the one who stole the heart of the ancient giant. The man continued to clench his fist. He thought that he was unlikely to be working alone and that someone was helping him, adding that he needed to be more diligent and get out of there. A black hole appeared in space. The protagonist stood among the marked grid in the training ground. He looked at his fist. Hanseong thought that he had a lot to do before the weekend, and above all, he needed to increase his survivability. In the protagonist's palm lay 3 stones. He noted that he had obtained these ability cubes by collecting awareness points and spending a decent amount of money, and with their help, he could learn unique abilities. The system notifications of the ability cubes appeared: short-range movement, gravity resistance, and time resistance. The young man clenched his hand into a fist and a bright light appeared. He declared that he would learn all 3. The system notified that he had learned all 3 skills, the level of basic abilities had increased, unusual luck had been activated, spatial involvement had turned into spatial control. The protagonist looked at his hands happily when a bright light emanated from him. He declared that everything went great. A shadow fell from the protagonist's feet. The protagonist declared that this was still not the level at which he could compete with Gubon, and at least he could now stay alive and escape. He looked away with a serious look. Hanseong said that this was the least he could do, and White and Helen would be with him. The guys looked at the protagonist with a stern look. A system window appeared with a description and characteristics of Helen: abilities, planning, mental barrier, traits, education, giant's heart. The main character said that Helen's magical power had also increased thanks to the heart of the ancient giant, but it had not yet fully taken root, so Helen could not use all of its power, and Vanya only had the heart of a dragon, which had not yet fully developed, so all he had at the moment was magic. The sword teacher spread his arms out to the sides, holding a vial in it. He said that this was why they were now training with these magic bombs, and he was talking about the need to withstand the explosion in order to improve their skills. He remembered how he conducted the experiment. He thought that the method of teaching magic using a magic bomb, which he used right in the weapons lab, well, as for Helen and White, their skills could be improved even during the explosion of magic. The main character grinned slightly. He thought that he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The light from the lamps illuminated the ceiling and the corridor. The guys were walking down the corridor. Sergei looked back at the girl. He asked Nadia why she kept following him, noting that there was no need to follow him to the training ground. The girl looked at the guy with embarrassment. She said that she also wanted to go train and that he should mind his own business. The guys stood opposite each other. Brown-haired told her not to chase him, but rather find Hanseong, to which the girl replied that she did not want to. Brown-haired looked at Nadia with bewilderment. He thought that it was so obvious, wondering how Hanseong could even like her. Then a black hole appeared in front of them. The red-haired girl looked ahead in horror. She asked that Hanseong was training there and if it was dangerous, to which Sergei replied that she should calm down. Brown-haired looked ahead with a serious look. He thought that he was not sure for sure, but it seemed that he should not interfere. The guys stood with their backs, looking into the distance. Sergei noted that everything seemed to have calmed down, suggesting that she go further. The guys walked forward nervously. The brown-haired man looked ahead in horror. A black silhouette of a dragon appeared in front of him. The dragon's eyes glowed yellow. The brown-haired man asked what a dragon it was. The red-haired girl fell to the ground. The main character looked back. The guys looked at what was happening in bewilderment. The protagonist asked what they were doing here, to which Sergei asked him what that roar was. The main character closed his eyes and smiled slightly. He said that it was just training in magical control. The guy looked at the smiling protagonist in confusion. He asked what all this was called control, to which the hero replied that it was. A brunette stood in front of the guys. Hanseong said that this was his new assistant, a ghoul, and right now he was training with him, after which the guys greeted each other. Helen handed the small dragon to the guy. Hanseong said that it was white. Sergei looked at the dragon in confusion. He wondered if it was he who had turned into a giant dragon, adding that it was hard to believe. The main character looked back at the girl and called out to her. The red-haired girl looked at what was happening in bewilderment. The sword teacher asked why she was not going to say hello. The main character passed by the girl. He said that once she decided, she could come in. Nadia lowered her gaze and pursed her lips. The young man thought that he should continue to treat her like this. He moved his foot forward. The main character thought that he had done too little and needed to train further in order to maintain a relationship with Gubon. The main character turned his gaze to the side. He thought that he needed to be prepared for anything. Black silhouettes of people were climbing the huge stairs. Weekend, auction. The young man waved his hand to Bile. The brunette with a serious look looked at the boy. The main character asked if he could come in, to which the brunette replied that he should already be there. The young man entered the hall. A black silhouette of a man was visible in the chair. The main character looked away with a serious look. He thought that he was here as expected. The man placed his palm on his fist. Hanseong noted that this was a legendary hero who had been working in Yongsan Park for 20 years, and in the underworld he was called the one who returned from hell. The old man looked ahead with a serious look. The main character noted that this was the king of the underworld, the universal king. Hanseong turned his gaze to the other side. He noted that the man sitting next to him was Gubon. The man was sitting in a chair. The dim light illuminated the clothes on the man. Gubon looked ahead with a menacing look. Hanseong noted that he was from Korea. The main character stood with his back to him. He thought that although they had little in common, they might even be at odds with each other. The main character looked straight ahead. He thought that only they were forced to protect each other and be in an alliance to solve problems that arose. Hanseong looked straight ahead with a confused look. He thought that he needed to pull himself together and calm down. The protagonist bowed to the man. He greeted him, saying that he was Lee Hanseong. The leader looked at the guy with a serious look. He said that his name was Gubon, asking if he was Bile's friend, to which the hero replied that he was. The system notified that Gubon had activated the Abyss Disciple skill, but Hanseong was resisting it. The leader looked at the young guy in bewilderment. On the stage, the host stood next to the man. The host said that the third item was a ghoul belonging to the World League of Wolves team, and he had been a Siren player for 20 years, and there were also a lot of fans. The guys stood with their backs, looking at the stage. The leader asked how he liked that ghoul. The protagonist looked ahead with confusion. He mused that this was all unauthorized trading, telling the man that it was not bad. Gubon put his hand on the armrest. He asked the protagonist if he wanted to take it, to which the protagonist replied that many people wanted it. The man looked ahead menacingly. He asked why he did not want to do business with him. Bile looked at his father in confusion and called out to him. The protagonist looked back at the guy and put his hand in front of him. He said that he was talking to his father now and he should not interfere. The brunette looked at the guy in confusion. The leader smirked slightly. The man closed his eyes and smiled widely. He said that it was funny, asking if he was willing to bargain. The protagonist pressed his hand to his hip. He agreed with the man, saying that they would start with his items. The leader slightly opened his mouth. He stated that he would not buy this ghoul. The protagonist stood to the side of the leader. Gubon said that his items were ready, to which the protagonist replied that he was sure he would like them. The menacing man looked at the boy. He asked what if he didn't like them. The protagonist's eyes widened in horror. The dim light illuminated the room. The assistant was wheeling an item onto the stage. The host said that this was the next item in their auction, and an S-rank appraiser had recently finished appraising the famous candidate Hanseong's item. Behind the glass was a small bottle of yellow liquid. The host said that this was the legendary healing elixir, and this elixir could completely heal the hero even with 55% damage from magic. People looked at the bottle with excitement. Wu Jai looked at the item in shock. His body began to shake in confusion. The protagonist thought that this must have been unexpected for him, because half of his body was crippled by magic, and because of this, his lifespan was shortened, so he left the earth and remained in the underworld. Gubon closed his eyes. Hanseong asked how he liked the item. He grinned wickedly. The young man wondered if it might be worth raising the stakes, telling the man that the value of his goods was much higher than the value of the last ghoul. The leader looked at the boy curiously. He asked if he could make more. The young man nodded his head. He wondered if perhaps he had also suffered from magic, saying that nothing was impossible as long as there were ingredients. A bright light illuminated the elixir. The protagonist said that such ingredients were hard to come by, so he probably didn't have them, to which the man replied that he would have to make a bet then. The host pointed at the item. He asked if anyone would bid more, noting that it was 4.1 trillion won. Gu-bon bowed his head and closed his eyes. He noted that it was a highly coveted item. The protagonist looked ahead in fear. Gu-bon told him to come over to him. The protagonist swallowed his saliva. He thought that this was too much and he should make an equal deal before he was killed. The leader looked at the guy with a serious look. The protagonist asked why he was in such a hurry. The young guy looked straight ahead. He asked if it was because of El Patin. The man looked at the protagonist menacingly. The protagonist thought that Gu-bon and the Twilight Wolf kept bumping into each other on the ground, and El Patin, the guild leader, added that he needed a potion that could control demons. Hanseong looked at the man with a smile. He noted that he would tell him where Patin was, asking if he could now offer him a deal. The man sat with his back turned, looking at the auction. He asked what he wanted. The protagonist looked at the leader with a serious look. He asked to let Bile go. The brunette looked at the young man in shock. The protagonist stood with his back turned, looking at the man. He said not to force him to do anything for the sake of their family. The leader closed his eyes and raised his head. Bile looked down. Gu-bon stated that he was simply too young. He frowned. The man said that it was their business, they had enemies everywhere, and suddenly something would happen to him, asking how their family would protect him then. Hanseong stared at the man. He said that Bile was strong and he would not lose him because he could handle it. The brunette approached his father from behind when he called out to him. Gu-bon looked ahead with a menacing gaze. He asked that he wanted this. The guy looked down with a frightened look. Gu-bon asked what he wanted, to which he replied that he did. The leader opened his mouth. He said that he accepted the deal. Bile lowered his head. Then he turned it to the side. The protagonist stood with his back to the stage. He said that he would tell everything then. Then he walked up to the balcony. Hanseong extended his finger, pointing at the stage. He said that he was right there. A small explosion occurred on the ceiling. Gu-bon watched what was happening in bewilderment. The stranger grabbed the bottle. 3 people in capes jumped onto the stage. The man in the red cape held the bottle in his hands. The protagonist watched what was happening from the balcony. He thought that he had leaked some information on purpose, made sure that Patin would notice it, and he would appear at the exact moment he had planned. The protagonist looked at the man. He said that he would go to Bile. Gu-bon closed his eyes and began to emit a blue aura. Powerful energy emanated from him. The protagonist looked at the leader with apprehension. He noted that he had activated his skill and that they needed to get out of there quickly before it was too late. The young man put his hand on the brunette's shoulder. He said that they needed to leave, after which the boys disappeared from the auction hall. Hanseong thought that he was using the movement skill that he had learned that time. The boys teleported near the building on the street. Bile looked away in surprise. The sword teacher closed his eyes. He thought that they would easily win and suspected that Patin would retreat anyway. The boys stood opposite each other. Hanseong asked if he could help him. Bile looked at the guy in surprise. The main character said that the stolen items should be nearby, and he knew the place where they could be. He looked at the brunette with a serious look. He said that he had a plan and they would counterattack. The night sky stretched above the building. Paul and the mercenaries were standing near the teleporter. The leader said that new goods would arrive now. Items began to appear from the teleporter. A healing elixir rolled out onto the floor. The brown-haired man looked at the floor. He noted that everything worked out and they should be nearby. After which he looked to the side where the scarf rolled out. Cracks began to appear on the magic ball, after which an explosion of energy occurred. The leader put his hand in front of himself, protecting himself from the explosion. Paul looked back in bewilderment. He wondered if everyone with Klasa had really lost, adding that things were not going well at all. The main character appeared above the man. The mercenary looked up in fear. He asked who it was. The protagonist landed on the ground. He asked that it was Paul. The man looked at the animal in horror. He noted that it was a draconian. The protagonist smiled widely. He said that his name was White. The guys looked at the man menacingly. Hanseong told him to beg for mercy. Paul watched what was happening in horror, after which he began to fall forward. He crashed to the ground in front of the guys. The protagonist grinned slightly. He said that he could not believe that it was Paul and how good it was that everything was so simple, offering to return it all. Bile and Helen watched from the roof. The brunette with a serious look looked down. He thought that he himself decided to do this and came there to help, noting that the A-class and S-class mercenaries were defeated in an instant. It was deep night above the city. Bile thought that something strange had been happening all day today. A yellow light was visible from the windows of the building. The protagonist was sitting on the bed in his room. He said that it was crazy. Hanseong looked at the system window with a smile. He noted that after that incident with the auction, he had earned a decent amount of awareness points, and thanks to the purification elixir, he also received money from him, and he also had a new ability due to the creation of that elixir. The system announced that a new ability had been acquired, the legendary elixir creator. Hanseong said that thanks to this special ability, his efficiency in producing elixirs had increased, and in addition, this ability could be developed in the future. The protagonist got up from the bed. He thought that he was so nervous when Bile's father called him, but now he was so glad that he could help. He stood with his back to him and sighed heavily. He wondered what was going on next. The night sky was visible above the building. A black silhouette of a man landed on the roof. The protagonist looked around. He was standing with his back turned when a black silhouette appeared behind him. Hanseong asked why she hadn't arrived yet. Then he looked behind him. The girl asked why he was already here. The protagonist looked at the girl in confusion. He noted that he had just arrived. Sion looked away, embarrassed. The protagonist wondered why she had put on makeup. The guys were standing next to each other. They thought they were awkward. The protagonist sighed heavily. He handed the box to the girl. Hanseong looked away. He said that it was a gift. There were earrings in the box. The protagonist noted that they had magic stones. Sion reached for the earrings with a serious look. Then she put them on her ears. The protagonist said that they had a cleansing effect and she would be able to draw power from them when she was in a hurry. Sion blushed slightly and turned away from the protagonist. She said that it was time for them to go. The young man followed the girl. He thought that looking at Sion's expression, it seemed that she had relaxed a little and he did not want to carry out that assassination mission, but after hearing the target, he changed his mind. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. He thought that all this trading of weapons and rare cubes, it was time to end it. The night sky was visible above the building. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. He thought that it would be difficult for him to steal a collection of rare cubes, but thanks to Sion, he should succeed. After which he looked at the girl in surprise. Sion thanked the protagonist for the gift. The protagonist stood behind the girl. Sion asked that he looked at what she sent. The protagonist replied that it was so, and there were more than 50 guards, to which the girl replied that they were planning an attack, and so they needed to be well prepared. The brunette slightly moved her leg back. The hero asked what they were actually planning, to which Sion replied that they were planning to rob everything there and, most importantly, leave no trace. The brunette looked at the guy with a smirk. She told him to follow her and if he fell behind, she would leave without him. Blood was visible on the windows. The main character was reaching for the stone with his hand. Hanseong looked at the stone with curiosity. He thought that the assassination attempt had succeeded and he had found the right cube. Then he looked away, thinking about the girl. Sion was smiling happily with blood on her face. The protagonist thought that he felt better when he saw her smile and that he had originally planned to restore relations with her, and it seemed that he had succeeded. The young guy closed his eyes, looking depressed. He thought that he liked her and that he was probably weird. People were gathering in the establishment. The main character was sitting at a table with a smile, looking at his hand. He thought that he had gained a lot from this murder and he had gained time involvement. The system announced that he had gained time involvement, control, magic imprint, and so on. The protagonist thought that he would give the rest of the abilities to Helen and White. The protagonist reached out to the system window. He noted that now that he had earned some reputation points, he could open the cube. Red energy began to emanate from the stone. The system announced that the cube had been used and luck had increased, adding that it reflected the player's current characteristics and that the servant life skill had been obtained. The protagonist looked at the system window in confusion. He asked what it was. A system window appeared with the skill characteristic of Attention Seeker. This is an excessive need for attention. Depending on the attention he receives during battle, his abilities increase. Attractiveness increases in accordance with the attention he receives from people. The protagonist grinned nervously. He thought that he should study this in more detail and it was good that he could master it right away. The system notified that he had received time involvement, not acquired Attention Seeker. A system window appeared with the characteristics of the protagonist, abilities, targeted bloom, physical enhancement, reading information, and so on. The main character said that his strength had improved, and now he would be able to bypass most freshmen in statistics. The protagonist looked at the system window with a smile. He did not know how much attention he would attract, but he already wanted to see him in action. Hiram approached the table where the protagonist was with an excited look. She apologized for being late, noting that she had a consultation, to which she received the answer that everything was fine. The protagonist looked at the girl with a serious look. He thought that after Hiram woke up with a split personality, she went to a psychiatrist. Hanseong closed his eyes and smiled slightly. He said that it was okay, noting that she did not want to hurt anyone, but it was necessary. The girl looked down excitedly. She said that she did not want to hurt others. The brunette looked at the protagonist in surprise. Hanseong told her to just rely on him and let him help. There was an inscription on the wall of the establishment. The sword teacher said that if she remembered, her second personality obeyed him and instead of hiding her second personality, he would help her learn to control it. The archer looked at the guy in surprise. She asked if that was possible. The main character smiled widely. He said that her personality was her features. The young guy raised his hand. He said that they would make an unusual move and her abilities and characteristics would change along with her personality. The student looked at the guy in confusion. The main character said that if she trained, she would be able to master that personality, to which the girl asked if he was sure about it. The young guy slightly opened his mouth. He said that of course, adding that he was not here now. He looked at the student with a sad smile. Hanseong said that there used to be someone with a similar ability. The brown-haired girl looked at the protagonist with confusion. The protagonist noted that although this was Hyrim herself, he sighed heavily. Hanseong thought that this brought back memories. A beautiful orange sunset was visible in the sky. The protagonist was lying on the bed, looking tired. He thought that the conversation with the archer had awakened old memories in him and thought that there was nothing wrong with that. After which, he sat up from the bed. He said that he had enough memories and it was time to start a live broadcast, noting that he had more than 400,000 subscribers and he should be at his best. The protagonist looked at the camera with a wide smile. He greeted the viewers, stating that this was a live broadcast after a long time. The walls of the room began to shake. The protagonist looked up in confusion. He wondered why the vibrations were so strong, adding that he had been vibrating all this time. The protagonist looked at the system window. He thought that the gate was opening, being the harbinger of the first disaster, a wave of monsters, and must have opened the gate to another world. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion, addressing the managing director. The main character stood with his back to him, looking ahead. Yi Hyan apologized to the protagonist. Hanseong looked at the system window with an angry expression. He asked that didn't he tell her not to go there. The young man looked ahead with a worried expression. The director said that she couldn't do anything about it, to which Hanseong asked where she was now and that she was with the guards. The system window was hanging in the air. Yi Hyan said that she was just with them, but monsters suddenly appeared here. The protagonist looked at the window with confusion. Hanseong was standing on the floor and his shadow was cast. He noted that the call was dropped and he urgently needed to save her. The young man looked ahead with a serious look. He told the guys that they would change the topic of the live broadcast today. A huge surge of energy was visible behind the building. The long-haired girl looked into the distance with a frown. She noted that he appeared at the nearby airport, and this is what Hanseong warned her about. The director stood with his back to the huge portal made of bones. She noted that there was a portal in this province. A dark aura emanated from the portal. Yi Hyan mused that about 100 years ago, portals that were connected to other worlds began to appear all over the world, and now the gates have appeared again. Brown-haired girl looked ahead with alarm. She could not believe it. The guard approached the girl. He said that they should move on. The director turned around and headed towards the building. She wondered if Hanseong knew about this. The guard pointed his hand to the side. The director asked if they had asked for help, to which the man replied that they had, and also requested the PMC of several guilds. Yi Hyan asked if the portal would be okay, to which she received the answer that the portal was a place with many strong monsters, so the guild would react quickly to this. The man looked ahead in horror. Yi Hyan looked into the distance in bewilderment. They stood with their backs turned, looking at the huge gate. An unknown creature with red eyes appeared from the gate. The director noted that it was a monster. The guys looked at the huge gate. The director thought it was a portal. The unknown stepped on the ground. A bunch of bone monsters in armor appeared. Death Knight, a rank. The guard looked at the girl. He said that he needed to retreat to cover quickly, to which the director replied that they must stop them. The long-haired girl looked at the man with a serious look. She told him to direct all security forces to protect the citizens, and the guards would handle the evacuation, noting that this was an order, and the guys looked at the approaching monsters. The man said that he understood her and the security would take care of the evacuation, and they would stay here. A system window was floating in the air. The protagonist asked Seon that she saw it too, to which she replied that she could not talk now and would call him back. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. He said that he would go to the airport and they would need to meet in 40 minutes, adding that he would use his skill to teleport there. The protagonist frowned. Seon said that they would not make much of a difference, to which the protagonist asked if now was the time for that, noting that they had to save them, and he had white, and he could call Bile and Jinhoon if necessary. The protagonist extended his hand to the system window. He said that together they would be able to contain them until backup arrived and that they needed to meet in front of the dorm. There were items on the table. Hanseong thought that he didn't originally plan to write to her, and he was going to use the reset stone and shield generator as a charger. He then took the items in his hand. He thought that it was still not enough to fight the rank monsters, but he had no choice but to just use these items. The protagonist looked at the gathered guys, asking what everyone was here for. He held out his hand with his belt. Hanseong noted that everyone take one and with the help of spatial movement, they will go there. The night sky was visible above the airport. The bony one swung his blade. Yi Hyan dodged the attack. She took a fighting stance. Then, she swung her leg. The headmistress kicked the ground and ice headed towards the monster. The ice attack froze the monster's legs. The man slammed his fist into the bony one's head. Hyun stood with her back, watching the battle. She furrowed her brows, sighing heavily. The wounded guard sat on the ground. The brunette clenched her teeth furiously. She looked at Kim Tae-jae with a serious look, calling out to him. The captain stretched out his hand in front of him. She said that she was fine and that he should take everyone to shelter. Tae-jae looked at the captain with bewilderment. He asked what he had to leave her behind, noting that she didn't even order him to do it. The headmistress closed her eyes with a confused look. She thought that at this rate, all the guards would be destroyed, and she couldn't bear it. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in the sky. Seong Hyun appeared in the sky, creating magic circles. Shards appeared from the circles. Ice blades began to fly down. They attacked the monsters on the ground. The headmistress watched in shock. She wondered that Seong Hyun, a mere C-rank student, could use such techniques and how he did it. The student landed on the ground. A belt with items was visible on his lower back. The headmistress wondered if it was thanks to these things that Hanseong did this. The students began to attack the bone monsters. The blonde attacked the monster with her spear. Hyun watched in surprise. She noted that with this item, they could fight back against the rank monsters. The main character stood with his back to him, creating magic circles. He frowned. Hanseong noted that he got this effect from the live broadcast as well. The system announced that the attention seeker skill was activated, and all stats were temporarily increased by 150%. A blue magic circle was visible near his palm. Hanseong noted that he needed to hold on. The system announced that 100,000 people were looking at him, and all stats were temporarily increased by 200%. The magic circles began to change their color. The headmistress thought that he had the strength that would be available to S rank and above, adding that he was quite strong. The main character raised his hand above himself. 2 magic circles appeared in the sky. He used the Heaven's Fury skill. The bony ones looked up at the sky. A powerful energy pillar appeared from the magic circles, after which he struck the ground directly at the monsters. The bony ones began to incinerate inside. Hyun covered her face with her hands from the strong wind. She narrowed her eyes in bewilderment, looking ahead. Black silhouettes of people stood near the place of the explosion. The headmistress looked at what was happening in shock. The helmet from the skeleton rolled along the ground. The brown-haired girl noted that this was the strongest magic in the world, the Fury of Heaven. She widened her eyes in surprise. She thought that he had healed all the allies and destroyed the monsters. The main character stood with his back radiating a yellow aura. The captain noted that she felt how weak he was. An aura emanated from the main character. System windows appeared. Urgent task to save Hyun. Tens of thousands of eyes are glued to him. His name is on the lips of a large number of people. Achievement obtained. Punishment that burns demonic energy. Achievement rating. History. Historical achievements 4 out of 7. If he gets all the historical achievements, he can get the minimum rank. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. He noted that achievements are divided into rare, historical, legendary, semi-mythical, and mythical, and when all the achievements are collected, players get a new rank. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. He thought that these achievements are still of a low grade, and he is starting to worry. Hanseong looked at the guys. He said that they should take care of the wounded and those who can use magic. They will build a barrier to protect the airport together. Seong Hyun crossed his arms and looked away. He said that he will think about it. The protagonist wondered if he really will not go. A huge portal was visible behind the building. The protagonist moved his hand to the side. He noted that the barrier to protect civilians at the airport was ready, and now he was going to remove the Lick's barrier. The protagonist turned his gaze to the boys. He said that Jinhoon Bile and Seong Hyun were going together, the rest were protecting the airport. Brown-haired looked at the protagonist with concern. He said that the Lick was a high-ranking S-class monster, and it was better to wait until support from the PMC and the guild arrived. The young guy closed his eyes. He thought that he was perfectly aware of everything, but he did not want to miss an achievement that would raise his rank to historical. Hanseong slightly opened his mouth. He said that he was going there not only to save civilians. He looked at the boys with a serious look. The protagonist said that he would try to track down the Lick. The boys looked at the protagonist in surprise. Hanseong looked at the student, asking that he definitely would not go. Brown-haired smiled slightly. The protagonist said that he needed him, to which he replied that if he was needed, he would go. The protagonist clutched the blade in his hand. The guys looked ahead with a confident look. The protagonist said that they should track down the Lick. A huge portal was visible behind the trees. Younghyun and Dosok ran along the path. The instructor said that he saw the portal, to which the girl replied that they needed to hurry if they wanted to destroy it. The man turned his attention to the side. The guys were fighting a monster. Younghyun and Dosok watched what was happening. The girl asked if they could help, to which the instructor replied that this was not the case. The man frowned. He said that, apparently, they were trying to destroy him. Bile stood in front of the monster. The Lick extended his hand in front of him. The protagonist extended his hand to the guy, telling him to be careful. Red circles appeared in front of the brunette, after which he dodged an attack from underground. The boys watched the students fight. Dosok said that they were ahead of the enemy's attacks, and his attack points were marked with magic. Dosok looked ahead in confusion. He said that this battle could not be lost if you knew the enemy's move in advance. Stakes appeared from the ground. The main character dodged the attack. He smiled in confusion. Hanseong thought that he had never met a Lick before, and he was in plain sight. A red circle appeared on the ground. The main character thought that it was a bit of a hassle to manually mark attack points with magic, but this was the only way to save everyone. Red circles appeared around the monster. The dragon girl looked at the main character. Hanseong said that she could begin. Clumps of energy appeared from the magic circles. White put her hands in front of her. She redirected the attacks upward. The monster watched what was happening in confusion. The main character looked at the boys. He told them to act. A blue magic circle appeared behind the boys. A blue pillar of energy pierced the monster's chest. The monster's eyes sparkled with red light. He stretched out his hand in front of him and the bone monsters moved to the side. Jin-hoon frowned and opened his mouth wide. He said that there were enemies there. The brown-haired man hit the monster's blade with his fist. Bright rays of energy appeared from the attack. The protagonist watched what was happening. He noted that Jin-hoon was getting stronger in battle. The Lick spread his arms out to the sides and screamed loudly, after which he raised his hand up. Magic circles appeared between him. The protagonist watched what was happening with alarm. A purple aura emanated from the magic circles. Hanseong said that this was a wide-range magic that imposes 7 curses, a rainbow curse. The protagonist frowned at the monster. He noted that any of the 7 curses was fatal, after which he rushed towards the monster. Hanseong pondered what he was seeing, what he was doing, wondering if this was his final stage. The young man planted his foot on the ground. He thought he would use his spatial mastery to seal off the space around him and the Lick. An energy sphere appeared in the air. The protagonist noted that he would take the entire curse on himself. A black ball floated in front of him. The boy asked, "What is this? What is going on?" Helen looked at him and said that the Lick was going to cast a large-scale spell that would have a high chance of casting one of the 7 curses on them. The plan was to kill the Lick before he could activate the curse. The boy exclaimed, "Is Hanseong going to take the entire attack on himself?" Bile clenched his fist and asked, "What does he think? Are they not prepared for the curse?" Seong Hyan added that he said he was confident in his decisions, a naive fool. The guy turned around and said that they knew that there was a 99% chance that one of the curses would work. Did they really not care at all about what was happening? The blue-haired girl said indifferently that each of the 7 curses could affect the enemy differently, but there was one chance that none of them would work. The brown-haired guy asked tensely, "Only 1%, wasn't that too little to start worrying?" The girl said emotionlessly that she was sure everything would go smoothly, and White proudly closed her eyes, saying that Dad would definitely be lucky. The guys looked at them in bewilderment, thinking that they really blindly believed in the future. A crack appeared on the ball, from which a glow appeared. A bright purple beam surrounded the guy. His comrades ran to Hanseong. He wiped his face and asked if they were waiting for him. Pointing his finger at Seong Hyan, he said that he was. Pointing at himself, he asked, did he do what he said, save his sister, right? He would owe him. The hero thought that he hoped that he could guide him on the right path. The brown-haired man looked away and chuckled. There was a clear sky above the building. Hanseong walked down the hallway and thought that after he caught the Lick, the others were able to close the gate. In addition, thanks to his skills, he easily passed the midterm exam. Looking at the door, he thought that he had an important meeting right now. Entering the room, the guy said that they were all here and apologized for bringing them here. The dark-haired man Gubon said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Wu Jai, who was standing next to him, added that he was at the auction. Yi Yeon stood with her arms crossed. Hanseong looked at them anxiously, thinking that the 3 most powerful and influential people in Korea. They should close the deal here and now, such a chance will not come again. Putting a vial of green liquid on the table, he said that this was the 35% magic purification elixir he mentioned earlier. The model with 55% efficiency will be put up for auction. The woman waved her hand and said that they were willing to buy this model for more than the auction price. The hero waved his hand, saying that there was no need for that, the terms of the deal would not change. The man standing behind him said that Hanseong would not sell them anything like that for such a low price. The guy smiled and added that if they brought the ingredients, they would provide them with some elixirs. After that, they could name the terms of delivery. Raising his index finger, the brunette continued that they were divided into 3 factions. They wanted Section 31, as well as permission to build a gate in that location. They also requested a one-time customer service call for their immediate unit. The influential people looked at him in shock. The Yeon thought that even if they gave permission, building a gate would still be difficult, not to mention maintaining his Section 31 stability. Was he that confident in himself? Gubon closed his eyes, thinking that a one-time help or building a gate was a bigger request, but owning Section 31 was too much. It was a place like a blind spot because there was no authority assigned to it. The three factions couldn't control the same territory together unless a treaty was signed between them recognizing the common ownership. The woman in boots said that he knew that Section 31 was a demonized danger zone. Right. It was an area that was not easy to defend. Hanseong waved his hand and said that he knew about it. If he couldn't do it, he would return the land to them. He said with a smile that when the gate was ready, they would give them the pass. He was also going to open a shop in that section where he would sell everything he created. Wu Jai closed his eyes, thinking that he planned to strengthen the defense with mercenaries and heroes flocking for rare items, and out loud he said how stupid it was. The boy resolutely extended his hand and asked if they wanted to bargain. Hanseong stretched. He sighed in relief, thinking that they had made a deal, now they just needed to prepare for the story. In a bright one-story building, a few days later, on the day of the raiding duel, the hero walked ahead, thinking that the duel would soon begin. Before it began, something would happen. He closed his eyes, thinking that he should prepare, but he could not predict how difficult it would be. He opened his eyes in shock, hearing the sound of an alarm. The system reported that the entrance to the demon realm was starting to open in the academy. He needed to react as soon as possible to protect the main characters and prevent the collapse of the academy. Halen appeared next to the boy. Words were heard that a gate had been created in front of the library. He asked if everyone was safe. Words were heard from the white gadget that Charles and Sion were in the library. The brunette turned forward in shock and exclaimed that it was in the range of the gate. Turning around, he asked Bile to gather everyone and go to the eastern defense line while he would go after Charles and Sion. His comrade exclaimed in surprise he would go alone. The gate was in front of the library. The hero replied that it would be better if he went alone. He ran, thinking that he might lose one of his friends in this quest. He would not let that happen. There was a purple glow inside the gate. The cannon was firing forward. The boy ran, thinking that the magic turret that the mage Young-Hyun had installed when he was tasked with cooperating with the academy had formed a hidden magic circle for defense. As he ran, he thought that it would buy him some time. The boy stopped in a room with black smoke. Covering himself with his hand, he thought that the library was already full of demons. The week would not last long here. Walking forward, Hanseong thought that although there was a magic resistance potion, he should quickly find it. The blonde was lying on the floor. Hanseong exclaimed in shock, calling out to Charles and asked if she was okay. He brought a green liquid to the girl's lips and told her to drink it. She had just been affected by a demon, she would feel better soon. His fingers squeezed his hand. The girl's hand was shaking. She repeated, demon. With a frightened look, she said that he was very strong, they must save Sion. There were black vortices in the room. The guy ran forward, thinking that he saved Charles, but where was Sion? Debris from the building was falling down. Hanseong stopped, covering himself with his hand. He froze among the falling debris and thought, is the demonization starting? The creator of the gate will appear now. There was a figure with wings ahead. It was him, the creator of the gate, the mythical creature Lilith. She is married to Great Devil and is Adam's first wife. As he walked forward, the guy thought that she creates her creations from corpses and gives them part of her power. If she uses even a part of your power, they are finished. Stopping, the guy froze in alarm. Ahead, crucified by magical power, hovered Sion. The girl's eyes were closed. The hero asked, has the demonization already begun? She will become the incarnation of Lilith in a second. He looked at her in fear, thinking that if he makes an elixir that can stop magic, he will give it to Sion before Lilith has time to possess her, then he will be able to stop the demonization. Staring tensely ahead, he thought that time is short, it would be better if he leaves her and moves on. The hero clenched his fist, thinking that he cannot leave her like this. Directing whirlwinds of reverse magic forward, he decided that the main thing is not to give up. A blue seal appeared above the hovering girl. Hanseong said deeper than the abyss, blacker than darkness. A blue glow emanated from the circle. The guy thought that she was controlling it with manipulation. Lilith begins to move in. Closing his eyes, he continued that he was good at space control magic and also controls time. The cross of energy disappeared. The brunette said that he would set firm boundaries. The girl's red eyes widened. The system reported that frequent use of power was detected. The ability is being spent and the potential is being consumed. Falling to one knee, the guy continued, saying that nature takes its toll. The girl's feet fell to the ground. Looking with red eyes, the demoness asked who he was. Hanseong held his arms outstretched and said that he was a dragon slayer. The demon in Sion's body was surprised, asking who. The guy stood up with an effort, saying that he also hunted for gods. He saved the world and defeated evil. Lilith in the girl's body frowned, saying that this couldn't be. The system reported that player Hanseong had gone his own way. A long-forgotten story was beginning. This was not an achievement, but the beginning of a huge legend that could lead to the end of the world. The long-haired girl anxiously shouted for him to stay away. Hanseong extended his hand, saying that she was now the wife of a great demon. He placed his hand on the girl's shoulder and said that she was a witch. With a determined look, he declared that he would kill her. The frightened demoness was surrounded by a purple glow. Surrounded by flames, she screamed, "No," and ran forward, screaming for him to die. The hand approached the guy's body, but did not reach. She trembled. The girl thought that it could not be. The sweat-drenched guy touched her and told her to go back. Sion's eyes became normal. She staggered and fell right into his arms. The system reported that the legendary rank had been reached. The one who burned Lilith, the wife of the great demon, the one who writes history, is transformed. In the future, he must complete the legend. This is his fate, his past and future. Closing his eyes, the boy thought that he could not, and fell to the ground with his girlfriend. There was a green cross on the hospital building. A notification said that the main story 2 was perfectly completed. The damage to the academy is less than 4%, and the damage to the protagonist is less than 3%. The destruction of the gate is 99%, and the victory over the incarnation of Lilith is 90%. Stats are increased, and lost abilities are restored through achievements and knowledge. Looking at the information window, Hanseong thought that it was damn hard. Fortunately, he managed to avoid damage. Closing his eyes, he thought that Sion dealt with Lilith. She only took over half of his body. Besides, he is worried about his sanity. White, stretching out her arms, ran towards him. She hugged him and tearfully asked him not to leave her again and not to go anywhere alone. The girl burst into tears, and the hero calmed her down and promised that he would always be there. He smiled awkwardly and thought that he had always been alone, and he was glad that someone cared about him. The hospital building heard the promise to never leave her. Yeon turned around when she heard someone greet her. Hanseong was looking at her, and she greeted him back. Bowing, she said that he did everything perfectly regarding the academy gate and thanked him for saving Sion. The guy replied that he couldn't do otherwise. Walking next to her, he asked, "What is the state of demonization?" They entered a large room. Sion was lying on the bed with wings on her back. An information window appeared in the guy's palm. He thought that the defeat had progressed further than he thought. What's wrong with her? An information window with Sion's characteristics appeared in front of him. It said that the incarnation is in progress. She is temporarily unconscious. The addiction is temporarily stopped. Touching her chin, the hero thought that the state of addiction is in progress. Isn't this a dangerous state that can strike her at any time? Sion opened her eyes, looking at the guy. She touched his sleeve. Tears appeared in her eyes. She asked, what should she do? The hand touched her fingers and said that everything was fine. Sion arched her eyebrows pitifully. Hanseong held her hand and promised that he would protect her. A tear appeared in the corner of the girl's eye. Walking towards the exit, the guy said that from now on he would do everything to prevent something like this from happening. He told the deity that he would begin. There was a bookcase in the corner of the room. The guy approached Sion and asked how she was. The lying girl thanked him for visiting her. She was feeling a little better. She had already gained strength. The hero looked at her in confusion when she asked why he did this. It would have been more correct to kill her. Turning around, the girl said that if he failed, he would also die. It turned out that he should have killed her. It would have made it easier for him. Opening his mouth, Hanseong interrupted and said that he did not want to lose her. Sion perplexedly rose up, hearing that he never abandoned his friends in trouble. The girl with wings sat up on the bed and said that she would go. The hero asked, was it training again? Turning her head, she explained that her sides were already stiff. She hadn't warmed up for so long. In addition, she now had demonic abilities, so she would like to try them out. Purple energy flew out of the girl's hand. Looking at this, Hanseong said that this was the power of Lilith in her body. Magic was generated inside her. Energy flew out of the palm. Words were heard that if she learned to suppress her powers, she would be able to control the demon. Taking her hand away, the girl decisively exclaimed that then she needed him to help her with training. The hero looked at her in surprise. Purple haze was flying in the air. Frowning, Hanseong looked at the information window and thought that due to constant contact with her, he began to get used to her powers. The information window said that he was susceptible to a large amount of magic. The body begins to disintegrate with a powerful blow, but is restored with a high concentration of magical power. Luck is activated. The guy looked at the heroine, who said that when he saved her. Holding his hand, Sion continued that he risked dying. Is he okay? Nodding, the hero said yes, but it was dangerous. The girl with wings asked him if it hurt somewhere and heard that no, everything was fine. She poked the guy with her fist, cursing at him, and turned away, and then laughed with relief. The hero asked what's funny. He looked at the girl with confusion and thought that he could not tell if she was okay, but now, seeing her smile, she seemed to be better. There was a ventilation window on the ceiling. Waving his hand, Hanseong said that now that the gate is ready, How about a license? Wu Jai waved his hand and asked, will the gate not work more than once a week? The guy replied that they would work once every 3 days. Their productivity was 10 times higher than average. Du Bon frowned a little and asked, is this even possible? This is too much to improve productivity. He heard that its characteristics were different from those of a normal gate, so it would need to be adjusted. Showing 4 fingers, Hanseong said that they would divide the number of uses into 4 parts and sell the rest at auction. In response, he heard that everything was fine with them. Looking to the side, the brunette said that this way the license for the gate was agreed upon. As agreed, they received the ownership of Zone 31. A voice was heard that apologized to Hanseong for distracting them from work. Words were heard from the copter that flew up that it was urgent. The guy looked at him in surprise. Turning around, he apologized and said that he would compensate for everything later. The heroes looked surprised when they heard the question, could they go with him? The man asked. Now, there was a pillar in the gray room. Si-yeon turned around with displeasure and asked, what? She saw a figure of a man and asked in shock, is it him? Bento stood in front of her. He chuckled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. There was no one in the building who could save her now. The girl frowned and thought that her mother was really gone now. No one would really help her. She couldn't do anything. She flexed her fingers and thought that even if he was an SS rank, she had to fight him off. The man with the cane told her not to worry. He wanted Hanseong. The girl looked at him with dismay when she heard that he wasn't interested in her. Angrily, she shouted at him not to touch Hanseong. The man left. Touching her chin, he said that she was not strong enough to be his opponent yet. He would come for her when she got stronger. Bento trembled, saying how hard it was to wait, but he would endure. The girl was confused and said that he was crazy. The man standing in front of her asked, is she done? In a moment, he was next to her. Si-yeon looked at him in surprise, thinking, how did he appear in front of her so quickly? His hand reached out to the girl's body. A bright spark appeared above. A blue explosion threw the girl back. Bento saw it in surprise. An angry Hanseong was sitting on the floor, saying that he was finished. He should quickly take his hands off her. The man spread his arms, calling out to him. Surrounded by purple energy, he laughed, saying that he couldn't escape from him. The brunette chuckled and asked, isn't he the one who needs to run? The gray-haired man turned around. An angry Yeon was standing behind the men. With an angry look, she asked, how dare he touch her daughter? There was a terrifying blue aura around the heroes. Bento looked at them silently. The hero thought that no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to fight them at once. The man disappeared in a purple flash, saying that unfortunately, he had to leave them. The brunette breathed a sigh of relief. In the gray room, words were heard that he was going to the underworld. Looking at the guy, Si-yeon asked why. He answered that he would have to do a lot of work before the academy returned to normal. Closing his eyes, the brunette thought that he still needed to deal with Lilith to know what to expect in the future. Plainly arching her eyebrows, his friend asked to take her with him. Their dialogue was heard in the room. The hero said that it was unsafe there, so his answer was no. The girl objected that she had done things more dangerous than this, to which she received the answer that they might start looking at her askance. She said that everything was the same here. With his back turned, the hero thought that now that she had Lilith's power, he thought she would adapt well to the underworld. He couldn't do anything about her transformation. Scratching his head, Hanseong thought that he himself really wanted to go with her and exhaled. He agreed. His words were heard in the red space, inviting him to go to the underworld with him. The hooded men looked ahead. One asked, did you hear? The hooded man clarified that someone had bought out Zone 31. The comrade said that now he just wanted to wait until the end of the working day and go to rest. A haze appeared ahead. The monsters ran forward. A cry was heard that the beasts were attacking. Alarm. A figure appeared behind the hooded man. He thought there were too many of them. The guy came closer, saying that upon arrival in Zone 31, everything falls into place. The man asked, who is it? The hero spread his arms, saying that he is the new owner. A bright blue flash appeared ahead. The girls looked forward with a determined look. A dark figure appeared in the center of the flash. The silhouette had wings like a bat. A question was heard, is this the incarnation of Lilith? Did she get a new body? The system issued an urgent task to stop the incarnation of Lilith. The goddess of evil lost some of her subordinates. Knowing that he would come here, she waited for him and gathered new demons, assigning them ranks. If successful, a historical achievement; if unsuccessful, the death of the players and incarnation. Hanseong waved his hand, telling Si-yeon to step back. It is dangerous to get involved with Lilith. Turning to his friends, he asked them to step back and help protect people from demons. Holding a sword in his hand, he thought that he was going to catch Lilith after he dealt with the other deities. He did not think that he would meet her here. The horned demoness exclaimed that she found him and called him names. The hero thought it was time to start broadcasting. On the screen was a video of the hero and the demon. The commentators asked, "Is this a real-time story? It is impossible to believe that someone is broadcasting live from there. The sky was red." Someone replied that it is called the Bloody Hour once a week in the underworld. The system reported that 1 million people are watching. The servant effect is activated. The next notification said that it has reached the history rank, now responding to the change. Lilith's influence does not have much power. Hanseong extended his palm, thinking that this is not enough, but at the same time, the attack is similar to Lilith's impulse. The figure with wings said dissatisfiedly that she cannot believe it. The guy asked, she still does not understand anything. Flashes of magical seal appeared around the demoness. Words were heard that those who want to demonize the world. Extending his palm, Hanseong continued, he is a hunter of gods. Sending out red rays, the demoness shouted that this is a lie. After repelling the attack, the guy said that this is the burden of every beast. Moving his foot, he said, become prey in the hands of the hunter. He quickly ran forward. Bright blue rays cut through the space. Blood spurted out from Lilith's cut body. It fell to the ground. The system reported that he had completed an urgent task, reaching the rank of history. Those who hunt Lilith reached the rank of legendary. God Hunter. This previously existing nickname had regained its light. He could take the position of a hunter when meeting any deity. The guy looked at the blue spark. As he approached, he thought that the part of the deity Lilith that remained after defeating her. If he was strong enough, it would not be able to absorb his body and would disintegrate. Reaching for his 5th finger, he thought that in retrograde magic, all the statements directed at Lilith were accepted. In other words, this game in which he was stuck due to the previous episodes was an important clue and a real opportunity. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he was born in the past, a god hunter, one who hunts Lilith. The blue blot moved. The guy continued that this was his long-lost dignity. Without opening his eyes, he said that he was a god-eater. Black rays rushed towards him. The hero was surrounded by blue energy. The system reported that the legendary level was reached, God Eater. This is an incredible achievement. Hanseong absorbed and accepted a part of the deity. He fell face down. The system reported that the legendary walker was updated to the mystical beginning. The birth of a myth from the distant past begins. Player Hanseong is in the epicenter of what is happening, and from this moment begins his journey to the mythical rank. The legendary rank has been reached. He has passed the story and now begins his journey to the myth. There was a noise in the tavern in Area 31. Sion was sitting at the table. Conversations were heard. Where is this bad smell coming from? He senses demonic energy. She turned around displeased, hearing that even if it is not a person, what right does he have to discuss it? Helen came up to her, saying that she should be patient. They had no right to interfere until Hanseong was here. The man held an axe, saying who was complaining. He could let her live if she asked nicely. The girl turned to the man, who said that from now on, the cost of property damage in a fight would be collected from all participants. Duels were bare-handed, without weapons. The man in the apron asked, did they want to participate? The girl wondered who the old man was. When he spoke, everyone in the tavern suddenly fell silent. The man standing on the stairs said yes. Sion looked at him in surprise. Hanseong leaned on the railing and said for them to begin the duel. The man in the bandana thought with displeasure, was he the owner of the district? Who swallowed the deity? Sounded funny. He said he would participate too. The man in the apron waved his hand, saying that there was a duel between the Black Orc mercenaries and the new candidate. Smoke was billowing from the building. The man was lying face down on the ground. Hanseong extended his hand and asked, is that enough? The tavern owner and district chief Carl opened one eye and said that he declared the candidate who neutralized the squad the winner. Sion, who was watching, asked who the old man was. Helen replied that he was the owner of the only tavern in the 31st area. She couldn't even imagine how hard it was to defend it because of the demons. He was an SS class. The girl with horns said that he was defending this poor place. That's why the tavern customers listened to him. The boy turned to the man, who said that it seemed like the contestants had been defeated. The mercenary leader Anton introduced himself and asked if he had really received the rank at such a young age. The brunette looked at him and said that it just happened somehow. He introduced himself and said that he was the new owner of Zone 31. Standing on the stone path, the guy heard that first of all he wanted to apologize for all the mistakes that the participants made. Hanseong replied that he accepted them and heard that he liked him. Anton looked ahead questioningly, while the guy thought that he led a fairly large group of mercenaries called Black Orcs who were extremely famous in the underworld. Cooperation with them could be useful in the future. Standing opposite, Hanseong said that he was going to attack the nearest nest. The man in the black bandana said that he could not understand, was he too confident or arrogant? The hero in the suit noticed that he was scared. Anton tensely heard that 10 years ago, an unsuccessful attempt to attack the nest led to a massacre. With an anxious look, he heard that with such an overwhelming difference in strength, was he not afraid that this would happen again? The leader of the mercenaries asked how he knew. Stretching out his hand, Hanseong said that Yongsenbok wanted to destroy the nest back then, not save it. Weren't there those who couldn't be saved because they were evil or hated those who were dishonest? Anton gritted his teeth. He grabbed the guy's clothes when he heard that she was in the nest and exclaimed that his daughter was dead. What did he want from her? From him? Trembling, the hero resolutely said that she was not completely dead and that she was still there. The man, trembling with anger, asked what he was talking about. It had already been 10 days. The brunette replied that Alice dreamed of becoming a demon lord. The hand let go of the clothes when he said that she wanted to capture countless people and turn them into an incarnation. Anton replied that she could no longer be saved. Adjusting his clothes, Hanseong said that if he were in his place, he would try to save the incarnation. Looking away, the man thought that if he was talking about the incarnation, then he had already dealt with it. Seon stood with her arms crossed and heard him say that it was possible to destroy the body so that she would not suffer. Although the probability was small, she could undergo treatment and regain consciousness. The cloaked man trembled, asking, was that really possible? Hanseong stated that in exchange, they would cooperate with the Black Orc mercenaries. Frowning, Anton threatened that if his daughter was not there, he would kill him. The hero nodded in agreement. The brunette looked forward with determination. The boy greeted her as she approached him. Gil Yihayan turned around, saying that everything he ordered had already arrived as he wanted. They also made a few deals. Hanseong waved his hand and called the director. Pointing his finger, he said that behind the canyon was the mining site of the Black Curial mineral. It is known to be a rare mineral that is difficult to find even in the underworld, but there is a nest of demons there. Looking in that direction, the guy said that they could get it once they cleared the demons. There were two figures on the grass by the cliff. The man asked the one sitting why he was looking down at Area 31. The man replied that he was thinking of going there. The hero sitting by the cliff heard the question why and asked if he wasn't watching TV. The new owner was a candidate. Words were heard, what nonsense. A smile appeared on the silhouette's face. He said that was why he decided to go there. The island was floating in the red sky. Words were heard to check if it was true or not. Red lightning was shooting out of the clouds. Seon looked at it in surprise, asking what was wrong with the sky, and her friend called out to her. Helen looked there in alarm, saying that an anomaly known as corruption madness was approaching. It was a dangerous phenomenon that could absorb, capture, and distort. The girl turned around, hearing that they should leave immediately, and asked where. The dark sky was gathering clouds, and words were heard that Area 31 was vulnerable, so they needed to move to a safe area. The girl asked, did she want her to drop everything and leave? Seon looked ahead tensely, hearing that even if she was feeling better, she had to leave. The girl's hand trembled. She said that as soon as Hanseong disappeared, something happened. She didn't want what he had built to be destroyed. Frowning, the brunette resolutely exclaimed that she would stop it. There were pink lightning bolts in the sky. Hanseong looked at the information window in surprise. An urgent task to stop the corruption madness appeared there. The corruption madness was capable of consuming everyone, aimed at dream number 3. Standing under the clouds, the guy thought that not all creatures were able to move the madness. He was being watched. The jump left a mark. The hero decided that he needed to prevent this. A black tornado was rushing through the city. With her back turned, Seon made a sound of admiration. She looked at him with determination, wondering why she felt like they were specifically targeting her. Could she stop her achievements and titles before they were swallowed up? As she took a step, she thought that she had to hold on until Hanseong came. Lightning shot out from the black tornado. Surrounded by the lightning, the girl frowned. The system reported that the one who had overcome endless despair had been activated. Her will was not easily broken. A cloud was approaching the girl who was standing. The system reported that she was being released from the suffering that bound her. Falling to one knee, Seon said that she had to hold on. The system reported that she had experienced countless deaths. Her fight for life was getting stronger. The building was hidden by clouds. A man sat on the ground, saying that he was the second daughter again. A boy sat in front of the dark sky, saying that she was almost able to resist the madness that was created for Hanseong. I wonder how many achievements and titles she has. Beastmaster Jae-hoon sat leaning on his knee and said that she would not have managed if it were not for the incarnation. He turned his gaze to the side, and then, shocked, he saw the figure of a brunette. The guy was pressed against a transparent barrier. The boy asked, isn't Hanseong tied to the barrier? How did he get here? This is a floating island in the sky. He looked at the man who appeared in fear. Then his gaze became awkward when he heard the question. Was it he who summoned the madness of corruption, and answered that no. Looking at him, the brunette asked, then why is he stuttering? The hero thought that Jae-hoon's innocence was his weapon. On the other hand, he looks young for his age, so his mental age is his main weakness. The boy was dissatisfied when he heard the question, who made him do this, and exclaimed that no one made him. Looking down at him, Hanseong asked, does that mean he did it himself? Jae-hoon puffed out his cheeks, sweating. The brunette put his hands on his hips, stating that it was definitely not Aries. It must be either Enju or Yongbyuk. They probably went hunting, right? The younger boy asked in surprise, how did he know all this? With a displeased look, he said that maybe he was the former keeper of the mountain lodge. What did he think? The hero nodded contentedly, hearing the question of whether he was a doppelganger king, and replied that yes, he knew now. In his mind, he apologized to the boy for deceiving him. Jae-hoon pursed his lips, thinking what an absurd position, a very bold move for a weakling. If he really was the former owner of the mountain lodge, who could change his appearance and hide, then it made sense. Channeling a dark aura, Hanseong stated that he was trying to find the mine with the black cereal, and he was getting in the way. The boy exclaimed in fear, was he a new candidate? He screamed when a finger was pointed at him and he was asked to bring one specimen, and then he would be told to finish the optical gun. The boy looked up in alarm. Hanseong extended his hand, telling him not to forget to give him the magical hyena stone that was used to cause the madness of corruption, and then he could leave. The boy extended the stone after some bickering. Jumping off the island, the brunette asked to tell these haters that he would kill them if they encroached on his property again, and fearfully replied that he understood. A purple field surrounded the girl. Closing her eyes, she thought that she could not stand it anymore. At such moments, the first thing that comes to mind is Hanseong. Kneeling, she thought that she used to think of him out of curiosity, but now it is how he protects her when she undergoes incarnation. A figure appeared next to her, asking what she was mumbling as the girl was thinking out loud about the guy. She opened her eyes in fear and asked what he was talking about, to which she heard the question, she didn't give up, did she? Hanseong turned around, looked at her and said that he knew what they should do, and called her to follow him. Touching her hand, he called her to the nest. A black tornado raged ahead. The guy said that he would create a madness of corruption and quickly deal with the demons of the nest. There was a noise in the tavern. Anton looked away, saying that when everyone was ready, let them evacuate to the next zone. When this madness passed, he would return and try to restore everything. Carl closed his eyes and said that unfortunately, Zone 31 was always weak, so it was often destroyed. Nothing could be done about it. A man approached and told Anton that the plans had changed. He replied that he could not do anything about it now. Helen, who was standing in front of him, said that Hanseong and Seon had started hunting. Looking ahead, she continued that those who were leaving right now should come. If they were late, they would not have the chance to join the battle. The heroes walked forward. Turning around, the girl asked if they were pursuing them and heard a confirmation. Looking at the rocky terrain, Hanseong said that Jae-hoon had brought the corruption madness with the hyena's magic stone. Although he did not use the magic stone, it was as if her magical organs were pursuing him. Holding the red crystal in his palm, the boy thought that he was worried that Jae-hoon had used up more than half of the gems. He could solve the problem without using any of his remaining abilities. Seon looked at him and asked if he could destroy the demon Alice with the corruption madness and heard that he could not. Looking ahead, Hanseong said that the demons in the nest could be gotten rid of, but Alice was at the same level as them. The only way was to face her. A purple flame was blazing ahead. He said that he was sure that she was in the center. The guy's gaze became alarmed. Instead of a purple flame, a bright spark appeared. It pierced the hero's body with a golden beam. His eyes widened in shock. Hanseong fell on his back. Turning around, Seon called out to him. Her hand was on the ground. She asked what the hell. The girl looked ahead carefully. Jumping back, she dodged the new beam. A figure surrounded by a bright glow appeared ahead. The aristocratic demon Alice laughed in the red flame. The system reported that the mind was absorbed. A strong will was detected. A purple barrier appeared around the heroine. She mentally called out to Hanseong. The system reported that the historical achievements have been activated and she can now control the power obtained from Lilith. The red and purple lights collided. The transformation is ongoing, 85% in progress. When it is finished, the body will be completely owned by Lilith. Seon trembled, saying that this is what Hanseong was fighting against. She will not let her take her body and mind. The system reported that the achievements have been activated. She has broken the deity of Lilith and her will. The brunette looked forward with determination. The system reported that she has achieved the incarnation of Lilith, obtained the exalted rank, and the skill of the road of the Demon King has improved. Alice looked at her in surprise. In Seon's palm was a purple flame. With a bright flash, it threw the deity to the ground. Alice trembled in fear, asking, "What is this?" The girl approached her and she asked, "Could it be a person with the power of a demon?" Looking with red eyes, she asked, "The incarnation of a demon." Seon towered over her and ordered her to kneel. The demoness's legs buckled. Kneeling, she called her mistress. The girl placed her hand on her head. Blood splashed from her sharp attack. Red drops flowed from Seon's fingers. Looking at her palm, she said that they were at the same level. The heroes looked at the haze in the distance. Anton looked ahead tensely, saying what it was. There was blood on the guy's shirt. White looked at it in fear, exclaiming, "What happened to her dad?" Helen remained silent, and the girl began to cry. She fell to her knees next to the guy, and the brunette said that he left her. Sion stood next to her, saying that she could not believe that he would abandon her like this. She froze in alarm, hearing that it was time to fulfill the contract. The girl turned around, hearing that at the moment of death he said that he would do his best, and exclaimed that this was the madness of corruption. Dark figures began to appear in the air, the words demons were heard, even a living embodiment. Anton looked ahead in surprise, saying that this is the devil adultery and wealth Balil. The devil with red eyes hovered in front of him. The man remembered his daughter with disheveled hair and shouted, "No. What am I below?" He demanded, "Put her down immediately." Balil smiled, saying that he was the father of this body. The man in the bandana was surprised. Standing below, he coughed. White and Sion resolutely moved forward. The girl demanded that he return his dad to her. They sent bright beams of power forward. Pink-purple flashes crashed against the round barrier. Balil laughed, looking at them. The girl with wings was surprised, exclaiming, "It does not work." Looking at the hovering figure, she said that her attack, as a person strong with magic, and the attack of the demon's power were blocked. What is the difference between these powers? Helen looked at the guy who asked, "What's going on?" Hanseong sat on the ground. A cry was heard that he was alive. He asked not to bury him ahead of time. Leaning on his knee, he asked, "Is this Balil?" The girl confirmed. The hand reached for the weapon and squeezed the handle. Looking at the guy, Helen said that Balil is the god of evil. He will not be able to defeat him with an ordinary sword. He has a lot of achievements. The guy told her that there are so many achievements in the world. There are deities who collect them. Swinging his sword, the guy said that then people appear who take away these achievements from them. Standing in front of the hovering demon, he called the name Satanael. The blonde looked at him and asked what kind of name it was. Did he have it before he became a demon? The tip of the weapon glowed, but the hero said that he was an apostle. Swinging his shining sword, he continued, "The angel Raphael," and suddenly the guy exhaled. Then he stepped back and did not understand what happened. He grabbed his chest and said that something pierced him. Immediately a notification appeared that a deity with 2 unknown nicknames was trying to contact him. The modifier, it demonstrates a strong attachment to him. The young man turned and thought, and then he saw the news that a mandatory quest appeared. You need to win only once, take away the victory from the successor, who never lost, he always won. You need to defeat him and let him know defeat. After which the guy smiled and thought that he could finally meet him. At the moment, since he was stuck in the game, he could raise his luck to the maximum. Then he raised his head and said hello, said that he was the one who cut off the hand of the goddess of luck. Then he spread his hands and added that he was the one who broke the sword of victory, and the one who sees the darkness behind the truth. They laughed in response. Someone answered him from the void and asked if he really thought that he was better than him. Watching the world, she noticed him under the gaze of the goddess of luck, and it turns out that this person is more interesting than she thought. The young man was a little confused and thought that if he died, he would be able to rewind time to the moment of death. Other rewards are nice, but it is the advantage that makes the quest truly worthwhile, and then suggested that she start. Finally, after some time, he threw out 2 good cards. The unknown girl answered him that he was a good player, and information appeared that the achievement was received. He managed to destroy a deity that had never lost before. She accepted defeat and recognized him as a real winner. Now you can choose and get 1 achievement of the legend level and or 5 achievements of the history level. The guy closed his eyes and said that he was just lucky, and the achievement he needed was not here. The goddess answered him that he had to make his choice, to which she heard the question, can't he choose something that was not on the list after the battle with the goddess of fortune? She got angry and asked why the main character took this, and he continued to stand his ground when he heard that he ran ahead where he shouldn't have. Then he smiled and said that this was another name that was hidden. Dekra, the goddess of fate, won the match that the Lady of Fortune or already Jagedi could not win. He does not need an achievement, the one who destroyed the myth of the invincible. This will mean that he will hide his defeat and secrets. After which he threw up his hands and added that if she did not agree to his conditions or killed him, then the goddess of time would find out everything. He was confident in himself and thought that of course he was bluffing, but she would not have the courage to check his words for lies. If you dive into history, the goddess of fate and luck were like sisters, but Dekra was jealous of her and killed the deity that Jagedi loved, so her friend betrayed her. This was very painful for the goddess, and so she decided to take revenge and killed her child. The young man stood still and thought that these two could not stand each other, so he said that the goddess of time did not know anything yet, offering her to make a deal with him. Then he interested her, and the goddess clarified. And the guy extended his hand and said that instead of other achievements, he asks to give him the achievement of Raphael. This is what he heard, that the existence of an achievement is also preceded by how it was obtained, and asked how far he had advanced here. The boy laughed and said that he knew the goddess would give him another chance, and she called him an unhappy guy. Then she came out of the shadows and said that it was funny, and immediately a bright light appeared. Then a young man appeared before the eyes of the main character, Satanael. The brunette took out his sword and heard that his opponent was a talented angel, an apostle of Raphael. Then he grouped himself and heard that he called himself the sword of the gods for the destruction of traitors, and added that angels pursue evil. The blonde stretched out his hand and said not to make him laugh, it was a long time ago. He tried to explain when it happened, but the main character had already run past him. The student was already putting away his sword when he added that he could punish the traitor, and a second later, nothing was left of the blonde because he was conquered by the sword that cuts through evil. Information immediately appeared that the evil chopping sword of Raphael completely became his achievement. From now on, this achievement will become his history. The achievement is received. After some time, the young man was teleported back. Again, the information that he had awakened the incarnation appeared in front of his eyes. In the future, 72 days under the command of their commander will experience fear and hostility towards him, but he will have a relative advantage. Mythical achievements of the mythical level are also revealed and his rank has been increased. The brunette read all this and carefully read it, but when he raised his head, he saw a man standing next to a knife, and his daughter was lying on the ground. But the young man came up and told Anton that she could be saved, so he could lower the knife. He replied that the girl had suffered for 10 years. He was afraid that it would hurt her even more. He practically cried and added that maybe it would be better for her if everything was left as is, but in response he heard that the boy was very sorry and knew what to worry about. The main character put his hand on his shoulder and said that the girl needed to come to her senses and it would be possible to see what she wanted to tell them. Without thinking twice, the man agreed. So the guy had a long way to go. He stretched out his hands and began to create a seal, thinking that if he simultaneously attacked Alice's nest and collected the magic and mana of his allies, then something might even work out. But suddenly he began to be attacked from all sides. Black energy emanated directly from the relic that was opposite him, and his thoughts were that in this case a compressed legendary magic stone might appear, similar to the magic stone of Gehenna. It was necessary to use this magic stone to save her, after which he took that very stone. At that moment a woman approached him and said that the young man had driven out the demons and destroyed the nest. Maybe they should start mining that material? The answer was positive. The guy spread his hands and added that in the future, Zone 31 would expand and prosper. And then he moved to a small room. Anton was already sitting there, who asked if it was possible to cure her. In response he heard that her consciousness would definitely return. And the brunette looked at the girl and thought that she was the incarnation of Alice for 10 years, became as strong as Sion, and if she resurrected, she would help save the world. Then the father took her hand and heard, as they had already said, this is a high price, and asked what the man wanted for this. But he lowered his head and turned to the boy, and then with trembling hands he raised his daughter's hand and said that he wanted only one thing, for her to survive. Of course, the brunette came closer and said that he would definitely do everything for this. Then he turned around and suggested that everyone prepare for the trip there. He went outside, raised his hand and thought that he needed to act. For some time, the boy stood on the street and thought that in order to return the girl's soul, he first needed to open a portal. Then he looked at the stone and thought that, unlike other means, this stone could immediately open it. So he grabbed it and thought that he needed to open a portal to the underworld. A bright light immediately appeared. If you imagine the underworld, this is a place where the soul lives separately from the body, after which it is reborn into a new life. What remains of it becomes a separate person. Then the young man thought of only one thing, that the soul could reincarnate, and it was possible to use the remaining stone, black ore, for this and save the girl. One of them was too young to take her with him, so he would not do this and said that it was time to open. Then he stretched his hand forward and immediately an energy column rose up. It literally pierced the heavens above them, and a moment later souls began to fly out of there. The brunette was surprised and shouted that he understood what it was. These were the souls of those very people. They were descending to the earth in search of a body. It was dangerous. Therefore, the guy turned around and shouted that the souls were attacking. We must try to hold out as long as possible. When the signal was given, immediately go inside. The brunette came closer and asked what kind of signal it would be. In response, she heard that they would understand. And at the top of the hill then stood a boy and said that he did not understand what it was. Had a portal to the underworld really opened? A man came up to him and asked what he was doing here. We must prepare for battle. Kwanyang Diok stood in front of him and said that it would take a few days for everyone to return. Now they were the only ones who were able to fight. Someone appeared in front of them. The boy was a little scared, and the guy asked if he really knew someone. And when the main character appeared, they said that he was the guardian of the mountains, the king of doubles. The guy immediately asked again, said that it couldn't be, his rank was too low. But the brunette interrupted him and went up to the child. Then he folded his hands behind his back and said that he was going to Geppetto. There was no point in standing in his way, and he agreed. And the guy next to him looked at him and thought that you can't tell that he is the king of doubles. Then he grabbed his weapon, and he was about to strike. But he was surprised by the fact that his opponent easily dodged him. Because of this, the young man stood behind and thought that the brunette dodged so casually. Was he really the guardian of the mountains? But the students still hold this pose. He was very scared because a miracle had just happened. He could have died if he hadn't raised the black cereal in time, and he also survived due to the flow of circumstances. While he was standing in this pose, the guy came up to him and apologized, and in response asked if he was really going to continue. But he turned around and said he wouldn't. After which the brunette exhaled even more and thought that now he would definitely be killed, but nothing happened. After some time, he came to the old man. The man didn't even turn around and asked what this man was doing there, if he needed anything. Let him come up, and in response he heard that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Then the man raised his head and said that he heard that the young man was leaving, and then suddenly returned and asked what he was thinking about. It was the same caretaker of the Sky Island. The guy came closer and said that he was looking for a black cereal. Of course, the question immediately came up why he needed it. And the boy raised his head and replied that he needed to use the optical gun right now. The old man waved his hand and said that it was not finished yet, and on top of everything else, weaker than the original idea. In response he heard that it was capable of shooting, and in exchange for this service he would bring him these crystals. The man exhaled again and asked why he needed the gun, and the boy replied that he wanted to try to clear the underworld. There was a minute's pause between them, after which the old man decided to make a guess. He looked up and called the young man the former keeper of the hut. Then he asked if it was true, thereby shocking the protagonist. The spirits were still flying out at that moment. The brunette stood below and said that there were too many of them. Then she frowned and shouted that they needed to hold on. But then a bright light appeared in the sky, and with one blow, a projectile of energy appeared from there. The spirits seemed to begin to collapse internally. Finally, the girl realized that this was the very signal, and it was time for her to get rid of them. Therefore, she spread her wings and shouted that she needed to go to the underworld. Meanwhile, inside, the young man was still talking to the old man and asked what he was talking about, and added that the assumption about the keeper was wrong. Then the old man thought about it and said that this man was behaving like the boy, and asked who is who then. The young man lowered his head and thought that the king of doubles is hard to fool. So he looked at him and said that he was from the future. At first, the man froze, then said not to joke with him. And the brunette scratched his head and said that he knew that this man was not the king of doubles, but did not quite understand his words. As he said, he really came from the future, and immediately the question arose, if so, why did not tell anyone about it? At that moment, the guy turned away and said that if he did not believe him, then he could prove it. This surprised the man. The student came closer to the car and told him to watch the optical gun. Of course, the old man tried to stop him and said that if he just wanted to add a crystal there, something could go wrong and just break everything. But then the optical gun started working. The man looked at it and said that he could not believe that he had succeeded. It just could not be. And the brunette stood in front of him and asked about the fact that this gun was not from the future, but still worked, and immediately received the question, is it really real? The boy thought about it and said that he would like to use this optical gun instead of answering the question. At that moment, his friends were already approaching him in the underworld. And finally, the guys were at their destination. The main character met them and asked if they were together, and the girl scratched her head and answered that it was strange. The brunette next to her added that she had a feeling that something was changing. And indeed, information immediately appeared that it was necessary to enter the underworld. The gods of death are looking at this man, and in the underworld the connection with the deity is broken. Death darkness reacts to it. A special ability begins to blossom after the underworld. The young man saw this and was very surprised. After all, it was written there that Helen's soul was a Tilm summoning mage in the past, and also held the title of Empress, and wandered around the world for a long time before getting into the two-way world, perhaps looking for someone in this world. The growth was 43%, the current class is advanced, and was a producer and searched for a long time. Sealed abilities are unlocked, those closest to death bow before her. The girl literally filled with energy, and it turned out that not only Sion had grown, but she too, being in the underworld, can improve skills. Then he pressed the screen and said that in this case, plans change. The guy imagined a portal and asked it not to close. At that moment, the city was not calm. It was literally overwhelmed by terrible monsters. The guys fought them as best they could. It was not easy, all the students were involved. Together, they managed to kill some monsters. When Jin Hoon killed another one, he looked at his fist and thought that he had trained as his comrade had told him to before leaving, and was now participating in a real battle, and everyone had been able to improve their abilities, achievements, and even raise their rank. Then he looked at the portal and thought that, however, their abilities were not enough to cope with the situation. Demons were appearing and appearing. Was this really a harbinger of death? Sergei came up to him from behind and asked what the guy would do in the underworld if he went there after their comrade, and in response he heard that for now it was necessary to protect Soul. Then he thought about the brunette and thought that he was worried about her new incarnation, and who she was anyway, and suddenly someone appeared on his head. And immediately there was an explosion. It was quiet in the underworld at that moment, but suddenly the main character felt something and grabbed his chest. after which he raised his head and thought that his heart sank into his heels, and immediately a question came up: what's the matter? He took his hand away and replied that their strength was growing. They needed to quickly find everything they needed and get ready to go out and look around. Anton came closer and asked if the boy could handle it alone. The answer was yes. He found her, smiled, and said that he was going to meet his friends in Seoul. Explosions continued to thunder there at that moment. One of the students flew to the side, but successfully dodged. Then he looked ahead and saw his downed comrades. He was scared that the new rival had struck everyone in the blink of an eye. There was a woman with horns standing in front, an incarnation. She came closer and said that the young man had grown so much. But he looked at her in surprise and did not understand what was happening. And Bile was lying nearby and thought that things were bad because her level had grown. Then he shouted to his comrade to quickly get away from her. But the brunette stretched out her hand to the side and grabbed the guy, and then easily threw him back. The brunette landed and began to cough up blood. The comrade immediately jumped up and asked her how she dared to do this and thought that he should stop her. Then he got up and did not understand why he could not move. Right in front of him stood the demoness, who ordered him to give her something. The young man raised his head and thought that her voice had changed. It scared him. And Bile himself was sitting nearby and thought that he knew that one day the comrade would have to meet her, but for them to come face to face, it was surprising. Then he tried to get up and thought that he never thought that the demon would come for him. If you dive into the past, it was raining that day. People were looking. The trail ended somewhere together. It happened about 10 years ago on a search mission. One of the people told little Bile that he was still too young and was on probation, so he had to be careful. And for the first time they had to meet right there. The boy walked forward and suddenly heard some sound. Then he took off his hood and looked to the side. There, on the ground, sat a frightened little Jin-hoon. The brunette approached him and tried to say something, but he asked him to stop. Then he gestured that he should be quieter, and now there were only thoughts about whether he had ever been scared to death before. A moment later he suddenly calmed down. And in the eyes of this child the demon was reflected, and the boy himself said that he was here. Of course, the sorcerer suddenly jumped up and asked if this demon was close. In response he heard that he should be silent. It would be bad if he made even one sound. And the frightened Jin-hoon also added that the demon did not leave, thereby scaring Bile a little. The boy sat there as if bewitched and said that the demon was watching them. Some time passed like this. The adults approached the boy and asked if the embodiment they had been looking for all this time was really a child, and Bile found him. While the child was in shock, everyone said that it looked like he had amnesia because of this shock. And there was also a brunette standing nearby, looking at him all this time. He was sad about what he saw, and now the adult guy was sitting there and asking the demon to stop. But the demoness was getting closer and closer to his friend and wished him death. Suddenly, someone said that they were an archangel, the apostle Raphael, and then the main character appeared in front of the demon, who protected his friend with a sword. He looked at her and said that this was a demon of rage and lust, and her name was Asmodeus, a six-winged demon who betrayed God. A card immediately appeared where it was written that the achievement was activated. There were several achievements at once: cutting Raphael's sword, a hunter of gods, a man who challenges the myth. The guy continued to attack and said that the sword of the gods, punishing evil, and the traitor will overtake her. But suddenly he was grabbed by the leg. His friend was there, who asked him to stop. This fact surprised the brunette. He thought that his friend's memory had returned. But then her hand flew in his direction. He did not have time to do anything, and her claws dug into the creams in his stomach, and blood immediately poured out of his mouth. It was very painful for him. And Jin-hoon was sitting next to him and blaming himself for everything that was happening. But then his friend said that everything was fine. Then he looked at the demon and said that she was the mother of the child. At that moment, when his sword shone even brighter, the guy added that this is a sword that flows away evil, a healer. Then Jin-hoon could no longer cope with tears, and the main character struck the demon and said that it is a healer of human souls. Immediately black energy began to come out of her. The evil that infected the flesh breaks out, and a moment later the girl fell to the ground. A status window appeared where it was written that the demon of rage of the era of lust was banished. Again hunted the deity, achievements achieved, the one who cleanses evil, and the rating is legendary. He managed to share part of the fate of the angel who became a demon. This is just a small scratch, but this small flap of wings will soon become a huge whirlwind. And there was also information that a new achievement was received. The one who rejected the predetermined fate of the urgent quest goes beyond the normal range. He tells the story of a man who rejected the fate of the gods and began the dawn of mythology. The rating is semi-mythical. 2 ratings become 1, and thus the birth of a myth begins. Meanwhile, the underworld was raging. There was a brunette who looked out from behind a stone and said that she had gunpowder and elixir, but they had a problem. In front of them stood a huge demon with whom 2 guys were going to fight. These guys are very strong, but she could not believe that they could not put up against the monster himself. The guys were running away. One of them shouted that he was going to leave the underworld, but the other answered what he was even thinking about: no need to deviate from the plan. And then Helen jumped up. She was asked where she was running, but there was no answer. A second later, the monster, along with the guys, flew out of the portal straight into the human world. The man was flying down and shouting that they had to act now. At that moment, some strange symbol appeared before the demon's eyes, and from there, an energy flow immediately emerged, which cut off the hand of this monster. Along with his hand, some strange fragment flew to the side. At the last second, the brunette managed to catch it, and then her friend caught her. She was angry and asked if she was not caught, where was she jumping, why take such a risk? But she raised her head and replied that she had taken part of this monster without any problems. Everything was as planned, all the materials were collected. Then the girl exhaled and said that they had to go back and wait for the main character. He seemed to be still busy in Seoul. Then she imagined an angel and thought that she also wanted to return to Seoul or the academy, but she could not hide her demon form like this man. After which she looked around and thought that she needed to pump up her skills even more. Around the same time, the main character approached Anton and said that he was ready, and he lowered his head and said that he was also ready. In response, he heard that he had one last question. What if the girl obeys an evil deity, such as Oblis? The man frowned and said that he would not allow this to happen, risk his life to stop it. And then the brunette thought that it seemed that he was speaking seriously. He had to be stopped. If the girl was resurrected and served the evil majority, then it would be very dangerous. And then a status window appeared, where all the baby's characteristics were written down. Strength 54, Magic 70, Speed 60, 234, Agility 62, Intelligence 65, Sensitivity 66, Luck 11, Potential 535 divided by 920, Ability, High Speed Spear and Magic Enhancement. Thoughts were that if he gets an enemy with such abilities, it will not be easy to cope with him. But nevertheless, the young man activated the seal and said that it was time to begin. Several days passed, a huge demonic portal appeared again under Seoul. The main character was nearby then and thought that they almost managed to defeat the monsters, or the destruction of the gate went smoothly. Then he turned around and asked if the academy was already open. He was told that it was. Younghyun was standing opposite and said that she felt that the young man had found his status, but the academy would also change, so she would advise him to return to it. She also came closer and said that new candidates would be coming to them and the number of students would continue to grow. They had a number of ways to help those who would respond to potential and future threats develop. The guy raised his hand in response and said that he wanted to know if she would really accept experienced mercenaries or wizards with experience. The answer was of course, because they were going to lift all restrictions on age and experience. Then he asked what about children from the underworld, but then they said that they could not answer this question. The young man was a little upset and thought that this was an interesting development. He asked if the restrictions on early graduation would be lifted. The woman was a little confused and said that this would happen, but she did not understand how the student found out about this. She thought that this would give an advantage. And the young man smiled and thought that early graduation in the academy, a group of highly competitive students, is good. Then he looked up and thought that this was the beginning of endless competition. Some time passed, everyone began to study. In the courtyard of the academy, the brunette was noticed by his comrades. They came closer and said that they were waiting to meet at classes. Jin-hoon had been through so much, a demon attack, memory loss and recovery. It was good that they got rid of this monster and now he was doing well. Then the young man turned around and said that he was also waiting for this, and he thought that his friend was enduring everything that had happened so much. It was commendable. The comrade came closer and said that he was really looking forward to the arrival of new students, but then he noticed someone. In front of him stood a little girl in a student uniform. He was surprised by this fact. Then the guy came even closer and asked if there really were no restrictions now, not only by age, but also by race, and he received an affirmative answer. The little girl spread her arms and shouted that she was now one of the students, despite the huge competition. The brunette stroked her head and added that she was among the first to enter the academy. Then he looked at the status window and thought that now he was receiving a call from the director. Did something really happen? The woman on the other line answered that she was calling to tell him something. She was currently at the site of black crystal mining and something happened. There was a huge tower in front of her, and it appeared too suddenly. Then she lowered her head and heard that as she knew, many people were trying to get this place, so she should not let anyone near her. The director asked again about whether it was definitely forbidden to let anyone in, and she heard that it was, including the Jinhan group. The woman looked at this tower again and said that it would be done. Night fell. Bile stood on the roof and thought about his own. Then he clenched his fist and thought that in the last battle he received the ability with enhanced psychokinesis, but still weaker than his comrades. Then he looked ahead and thought, is the academy doing the right thing? Suddenly, something appeared in front. The guy looked around and thought, what kind of a bunch of shadows were these? Is someone really trying to break into the academy? And then he saw this shadow behind his back. He stretched out his hand and tried to recognize what was there. Thanks to the order, he was unable to see the enemy. However, he saw a column of smoke and thought that within the order, this person should be under his control. If within the skill's range, he would not be able to move. However, the shadows continued to move around him. The young man turned around and thought, shouldn't his skill have affected him? Then he grouped himself and thought, does the enemy know about his abilities? So he was hunting him from the very beginning. And then someone flew up to him from behind. The brunette managed to turn around, but could not do anything, and his screams were heard throughout the area. At that moment, the main character was training. He was practicing with a sword. He cut his own seals and thought that he could cast spells on the sword. He never thought that he could cut a club of spells. Then he lowered the sword and thought that if he was capable of this, then he could easily cut off magic and barriers, and wanted to conduct an experiment as usual. He smiled and added that he apparently found a new useful skill. Finally, these shadows reached him. The guy raised his head and did not understand what was happening there. He looked out the window and wondered if this was some kind of attack. It was no longer easy to get into the academy. Then he started on energy and thought that just in case he needed to check the surroundings, there was a docking of magical power there. And then it dawned on him that he had found a place where the magic was breaking off. At that moment, his friend was already wounded on the roof. He stood and bled, and when he raised his head, he thought that the enemy was using clones to attack. You can't tell who's real and who to hit. His powers don't work on him. He looked around and thought that he never thought he'd be so helpless. And on top of that, the blood didn't stop. It was getting dangerous. Suddenly, the enemy started attacking him again. The young man closed his eyes and thought that without powers, he wouldn't be able to repel this blow. But suddenly a blue light appeared there. It was the main character, who was able to protect his comrade at the last moment. Bile had been standing behind him all this time and thought that the guy had cut him out with just one blow. It was incredible. And the attacker asked only one question before his death: how did he manage to hit him? Then he fell dead. The brunette's sword continued to emit energy and he thought that it was a lightsaber that could cut through magic and prose barriers. He couldn't believe that he was able to deal with it so quickly. And then he saw the status window where it was written that an urgent task had appeared, an ambush of freshmen due to the rapid growth of the main character. The enemy who had infiltrated the academy was now on guard. The enemy would attack him until the rank change test was completed. The young man saw this and thought, what does it mean they will attack him soon? And then he saw his comrade fall behind him. He was already unconscious. The brunette ran up to him and thought that before that he assumed that everything was fine with him. He could not do anything with the potions that he had now. For some time, the young man tried to bring his friend to his senses, but it was useless. Finally, he was brought to the hospital. The urgent task for the main character was still in effect. It was necessary to protect the freshmen. When the guy left the hospital, he thought that his friend had overdone it. Now he would need time to recover. Then he looked at the screen and thought that because of the urgent task, he should be extremely careful. Now he needs to send a message to his friends that they can get into an ambush. And while he was writing, he thought that they also need to be ready for this task. At the same time, reinforcements arrived at the tower, including Anton. The man approached Sion and told her not to rush because this was Hansung's assignment and he needed to do everything right, but in response he heard that they still had better hurry. Suddenly, someone approached them from behind. It was Serbich, who asked who Hansung was. The brunette came closer and said that another group was approaching here, and thanks to the agreement that they made before coming to the underworld, they will be able to benefit from all this. The blonde came closer and said that she wondered if the main characters knew that there was a tower here when he signed the contract. In response, she heard that most likely yes, but it is a dangerous tower, imbued with an aura and fighting spirit. After which the brunette looked at her and said that by the way, her friend was used and will have to take revenge on them. That group is simply obliged to get lost in the tower. In her eyes at that moment, hellish anger was red, and the blonde next to her was scared. Meanwhile, it was still night in the city. The main character arrived at the battle site again. He looked around and thought that the one who ambushed his friend was a mercenary who was able to clone himself, and there was something else. But suddenly he was interrupted and called an idiot. A girl appeared from above who asked if some candidate had finally defeated him. The brunette clearly knew who it was. In front of him was the mercenary who always follows Jillian, Celine. The young man tensed up a bit and thought that she was a pretty understandable person, and also an S-class mercenary, and her real name was different. After which he called the girl by her name, Sunya, and clearly surprised her. She immediately jumped up, but the young man did the same. A moment later, the guy was right behind her. Because of this, the girl turned around and said that this ability was probably related to space. Then the young man called her by her real name again, but the girl corrected him, and the brunette decided to ask directly, asked why exactly like that. And she jumped up and shouted at him to shut up, adding that she would kill him now. Some time passed. The girl was sitting on the ground and clearly lost. She thought that she was completely depressed, but her opponent would never be able to defeat her if they fought face to face. But suddenly she heard from him that he was not going to kill her, but he needed to know something, and said that she would not say anything about it. The guy came closer and said that he didn't care, he just needed to listen, and thought that if he confessed, then death would follow the confession. He wasn't interested. Then he looked at her and said that this man was a mercenary sent by the United Strain as an agent, codename S. In response there was silence. Then the student looked at the dead attacker and said that Jillian was codename G. It turns out that this is just the first letter of his name, right? But Sunya was sitting opposite and thought that she needed to distract him. She needed to do it right now. So she stretched out her hand and activated her magic. A bright light blinded the main character for a while, and the girl disappeared at that very moment. The young man looked around and said that he had missed her. He stood there for a while and was silent. And then he smiled and thought that okay, she wasn't bothering him at all, and plus he had deliberately set everything up so as to catch her, but she apparently understood everything. He also reached his hand to the status window and said that since the girl had escaped, they needed to track her down, as planned from the beginning. And they told him that everything would be done. Meanwhile, the other guys were standing in front of the entrance to the training portal and were saying that their friend was late, could she enter without him? The girls had been waiting for him for a while, but were now discussing that this time they needed to take a test to do this. They needed to enter this virtual space, and that was right, this test, in which candidates were compared to each other to compile a rating. Then one of them looked at the portal and said that they needed to go in already. When they were inside, there was something like a coliseum. The girls were walking inside and were saying that many had already started without them. Some candidates even had results. And when they entered there, they saw something. On the battlefield was a former Amazon mercenary, Chang Seok. The friends were discussing that he was one of the first years that their friend had talked about, and he looked strong enough. Then the blonde turned to the side and saw something else. Opposite stood the class mage from the North Pole, James Dean, and it was clearly not easy for the new student. The girl tensed up and thought that she would be lowered from the ranking. Then she jumped up and shouted that she had to participate. This did not last long. Finally, On High Rim finished another fight and was very tired. Then she looked at her status window. It said that she earned 807 points and occupied 97th place and 6,000. She thought that she entered the top 100 out of 6,000 students in all classes of the academy. Then she turned around and thought that out of all the fights, this is the hardest. Isn't this person the first year student that the main character said to pay attention to? Opposite stood her next opponent, and this first year student is also worth taking a closer look at. She studied him carefully and thought that she was already very tired. Even breathing was hard. It was a guy from the underworld, Choi Lee Myung, who was clearly stronger than her. The guys stood opposite each other for a while, and the girl thought that her opponent wasn't even out of breath. And then she heard a sharp noise. People around started running to another field and shouting that at the neighboring stadium the main character had won 7 times in a row. They had to watch. So she raised her head and thought that in any case, it would be very easy to defeat her, and maybe she should just go and watch the match, so she said that she would probably refrain. She had to go. Opposite her, he was thinking about this guy and thought that wherever he was, this name was haunting him. Then he turned around and thought that he had to see what would happen next. Meanwhile, at the other arena, another student had lost. In front of him stood a brunette who had won 9 times in a row. He started later than everyone else, but he was head and shoulders above his rivals. Then the young man looked around and thought that everything was arranged in such a way that it was impossible to harm each other. You cannot worry about your opponent dying or giving it your all. And then he thought who would be next, and he saw someone. Opposite stood that same Choi Lee Myung. Immediately thoughts appeared that this fight would probably be more difficult. But at that moment, people outside the ring began to shout that a man died there. He could not even leave the virtual space. And immediately a status window appeared where it was written that the third main scenario had begun, trapped in virtual reality. All candidates were trapped in virtual reality. It is necessary to identify enemies disguised as candidates and save as many candidates as possible. The guy read all this and thought that it seemed that he was being watched and also stuck in virtual reality. Almost immediately, Jin-hoon ran up to him and shouted that the enemy had set up an ambush, as they had said before. And then he introduced their swords and said that even in virtual space they have weapons that can kill people. He thinks this is a weapon for opening the boundaries of virtual space. And these people walked and killed children one after another. Finally, the brunette turned around and said to tell them to try to dodge and defend themselves until they can get out of here. But then one of the enemies approached him from the side and said that this is the same person who, as expected, achieved a rank increase. According to their data, he is the most dangerous of all present, and at the same time does not panic at all. It amused him. This man was wearing a lion mask, and added that staying calm when he knows that this weapon can kill him is strong, and he still can't get out of virtual space and is still so calm. The brunette turned around and said with a smile that everything is fine, it's better to tell him. What's the difference? A lion mask, thinking, we'll be able to defeat him. But he came closer and replied that if he says so, why don't they fight one-on-one? There were dead students lying around. In fact, the thoughts were that it was not so simple, and besides, there was a mountain of bang behind his shoulders. So the guy thought about it and decided that there was no point in wasting time any longer. He looked at the status window and heard from his girlfriend that everything was ready. Then he smiled and said that this was great, we need to start a live broadcast. On the other end was Helen, to whom I replied that we need to hack the space and try to remove the restrictions from it. And behind him sat the tied-up Sun Yao. Finally, the brunette finished the whole process, and at the same time she thought about this girl, and thought that she managed to track her down. We need to find and hack the device that allows them to control the virtual space. The attackers at that moment were discussing that the attacks of the candidates were starting to affect them too. The other asked if the restrictions had already been lifted. And then he got scared and said that he could not even get to the shelter. What was going on here? At that moment, the brunette turned to his friend and said that she had already been noticed, and asked if it was possible to get out of here. In response, he heard that she was only 90% ready. He needed to wait a little. Then he looked to the side and thought that all abilities were blocked. He needed to try to do something, but first he needed to get out of here. And then he noticed something. The shadow of some huge monster fell on him, and his thoughts were that he had already done everything he could. He raised his head and shouted to the others that soon everyone would be able to get out of here. Everyone needed to leave this arena. Choi Li Myung stood behind him, who asked what was going on. Was he really going to fight alone? In response, he heard that everything would be fine. Let everyone leave here. The guy looked at him and asked how the main character was going to cope with all this on his own. After all, a huge stone monster was standing in front of them now. The young man smiled and told him not to worry. Then he raised his hand and added that everything that should save them was already ready. The brunette frowned when he heard this, and then he turned around and shouted that he agreed, in which case he would evacuate everyone now. The student remained in place and thought that just as they managed to control weapons to cause harm in virtual space, he could control space. In front of him stood a copy of the deity, the god of war, Aries, and behind him stood rivals. Though the guy did not think about them, he thought that the monster was a copy, so it should look like a gargoyle, but it would be difficult to deal with everyone at once. At that moment, one of the attackers was a little confused and said that he no longer knew how he managed to influence space, but after the monster appeared, he was no longer so calm. And the brunette turned around and asked if these guys were afraid too. He asked again in surprise, but a second later, a huge sword was thrust right into him. And this sword was thrust by the same monster. The young man stood below and thought that when these people lost control over virtual space, they must not have expected that the monster could attack them. Then he grinned and asked if his assistant was broadcasting everything, and they were just broadcasting live. Then information appeared that the servant's life was activated. 20 million people were looking at him. All characteristics were increasing to 1000%. Class and rank were increasing to 1000%, and mastery was increased in level, and the hero himself was promoted to the level, I am a servant. He clearly had never felt such powers. Then he looked at his sword and added that he was an apostle of the mighty angel Raphael. A copy of the deity, which pretends to be a real deity, is evil, and therefore the sword was activated. At that moment, the monster also brought his sword behind his back. But the main character was also ready. A second later, their swords flew towards each other, and after another moment, they touched. Immediately a status window appeared, where it was written that the achievement of the legendary level was activated. Now he is a hunter of gods, a man who challenges the myth, one who feeds on divine power, to have Raphael cutting through evil. Although it was not easy for the guy, he continued to hold on. From this, the opponent's sword slowly began to crack. The cracks spread along its entire perimeter, and then they moved on to the monster itself. And in a moment, his body began to literally disintegrate before our eyes. Immediately a status window appeared, where it was written that a new achievement was received, the one who touched the deity thanks to the attention of the whole world, and the god of war who killed another god of war. The birth of a myth occurred. A great myth from the distant past began to take shape. In its center is the player, the main character, and he will carry the mythical rank with him in all his future actions. His achievements increased. The young man stood below and thought that he had done quite well. Frankly speaking, he was gaining momentum. He had already reached the mythical rank, but all the most interesting things were still ahead of him. An unexpected attack led to the cancellation of the tests in virtual reality, and for some time the portals stood idle. This test was replaced by a test in which points were awarded for killing monsters. Just like in the entrance exam, it was necessary to fight virtual opponents. The young man did this every day, and thought that he had passed the entrance exam, in which he had no equal in hunting two-headed trolls. This is a space where monsters can be reborn in unlimited quantities, so here you can gain intelligence and practice. Then he looked around and thought that he needed to practice managing space. Finally, a little girl came out of this space. She looked at her status window and shouted that she had received 27,000 points, and thus earned second place, then asked if her dad had come out yet. He must have managed to win. Jin Hoon was watching them from the side and thought that James and Choi Lee Myung were probably worried about the main character's skill level. Then he turned around and told Sergi that he would have to refrain from going to the underworld until he took first place, and asked what his friend was doing. He was holding a camera in his hands. Then he raised it up and said that he was broadcasting before their friend went on air, thinking about filming the moment when he took first place. Then he took a step forward and greeted everyone, and his friend stood nearby and thought that maybe he should do the same. Finally, they announced that the brunette was eliminated. He had 35,000 points, and a silhouette appeared in the portal in front of them. It turns out he took first place again. At first, the main character moved his hand to the side. Then he took some strange pose. No one understood what was happening. Again, this man was doing something strange. At the same moment, thunderclaps began to appear over the sea. After some time, the guys arrived there and discussed what the sea was, where the water was, rather than what he needed on the island in the southern part of the underworld. The answer was affirmative. The guy came closer and said that he had to go there and check something. The road across the sea was difficult, so they had to follow him. He would be their guide. The girl agreed. Then she got a little embarrassed and thought that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Decided to do a new hairstyle and put on makeup. Did the guy not notice, and does he not care? Nevertheless, the guys set off. Suddenly, some shadow appeared under the water, and a second later, huge tentacles flew out of it. Miraculously, the brunette managed to dodge them, but she got wet. It was a huge kraken, and the young man added that if a whirlpool starts, it will become much stronger and they will not be able to defeat it. And the brunette then thought only about the fact that she had to stop splashing because she had just done her hair and was trying to dodge. But the monster did not understand her and continued to twitch his tentacles. So the little girl flew towards him and shouted that she had to stop splashing immediately. She was incredibly angry and shouted that the monster had ruined her makeup, so he was finished. And indeed, a second later she chopped him into small pieces. The young man was on the sidelines all this time and even a little confused, thought that he even forgot about her presence. Because she behaved quietly, it seems that what happened seriously angered her. And when the guys landed, they still did not talk. The brunette turned and said with a smile that thanks to her they were able to easily get to the island, but he realized that his friend was still angry. And after some time they managed to reach their destination. In front of them, right in the sky, there were two swords. Immediately a question arose about what it was. The guy spread his hands and said that once there was an angel with incredible power. His name was Lucille. Well, he turned into a demon and became Lucifer. Then he looked at the swords and added that this is the holy sword of Lucifer when he was an angel next to his demonic sword. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared in front of them, who said that a lot of time had passed since people were here, and the boy's thoughts were that these were traces left by Lucifer, also his memories. So he came closer and said that he had to check something. In response, he heard that he thought he knew everything. The silhouette flew up to him and said that if this was so, then he had to draw his sword and kill him. The young man thought about it, thought ahead and decided that this was a sacred magic sword. In order to get it, he needed to have the appropriate achievements and titles. After that, he looked at his girlfriend and nodded his head to her. The guys immediately decided to take both swords, and then a bright light appeared. It was incredibly difficult. The thunderclaps continued. The silhouette was still flying in front of them and asked if they could do it. It was unclear. He looked at the exhausted guy and added that these two were quite brave and could withstand all the pain. Where did they get this from? Then he looked at the girl and added that these guys were both worthy of praise. Then the guy raised his head and thanked for the sword, but in response he heard that it was not worth thanking. He did what he had to. Therefore, the main character nodded his head and asked what he should do now. What does this mean? The silhouette looked at him and replied that it seemed that his question remained unanswered. He needed to ask himself these questions. Then he flew up and said that he needed to remember one thing. This world was steadily approaching its end. After which he extended his hand and said to draw his sword and kill him. The protagonist had a holy sword in his hands. He thought that he was not going to answer him. Therefore, he went forward and agreed. A moment later, he and his friend struck one blow together, and immediately information appeared that the achievements were received. The list was replenished. The characteristics also increased, and he managed to reach the legend safe and sound to challenge the myth based on his legend. While the silhouette dissolved into thin air, the young man thought that this was a success. He was able to quickly pick up the pace, and his girlfriend would also receive the achievement Legend of the Demon King. Then he frowned and thought that he was able to reach the mythical rank on his own without contracts and subordinate deities. If this continues, he will be able to raise the rank as planned. Some time passed, the guys returned to the city. The brunette walked near the academy and said that this is not the end yet. Then he looked to the side and noticed something. Nadia was standing there and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The young man was a little confused and said that he really hadn't seen her for a long time, and asked if they hadn't seen each other often at the academy before. The girl was a little embarrassed and thought why it was still so difficult for her to get closer to him, but today she had to tell him something important. So she came closer and said that her father wanted to meet him in person and discuss something. The guy was a little confused and thought that Anton Vladimirovich was a difficult person. He needed time to restore his honor after losing the match and organize a rematch, which he had been preparing for a long time. Then he came closer to the girl and asked why, and in response he heard that her father wanted to fight his old rival and wanted to get to know him. At this point, the main character's thoughts were only about the bomb. The problem is that if this man comes to Korea, he will take his weapon with him, a bomb. This weapon belongs to the sea dragon of the Eastern Sea. If so, then he needs to hurry. Therefore, he looked her in the eyes and asked where exactly her father was going to come, to Korea or to the underworld. The girl replied that her father said that he first needed to consult with him. And when asked when he would arrive, she raised her head and replied that her father was already here. Then the guy was even more surprised. He thought that this man had arrived in Korea with a weapon, a sea dragon. He needed to act. Immediately, some thunderclaps appeared in the sky, and no one understood what was happening, except for the brunette, who understood that the dragon was already here. He immediately had a hidden task to calm the sea dragon of the Eastern Sea, find bamboo and give it, and in case of success, he could get help from this dragon, and in case of failure, there would be continuous death of the townspeople. The guys stood around and did not understand what was happening, who was talking to them and where this terrible whisper was coming from. The sea dragon woke up and started talking to everyone. Then the young man grabbed his girlfriend by the hand and thought that he had to fix everything before it was too late and ordered her to follow him. The girl ran after him and asked why so suddenly, where they needed to go. In response, she heard that they were running to the airport, and then they both took off. At that moment, there was already a tornado over the airport itself. The guys landed and discussed where their father was now. The girl continued to be embarrassed and said that she did not understand why he needed him, and added that he was over there. And indeed, in the distance there was a man in glasses who immediately saw his daughter. Anton Vladimirovich turned and said that this was really the man the girl was constantly worried about when meeting. She snatched her hand and shouted that this was not so. And the main character approached the man and said that he had an urgent request for him. He immediately asked again what was going on. The young man looked out the window and explained that as the man could notice, the sea dragon had awakened, and awakened because of the bamboo. Anton Vladimirovich said that he had this weapon for 10 years, why now? And in response he heard that it was because he flew to Korea. The guy came closer and explained that at the same time as the sea dragon awakened, other deities also woke up. Before solving the problem with the other deities, you first need to calm the sea dragon. Then he turned away and asked to forgive him, but he needed to take the weapon. Surprisingly, Anton Vladimirovich handed him the bamboo and said that if he needed it so much, he asked if everything would be safe after that. The young man took the weapon and said that the dragon would not harm anyone, and the man added that he would not be able to cope with the deity with his skills, so please can take it. The status window then showed information that the fourth main quest had begun, the era of revolution. The world should now know about the arrival of a full-fledged deity. The number of people entering into a contract with God is rapidly growing throughout the world, and the presence of divine power is beginning to upset the balance. While the harbinger of the creation of the gate of monsters began to appear everywhere, the brunette thought that the fourth scenario had begun. He needed to act quickly, so he took the bamboo and decided that he had a lot of things to do, but first he needed to solve the problem with the dragon. And then he jumped up. Meanwhile, some guys had already gathered in Zone 31. The girls were standing on top of the wall and discussing what they thought they heard a voice. There were a lot of them there. And indeed, there were a large number of spirits ahead in the shadows. Even if the wall was built of black crystal, it is unclear whether it could withstand such a number of demons. But then a blue clap of lightning appeared overhead, and a moment later the main character appeared, who said that he had brought bamboo. Then the dragon appeared, and the young man asked him to calm down and make a deal with him. But he was angry and approached him, saying that he did not understand how he had the right to make a deal with him. The guys were a little scared. He thought that the dialogues alone were worth something, but thanks to his rank, he could still hold on. So he frowned and shouted that he wanted to protect the Korean island and the inhabitants. And he also looked at the dragon and asked if he could offer a deal himself. He said that he would never make a deal with most people, only on his own terms. But the dragon was still unhappy and continued to shout at him. Then he repeated the question how this man dared to offer him something. And he flew back a little and said that he wanted to ask him to lend him power when he needed it. Then he spread his arms and shouted that he would say something else, help him become a supreme deity. The dragon asked in surprise why he thought he could help him become a supreme. The boy was too self-confident, but the brunette replied that he always helps gods. Does he really not want to try? He should trust him at least once, and if he fails, he can just kill him. But surprise, the dragon flew closer and said that he would believe him. Then he extended his paw and said that he needed to take the bamboo. He gave it to him easily, and then the dragon tore it off. The guy stayed there and thought that this is how gods behave. This day has come. In front of the tower at that moment the battle continued. The girls held the defense and thought that the day was not the best. Sion stopped and thought that now, when she can control the incarnation, all this does not matter, but then she noticed something. Sweat began to roll down her face, a strange feeling appeared. The girl stood in the middle of the field and thought that she felt it from afar. It was approaching. It turns out that it was the same demon, Lilith, who was walking towards them. The city was calm then. People one after another received some kind of strange glow. Jin-hoon then looked at them and thought that many people would now be able to conclude an agreement with the deity. Some deities also offered him to sign a contract. Then he looked at his status window and thought that among them there was a demon of rage and lust, as well as a lesser-known golden-eyed one-armed fighter. He tensed up and thought that he had heard of him, but had never met him personally. It must have been his father. He pressed the screen and thought that he was very worried, but did not want to break the last ties with his mother and accepted the offer from the demon of rage and lust. But the brunette was still waiting for the demon to approach. The girl frowned and shouted or something, or is he already coming, and did not understand if he could stop her. But suddenly she raised her head and heard that there once was a god who promised to protect the country even after death. The main character appeared there, who activated another seal and added that he needed to protect this place. And from this seal a dragon immediately appeared. The deity appeared right in front of the brunette and said that the young man really freed him, therefore he gives him the ability. The young man threw up his hands and said that he would like to borrow bamboo from the sea dragon, adding that he could not do anything while he was tied to it, and also wanted to remove the restriction. The monster leaned down lower and asked if he had forgotten the most important parts of the contract. The answer was that of course not, and would be grateful if he lent him the bamboo. Therefore, the dragon agreed to hand over the weapon to him and said that he trusted him. In response he received gratitude. Immediately, the deity looked around and saw a bunch of drones. These were the drones of the main character, who said that he welcomed all viewers. Today there will be a broadcast in the underworld. Now in front of them is a sea dragon who protected the Korean peninsula for 1,000 years, and he had to come down here to protect humanity. Meanwhile, the list of his achievements in the status window continued to grow, and the guy threw up his hands and added that the whole world is watching them. The guardian of the Korean peninsula will fight for humanity, right? The dragon frowned and said that he did not know what he did, but something clearly changed. What a wonderful offer, and agreed. Then he turned around and flew in the other direction, saying that he was going to deal with the demon. Levitt, meanwhile, was already approaching them and clearly did not expect to see a dragon there. He attacked her, but the woman began to strike back. She spread her arms and heard that they were telling her to go back where she came from. She replied that the dragon was not a hindrance to her. The deity flew closer and said that a lot was waiting for her ahead and continued to attack. And the main character then approached his friend and thought that she should focus on the sea dragon, asked her to take the sword. The brunette immediately attacked the demon and pierced her with her sword. The woman turned and asked how it happened that she managed to wound her. How did she do it? And the brunette followed right behind her and said that it was Lucifer for her. The demon immediately created a protective barrier and shouted that he would take revenge on them next time. But she did not take into account the fact that the young man was holding bamboo in his hands, and so the guy was able to cut her protective barrier with one blow. Then he grabbed the angel sword, and with one blow he was able to hit the enemy. She raised her head and started screaming. She did not understand how a person ended up in such a place, and who also challenged the gods, tried to turn the world upside down. But she did not have time to say anything else because I began to die. A status window immediately appeared where it was written that the main character managed to kill Lilith, the witch and the wife of the great devil, deprived the intermediate deity of the rank, and the great demon fell with the help of his power. Now the high power was given to him. It was the murder of the great demon with the sacred sword of Lucifer. There was also information that the birth of the myth was updated and the achievements were increased. The guy looked at them and thought that he still could not take everything for himself, so he was glad that he had to distribute everything. Before, it would have taken him a lot of time to get to this point of development. Then he landed on the ground. On his screen it was written that the 4th scenario was completed. Now you can choose a reward that matches your level of completion. The brunette read all this and thought that he does not have time to enjoy the difficulty level since it is constantly increasing. This is a chance to level up faster, but he can also die. Then he looked around and thought that he does not understand whether he was lucky or not. Meanwhile, Bile was still unconscious. Strange thoughts visited him. The young man lived in the air and thought that these were the voices of those who died at his hands. For some reason, this painful, overwhelming feeling. Then he looked ahead and asked why this image was here. The demon king came to him, although it was already twilight. He continued to fly in front of him and replied that he had it. And the guy began to twitch and thought that the spell he learned in his family was a spell specializing in murder, and did not learn to protect someone like his friend. The demon replied that he wanted to know if this person wanted to protect someone, and in response he heard that he now wanted to, so he promised to give him strength. Immediately the boy was filled with energy and said that there were few people to protect, but he still wanted to get power. At that moment, the guys in the city continued to fight the monsters. Sergi was almost exhausted. Then he took his sword and thought that every part of the body sucked magic out of them. I looked at my opponent and thought that this creature had not yet become a god, but was already very strong. It was a huge ogre. Therefore, the guy also tensed up and thought that he was also strong, but his opponent was quite dangerous. Then the monster swung and was about to strike. The young man grouped himself and realized that he was finally an opponent attacking. Well, for some reason, the monster did nothing else. At that moment, a friend came up to him from behind and said that Sergi was a good man. He withstood his attacks alone. The first thing you need to try to dodge his blows. It turns out that all this time he was immobilized by a brunette who said that he created a time distortion with the help of his skill. You can notice how the ogre becomes slower, and when he came even closer, he said that you should not forget to dodge his attacks. Finally, the monster began to move, but very slowly, and he himself did not understand why this was happening. The brunette came even closer and said that he himself would like to catch him, but unfortunately, he is not his opponent. Immediately, a portal appeared above his head, and a man came out of it. It was Bile. Then the main character said that he made a deal, and his opponent would be this guy. The monster raised his head and did not understand what was happening, and the young man thought that he would not be able to resist the king of monsters. And also, this guy's fight with the monster could help him become stronger, so he took a step forward and told his friend that he should not kill him. He turned and asked why this monster attacked Sergi in the city. The main character spread his hands and explained that he was a lower creature. He did not even have skills. Maybe it would be better to take him with him? His comrade asked again about the skills. Then he frowned. He lowered his head and said that he really did not have skills. Then he flew closer and said that it was a good idea. He would not kill him and would take him. After some time, the guy was sitting in class thinking about the Amazon world tree. He was sitting at a lecture where the teacher was telling that in the center of this tree most of the inhabitants are elves, on the outskirts, fire dragons or ice birds. In addition to everything else, there is a world tree. The woman raised her head and explained that the 100 best candidates will go there on an excursion. They will not be attacked, but even on the way there can be dangers, and added that it is necessary to consider all risk factors and make decisions. The young man then seriously thought about this excursion. He imagined the tree and thought that the third disaster was about to begin. Meanwhile, a girl was standing at the top of the fortress. She raised her head and thought as soon as the affairs in the underworld are settled, the guy will go to the academy, and it turns out that he is always busy. A blonde came up to her and asked her what she was looking at. She turned around and said that nothing like that. Then she asked why she came and heard that the brunette was the wife of a local lord. This news surprised her very much. The girl was embarrassed and said that they were not dating, just friends. And the blonde raised her hand and said that the young man was going to go to the Amazon this time, maybe they should go too. And she added that Zone 31 had stabilized. Since her father was here, he thought she could be left under his supervision for a while. As he thought, the brunette answered embarrassedly that she probably could. Therefore, her friend clenched her fist and said that she needed to become stronger and was sure that going to the Amazon would help. She needed to go, at least to see the main character. The brunette exhaled and said that if her friend said so, then she had no choice but to go with her. And then both girls became embarrassed. Some time passed. The guys walked through the forest and discussed that this is the only territory on the Amazon that is protected by people. It is located quite far from the territory of the dominant species. The teacher was with the students and said that there were heroes here too, so it was quite safe, so they could take a tour. One of the guys raised his hand and asked if they could meet these heroes, and the brunette came closer and said that if they were lucky, they could see them just when someone attacked. Sergi turned around and asked in surprise what their friend was doing here, and another girl asked if he had any business in the underworld. But the guy smiled and said that he was probably here because of the relationship, but then noted that he was joking. Although it was already late, the guys were embarrassed. Because of this, the main character tried to explain that it was a joke, but in response he heard that there was no need to be embarrassed and hide anything. So he himself was confused and tried to justify himself, asked to listen to him, but it was too late. And for a long time he tried to explain in the forest that this was not true, but no one listened to him. Finally, some house appeared on the horizon. Inside, the elves were sitting and discussing that at the moment, about 10 fire dragons had hatched at the fire dragon base, and 30 little chicks had hatched in the ice bird tower. About 100 people had arrived in the Iron City. At the table sat a man who listened to this report. He was told that recently the number had been growing rapidly. In the underworld, everything was not so smooth. Then the old man raised his head and said that he would not be surprised if something went wrong. This was the leader of the elves. Suddenly, a guy ran into the room and turned to him. He raised his head and asked what happened. In response, he heard that it was very urgent. The guy came closer and said that a man had come here. Everyone was surprised and began to ask if there really was a man here. They said he came through a secret passage. The old man tensed up when he thought that perhaps this man knew the passage, which was known even among the elves only to a narrow circle of people. Suddenly, the guy himself entered the room and greeted everyone. He spread his arms and said that he greeted both the leader of the elves and the elders, and introduced himself. It was the main character. The man frowned at first, and then he began to exude strong energy. The guy tensed up and thought that, as expected, he was the one who rose to the deity after rising to the mythical rank. And his energy was incredibly strong, definitely stronger than the young man's. So he smiled and said that it looked very exciting. He wanted to offer them a good deal. He said that in the next 3 days, the Amazon would have a big war, the likes of which had never happened before, and everyone present immediately tensed up. Explosions were heard somewhere in the forest nearby. It was Sion and Serbich hunting. The girls were discussing that the monsters of the Amazon were much stronger than they had previously thought. It was no less dangerous here than in the underworld. Suddenly they heard some strange sound, and a question came up, what is it about? And then someone's shadow appeared above one of them. It was a huge snake, the dominant type of the 4th level, and it was unclear what we were doing here. The brunette stepped back and asked what was happening, shouted what was happening to this Amazon. At that moment, a battle was going on nearby. The same snakes were being actively killed. One of the knights was Lancelot, who shouted that the snakes were attacking and everyone had to retreat. And some other woman was attacking with him. She is also a hero, and during the battle she thought that she no longer thought that these monsters could attack. This is already the hero Gawain. The students were also there and they were attacked by monsters. The guys discussed that with such a number of candidates it is difficult to fight. One of them looked at the status window and saw something. It was written that the myths about these heroes are created right on the battlefield. The myth of the invincible Knight of the Round Table begins. They fought for their king, Arthur, and were ready to give their lives when they defended their people. Another guy looked at the screen and added that the Knight of the Round Table is here, but why the hell did you start creating a myth? Then he raised his head and shouted that there was someone there. Could retrograde magic be involved? And then a bright star appeared in the sky in another place. It was filled with the light and energy of one of the guys. Nothing was clear yet. Information appeared on the screen that the mythical Knight of the Round Table nominated this person, Shiomayan. He gives him the 80th place at the table, and now endowed him with power. All indicators are increased by 300%, and all powers are also increased by 200%. The young man looked at his hands and thought, weren't the vacancies for knights closed? Something strange. In any case, this is enough to fight them off. And then their comrade appeared next to him along with his drones and magic seal. And behind him was an elf and asked what the young man was doing. He greeted him. Then he tensed up and thought that he could start the broadcast and get the maximum effect from the live broadcast. If he did this, he would be able to stop the uprising and earn achievements. But the old man then flew closer and said that if he left things as they were, the whole situation would get out of control, and in response he heard that even without this invasion it was impossible to avoid, and the boy chose the fastest way. And then a fire appeared nearby, and from there they asked what was the matter and what were the Mila guys cooing about. The ruler of the fire dragons appeared in front of them, Avnal, who called the guys pathetic. Then she turned and asked if she was really here too, because ice began to appear nearby. And then a woman appeared. She looked and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. It was already the ruler of the ice birds, Ian. The young man watched this and thought that the 3 most powerful leaders had gathered together and were not able to defeat any of them. Everything was going as planned, but it was still scary. Then he looked at the Lord of Fire and thought that there were different people here, the reasonable Lord of Ice, the calm elf, and of course the Lord of Fire. She has a hot temper, so she can attack at any convenient opportunity. And the woman then turned to the boy. She flew closer and asked if it was really him who called them. But the elf immediately stretched out his hand and said that she should stop. It would be better to first find out the reason why they were called. In response, he received the question, really so? Why do they need this? It would be better to just kill him. The Lord of Ice intervened and said that she would not be able to cope with the situation if everything ended with an attack on her. She would like to know the reason. And the question came in the same place. The Lord of Fire got angry and said that these two thought too highly of themselves. Then she looked at the man and asked what his plan was. And the boy turned and answered that everyone involved in the myth of the Knights of the Round Table would be connected with the myth of the Holy Grail, which is now sealed in the underworld. After which he threw up his hands and added that this was the war of the Holy Grail. It must be created here. The girl lit a fire and asked that he should not be left alive. Then she directed a whole stream of fire at him. Right before his comrade's eyes, the young man burned alive. The guys were very upset and shouted that this deity had attacked their friend. No matter how hard he tried, he could not win. But then another student received power. There was information that the mythical Knights of the Round Table point to Onhairim. The 13th knight is chosen, the most virtuous of the Knights of the Round Table, the ideal knight, and the only one who was able to find the Holy Grail. Also, in addition to this, it was written that a hidden episode begins. From now on, the one who gets this sword will receive the achievement of the legendary level, and the successful completion of the episode will open the 5th main quest. The girl read this and thought that she would try to help him on the battlefield, even if she had to sacrifice herself. Then she clenched her fist and thought about her comrade. She ran forward and thought about completing this hidden episode, because Galahad himself chose her. And then in the status window, information appeared that the myth of the Knight of the Round Table is created right on the battlefield. The stage is completed. You can get the power of the Knights in the Round Table. The girl joined the Knights, who said that they were ready to pave the way for her, and immediately began to kill monsters along the way. A sword appeared in the distance. The girl thought that the hero was with her, so she could get her sword back. And suddenly someone else appeared on the way. These were the 3 who were trying to stop the people. Immediately, fiery shells flew in her direction, and a huge fiery snake appeared a moment later. The woman smiled, rhyming that the war had begun. We must help them end it. And the other woman looked at her and said that we must deal with them as soon as possible, but carefully. The elf supported them and said that he would only think about how Galahad could choose such a young man. Is everything okay? The girl was very confused and thought that they were on their side after all. She thought they were attacking her, but it turned out that they were protecting her. At that moment, everything around began to rumble. The little girl looked around and thought that it was a strange vibration. And huge snakes began to appear from the earth, new races came to the surface, and the question arose, what should she do now? Not long before this, the body of the main character fell somewhere among the trees. He was safe and sound, though he said that he would remember his name in a little while. Then he imagined the moment when the woman attacked him, and thought that he expected her to attack, so he managed to avoid the attack, and with the help of spatial teleportation, if this blow had hit him, he would have been fried to a crisp. Then he jumped down and thought that now he needed to finish the story of the Knights of the Round Table, but what was the best way to do it? He opened the status window and thought that among the 4 main forces that make up the universe, gravitational, electromagnetic, strong and weak interaction, he only has weak interaction. Gravity can be imitated using space and time abilities, but strong and electromagnetic interaction are not yet available to him, should he refuse to fully recreate the story of the Knight of the Round Table. He imagined the king and thought that in this story, King Arthur will be resurrected. He is depicted as a hero who saves the kingdom in a difficult moment. Then he turned away and thought that in other words the key points are resurrection and salvation. Although he will not be able to repeat it completely, he needs to do something similar. He pressed the screen and thought that he needs to use it and activated the purchase of something. Let's go back to real time, where the girl watched the attacking monsters and thought what she was doing. She stepped back and thought that even more creatures of the underworld appeared, all aimed at the sword. The situation was already dire. It was impossible to continue like this. But suddenly she saw a star in the sky, and even the monsters themselves paid attention to this star. From there, a sound was heard where a man said that he was already dead, but his will was still alive. One of the knights landed on the ground and thought that this was King Arthur. Is the story of the Knights of the Round Table really finished? And then a sword appeared with the words that this is Excalibur, and whoever owns this sword will receive light. After which the sword itself stuck into one of the stones. For a while, the snakes hung and did not understand what to do next. And then they broke away and began to move straight towards this sword. The girl saw this and thought that everyone on the battlefield turned towards it. Then she looked at the star and thought that in order to master this sword, she needed to do something, after which she suddenly realized that it was her friend's voice. So she jumped up and thought that this guy pretended to be dead. It turns out he set it all up, and shouted that everyone should pay attention, they need to head towards the sword. A woman looked at her and asked what was going on, because Excalibur was on the other side, because King Arthur said so, but in response she heard that their primary goal was the sword Galahad, the rest could be thought about later. The brunette continued to run and thought about how to take advantage of the situation while everyone was distracted by the fake Excalibur. At the same moment, a status window appeared where there was a quest about a jester. The main character acquired the status of a jester. All his beings are imbued with pretense. This person is a jester, and the jester is this person regardless of his actions. All actions will be redirected in the drawing. New features are opened and created everywhere. You can go down to another place different from where it is now, and the entity will be similar to him, but it has no physical form, but everyone will focus on his form due to a powerful presence. The guy read all this and thought that thanks to the purchase of light, effect from I am a jester became stronger since it attracts a lot of attention, but this will distract attention for a short time. You need to quickly get that sword. Therefore, he looked at his girlfriend and thought that she should move faster. The knights helped her. The men shouted that the sword was now right in front of them. They should quickly run to it and leave the rest of the monsters to them. The baby turned around and agreed. And the guy from above thought all this time that Ian and Dumont had distracted the enemies. This amazed him. If so, then no one would be able to stop the girl. And indeed, she managed to run for some time. But suddenly another snake appeared. She was ready to attack, but did not understand what happened. Then she opened her eyes and looked around. It turns out that at some point the main character managed to grab his girlfriend by the hand and lift her straight into the air. He looked at her and thought that the scene of resurrection and salvation happened much earlier than he wanted, but he needed to save his girlfriend and shouted to her to hold on tight because he needed to go straight to the sword. Finally, the guys landed at the top of the cliff. In front of them was that very sword Galahad. The girl went up to it and looked. Then she reached out and touched it, and when she took it, a bright light appeared around, and the sword immediately came out of the cliff without any effort. There was information that the sword had finally found its owner, the descendant had been determined, the achievement had found its owner, and the fifth main scenario was beginning, the war for the Holy Grail, which once contained the blood of Jesus, recorded as a myth, sleeping in the deepest part of the underworld, and whoever gets it will become the owner of transcendental achievements and will be able to fulfill one wish. The guy raised his head and said that they had to hurry up and finish the war for the Holy Grail. His girlfriend agreed, and when he looked at the screen, he added that they had to start and get ready to block the entrance. Helen was listening on the other end of the line, who replied that this was a signal and asked to start blocking the entrance to the underworld. The man agreed. Then he took out his sword that smashes the heavens and used it. Immediately, a huge column of energy rose up, and the guys rushed through the forest. The guy shouted that most of them had risen to the surface, they had to quickly get the Holy Grail while the entrance was blocked, and there were still strong enemies, so they had to be careful. Sion appeared nearby and said that she understood everything. This fact both scared and surprised the main character. He asked when the girl managed to get here, and the brunette turned around and replied that she was worried that she would have to go alone, so she followed her. The blonde was flying nearby and apologized for coming without permission. The young man was a little confused and said that in general, thanks to such reinforcements, they can cope quite quickly. Therefore, all four flew on shouting that they need to find the Holy Grail. Explosions and smoke began to be visible in the distance. The Lord of Fire saw this and shouted why this man was alive, and the elf asked how this was possible. The Lord of Ice appeared nearby and answered in order to end this war with the least losses, they need this man. Meanwhile, Dosok stood below and said that despite the alliance with the creatures, they will not be able to block the entrance to the underworld. But suddenly someone appeared nearby and said who would have thought that once a request for emergency support in exchange for an elixir would be used in such a place, and added that the protagonist surprises every time. It was Ione with her squad, who said that the target was confirmed, the dark lands of the Amazon are uniting. Helen looked at her and thanked her for coming to help, and when the guys landed, she added that now they had to act according to the student's plan. Then she went forward and said that the young man would return in 30 minutes, they had to hold out. There was an explosion. The man stood with a sword in his hands. He had managed to defeat the monster after all. When he raised his head and thought that almost 30 minutes had passed, he only had to endure a little more. Then he grouped himself and thought that everyone was fighting with all their might. He was afraid they wouldn't be able to hold out any longer. He also looked at the stones and began to mentally beg the main character to cope with all this because the lives of the other students depended on him. Then a brunette came up there and said that there were 3 seconds left. The other girls grouped themselves and were ready to fight. Finally, there was 1 second left, everyone tensed up. The stones immediately began to rattle, and suddenly something flew out of there. It was the main character. The young man was holding a golden cup in his hands. It was the Holy Grail, the cup that once held the blood of Jesus. Its power is beyond the ordinary myth. Everything contained in this cube gains absolute divine power. The liquid contained in it has the highest level of divine power. The Holy Grail will never be destroyed, and it contains inexhaustible magical power. The cup can grant one wish. While the guy was hanging in the air, it was announced that the war was over. It was also immediately reported that he had become the owner of the Holy Grail, and the 5th main scenario had finally ended. He had received an achievement and was the master of the Holy Grail War. The person who ended the war, he would be respected by all the ruling clans and his word would be known everywhere in the underworld. At that moment, his comrades flew to him, and the Knights of the Round Table were announced that the mission was complete. And the young man only thought about the fact that by completing the myth of the Knight of the Round Table he was able to complete the birth of the myth. Now he raised the cup and shouted that he was a Jester God. Immediately there was information that the birth of the myth was also completed. The main character craves people's attention more than any other creature in the world. There is no jester superior to him. Can grant the power of the jester to others. Received a new title. The new myth was preserved in the future. His inclination is neutral good, and neutrality can change towards good or evil at any time. Some time passed. The brunette looked at the status window and thought that he had completed the birth of the myth of restoration by the deity, and the next goal is to complete the past to strengthen his divinity. At that moment, before his eyes was the very characteristic of the history of the Jester God. It was written that he had achieved the myth, but was at the level of lower divinity. The transcendental myth is not complete. You need to complete your past, achieve another transcendental myth, and then his title will be raised. When the boy read all this, he thought in order to complete the past, you need to combine various options indicated in the game. This is a decisive moment when the inclinations and characteristics of the deity are separated, so you need to be careful. Then he lay down on the bed and thought about how before becoming a candidate, he could choose whether he was a child of the Dark Lands or lived in the Amazon. And then he closed his eyes and thought that he should start with the summer of last year. A status window immediately appeared where it was written whether he wanted to restore his lost past. The answer was positive. When the guy held out his hand, he saw that it was written there that there was a forgotten past, and the question whether he wanted to explore his past, the question immediately arose what it was there really such an operation before? Of course, the young man agreed and saw information that he was immersed in his past, as if falling there. Suddenly he found himself in a strange city. He looked around and realized where he was. This was the first game he played in the human world, Monarch. The brunette literally hovered in the air and thought that the game was in no way connected with the end of the world, so why did it appear in the traces of the past? And then he saw a bright light in front of his eyes, and suddenly everything around changed. There was already a tropical forest. Then the young man began to look around and thought that this was the second game he played, the martial arts genre, the Battle of the Heavenly Demon. The games he played were included in the past in order. He was confused by the fact that it was true that he had changed a lot thanks to the games. He only had good memories, but this past was outside the reality of the end of the world. And then he felt something strange. A sign appeared with the inscription that an external influence was detected. The light of the past was suspended, and immediately a bright light appeared before his eyes. Meanwhile, everything in the game was slowly being destroyed. Jin Hoon sat on the ground and thought what it was. Neither physical nor magical attacks work. They disappear the moment they touch the enemy. Before his eyes, some strange tentacles were crawling out of the sky. He had never seen anything like it. And then one of them headed straight towards the guy, and a second later it smashed the ground in that place. But his comrade miraculously managed to save him and said that everything this monster touches disappears. Those who cannot cope with the deities should step back. Then he looked at the teacher and shouted that he could only block attacks. The instructor should aim at his center. The man agreed and shouted that he understood everything. After which he began to strike and think that the sword that destroys the heavens should help. A bright flame immediately rose into the sky. It literally pierced this monster with electricity, and it was clear that the monster was suffering from this. Only to his surprise, a second later his shells practically dissolved in the sky, and the man himself flew back from the blast wave. Then he grabbed his hand and thought that he hit the target, but did not cause any damage. Therefore, there is only one person in the academy who can cope with this situation. Suddenly, a little girl ran up to him and shouted that Daddy has not come out yet. He is probably still sleeping. And the brunette then looked at her and asked if this man was still in the dorm. The task is already collapsing. We need to find him urgently. And she flew there to save him. Then she saw the main character and shouted that thank God he is okay. Now there is no need to save him. But the guy still didn't understand anything. He saw the monster and thought that the trace of the past was interrupted because it appeared. Then he went forward and thought that because he gained divinity, the monster appeared to restore the balance. His friend looked at him and said that everyone was gathering for protection over there. They should go there. And then she saw that the same monster was attacking her friend behind. She shouted to him, but it was too late. When the brunette looked up, he heard that everything that this monster touched would simply disappear. But then something strange happened. Hanseong was able to deprive him of a tentacle with one blow, and the monster's blood spilled everywhere. The girl was shocked and said that this thing belonged to their instructor. It was unclear how it ended up in the hands of the young man. And he was holding a sword in his hands, and the girl thought that this was the divine art of crushing the heavens, a sword that destroys the heavens. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.